votes counted. So that is and we just saw it update a little bit. It looks like Trump might have gained a little bit of ground slightly there. 28, just over 1/4 of the votes counted in Michigan. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes at stake. This one was a tight one for quite some time. And now it looks like as more and more votes are tabulated, we're nearing 3/4 of the votes being tabulated. 70% of the votes in Pennsylvania have been tallied. And right now, former President Trump has just over a 3% lead over the vice president. That's a major state right there. And that's a lead that Trump has with only 30% of the vote left that Harris can make up. North Carolina, the Tar Heel state. Again, the AP has not called any of these battleground states yet, but 87% of the vote has been tabulated in North Carolina. Trump has just under a 3% lead.
Get rid of them or get paid to see them. Do you know how much of the content you see on a daily basis are actually ads? That's an ad. That's an ad. Yep, all ads. That's why Pi will
point it was the last time we checked on it. Exactly 50% of the vote tallied right now. Trump with a 0.2 of a point lead over Harris, Andy.
All right, that is very, very interesting. A good breakdown here as we enter a new hour just to get everyone up to speed on those 7 key battleground states. All right, Austin, we're going to be checking back in with you in just a little bit, but I do want to give you that roundup of some of what we're looking at in some of those states along the West Coast, including in Arizona, including in California, Washington, and Oregon. I do want to just put these up, a full roundup of what we saw on the West Coast. This one in California being called for Kamala Harris in terms of this, and that 54 big electoral votes for her, the largest state in terms of that. Also in Washington as well, 12 electoral votes going to Kamala Harris, and then also in Oregon as well going for Kamala Harris. And I also want to talk now about California as we're learning that information about the Senate, a key race with Dianne Feinstein's seat being open, the late Dianne Feinstein, as this one going for Adam Schiff over Steve Garvey, the former Dodger, the former Padre. Adam Schiff moving Chambers from the House to the Senate as he takes over that seat. So big news in terms of the Senate as the Democrats, they keep that seat blue. We'll talk more about the balance of power and everything to do with it. But let's continue on. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll get you more live pictures, different speeches. We're expecting to hear from Adam Schiff, likely Steve Garvey, within the hour, just based on the fact that this was called so quickly after polls closed there in that state. We'll have much more here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox on election night, just past 11 o'clock on the East Coast, as we continue to follow the latest in terms of the balance of power and the race for the White House. And I do want to talk now about the Senate race in Ohio. No call as of yet. Bernie Moreno leading in a big way over the 30-term incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown, some 300,000 votes, just under 300,000 votes, a lead for Bernie Moreno. And we do see him speaking to the crowd of supporters in Westlake, Ohio. Let's take you out to this right here on Live Now from Fox.
Republican leadership. With President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda that is an American agenda. An agenda that says we are pro-immigration, but not pro-invasion. We're going to make certain that the people who come to this country are invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy-dominant nation so that my kids do not grow up in a country where we ever rely on a foreign nation for energy ever again. And we have that energy right here in Ohio. That means coal, that means natural gas, it means oil, and it means nuclear. And in terms of EV mandates, they need to be gone first thing in January. And we're going to make certain that we tell California, you don't get to dictate to the whole country what our emission standards are. We're going to dictate that at the federal level, and we're going to allow consumers to pick the kind of car they want. Look, the other piece that I want to talk about is what President Trump has brought to this country, which is peace and stability around the world. America will be a leader in the world, will always be a leader in the world. American leadership has made the planet safer, more prosperous, and more secure than at any point in human history. But it means that we ensure peace through strength. The weakness of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is rejected, and I know that from whether it's in Jerusalem or Kiev or anywhere else on earth or Taiwan, they're cheering this election because they know American strength will ensure peace around the world. And if you're a police officer in this country, just know you have a senator in me and a Republican Party that will always have your back. And we got rid of Chuck Schumer tonight, but pretty soon we're going to get rid of another couple people that need to be gone. First among them, Randy Weingarten should start packing her bags. Because what we need in this country is school choice for all Americans. And then as I look at my children, I've blessed with 4 kids. And by the way, can we give my wife an amazing round of applause, please? Thank you, Bridget. Bridget. Look, we need to make certain that we honor teachers, They're doing great work in every...
You're just listening in there as they were talking with Bernie Moreno, talking in very excited terms, optimistic terms, although the AP has yet to call that race in his favor. It is looking to be a margin that continues to grow for Moreno over Sherrod Brown, the 3-term incumbent Democrat there in that state of Ohio, as this one will flip from blue to red likely as soon as that's called. But that is what we're following right now as they moved off the shot. But we do have another shot here on Live Now from Fox on the election night in Arizona, another key battleground state of what we're following here in Arizona. I want to put up this post from Ruben Gallego, the Democrat from Arizona, saying, shout out to poll workers across Arizona who show up early, stay late, and keep our democracy running smoothly. Your dedication to every single vote is a testament to our state's strength. Let's take you out to this, the speech from him to supporters in Arizona. Let's listen into this live.
I ever owned that my Uncle Al gave, who could not be here today. He gave it to me because when I went to college, I couldn't afford to buy a new suit. So he gave me one of his. When I got to college, I saw all the kids were happy because they were just happy to be there, happy to be at Harvard. I was happy because I finally got a bed. In college, one of my beds was cleaning the bathrooms of fellow Harvard students, scrubbing the toilets of the kids I had to see the next day. But I did it all proudly, because I believed that if I worked hard and followed the rules, even a poor kid would succeed in America. That's America. Because of that, I decided I wanted to serve my country. I wanted to serve my country, the country that gave my family a chance to live the American dream, the greatest country in the world. So I enlisted in the infantry of the United States Marine Corps. I know there's some out there. I had the honor of fighting alongside my brothers in Iraq in Lima Company 325, assigned to Al-Anbar, Iraq. They called us Lucky Lima at first, but unfortunately, eventually our luck ran out. Our company saw some of the hardest days of the war. And those were tough days, but the fight for my brothers was always worth it. And so was this fight for Arizona. We had a mantra on this campaign: go everywhere and talk to everyone, and that's exactly what we did. We didn't take one vote for granted. For many candidates, Latinos and Native American voters are the afterthought, but they were part of our outreach from day one, and we worked to earn every vote. And we didn't write off our Republican brothers and sisters either. For 22 months, I've traveled all around this state. The thing I learned is that we have so much in common. Because whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or independent, we all want the same thing: a better life for our kids, and to give our kids a better future. It's just that simple. And that's exactly why I'm here. I believe in the American dream, and I want everyone else to have the same opportunity to make it that I had. I'm here tonight because I believe women should also be able to make their own decisions about their own bodies. I'm here because costs are still too high. And I understand how hard it is to work just to bring home enough to pay the bills, to pay the rent, and maybe, just maybe, save up a little. I understand the dignity of work, of trying to put 40, 60, 80 hours together to try and make a life for your kids. But there are too many people in Washington, D.C. who don't understand that kind of hard work and who don't actually respect that work. They don't understand what it means to actually struggle every day and still believe the next day is going to be better. Look, it looks like this race won't be called tonight, but one result is already coming through and clear. We fought for Arizona. And because of that, we are going to win. Even though our race isn't quite over yet, I still want to thank all Arizonans who supported me, Democrats, Republicans, Independents. And to those who didn't, I want you to know that regardless of who you voted for today, I will stand up and fight for you. As hard as I fought to get out of poverty, as hard as I fight now for my family, as hard as I fought in the Marine Corps, I will be fighting for you in Washington, D.C. To my family, my mom, my sisters, my aunts, my cousins, and they're all here. We're a big Latino family. I will always have your back, because you always had my back. And to Sydney, Michael, Isla, who always gave me a reason to fight, I will keep fighting. To my Lima Company Marines, the men I patrol with in Iraq, the men I went to the hardest days of war with and came back to a country that had forgotten us. John, Andy, and Justin, who are here tonight. I love you, brothers. Summer 5, and I'll always have your back. To my campaign team, to all the volunteers and our supporters, to the unions and the community groups who stood in front lines to us the whole time, thank you. So for the veterans out there suffering from PTSD, for the single moms working 2 jobs and raising 3 kids. For the dads who have to miss that bedtime with their kids to work that overnight shift. And for the kid sleeping on the floor tonight in Arizona, dreaming of a better future, this is for you. Gracias, Arizona.
You were just listening in there to Ruben Gallego talking to a crowd of supporters, noting that it would likely not be called tonight just based on the protocols in place in that state, but a very confident, optimistic person there speaking at that rally there in Arizona. I did want to put up just the number of votes, the sizable margin he leads over Kari Lake at this point. Some 7-point lead right now, so no call as of tonight. He admitted that such, but a sizable lead for him this evening. But we do want to get you out to some calls in terms of the race for the White House in some very key battleground states. This one in North Carolina going in favor of Trump as Trump takes the key battleground state of North Carolina, 50% to 48%, just over 100,000 votes as Trump, the AP calling this almost 90% of the votes tallied at this point. Another battleground state not called at this point, but in favor of the former president in a significant way, 51% to 48.3% as well. And we want to put up this, a post from our Fox 5 team. Eric Perry saying, breaking, Donald Trump has an insurmountable lead with a number of votes outstanding. That a quote from the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, during a late night briefing. So some big news, and let's continue on. Let's bring in my colleague right now, Austin Westfall, to discuss what this means moving forward, because this is a big development in terms of the race for this White House. Austin, North Carolina going for the former President Donald Trump, and Raffensperger saying an insurmountable lead for Trump in Georgia. How pivotal is this moment for Trump?
Raffensperger saying that is very important. The AP has not officially called the race yet, so we can't officially call it ourselves here. A live look at the Trump watch party where we've been watching. There's been a lot of smiling faces. We have been keeping an eye on both of these watch parties. Here's how the map is looking now that we're getting some of these pertinent race calls in. This is the first battleground state that's officially been called. That puts Donald Trump away from the presidency. Harris still at 179. Let's take a look. North Carolina, solidly red at this point. We've been saying all night, Trump's easiest path to victory is North Carolina, which he has now. Georgia, which with 90% of the votes in, he has almost a 3-point lead. So, North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania. So, if he gets these 3 states and every other state falls the way we expect it to, that means that former President Trump will become president again. The only time that's ever happened before was Grover Cleveland. He was the 22nd and 24th president of the United States. So, North Carolina getting called. I'm watching Pennsylvania closely now. I'm watching Georgia closely now. Again, 9/10 of all the votes have been counted in Georgia. He's got almost 3 points up. Pennsylvania, just over 3/4 of the vote now tallied. Trump has, and right now we're looking at just about a 3-point lead out of PA as well. So Trump has leads in 2 absolutely crucial states. And I'm not even mentioning the fact that he has leads right now in Wisconsin, 66% of the votes in. Right now, Trump has about a 3-point advantage there. Michigan, fewer of those votes counted. About a third of them are in so far. But Donald Trump right now with a sizable lead over Kamala Harris. That one looking like it's just over a 6-point advantage. We go over to Arizona. It's very possible we don't hear any more results in from them for the rest of the night. They've been stuck at 50%. Nonetheless, that's at a dead tie right now. It's very possible, Andy, the way this is playing out, though, we might not need to worry about Arizona.
Right.
We're going to keep an eye specifically right now on Georgia and PA, now that North Carolina's been called.
Yeah, it's a very good breakdown of all of the come. And, of course, North Carolina, Georgia, insurmountable leads in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan might be too close to call at this point, just based on the margin there. All right, Austin, we're going to check back in with you in just a little bit, but let's give you some Live Now looks inside of some of these watch parties there in West Palm Beach, Florida. You can see the excitement growing, building in that room. They are monitoring this in real time, as we are as well. Also there in Washington, D.C. at the Kamala HQ, the headquarters on the campus of Howard University, her alma mater. We're monitoring it all very, very closely. Also the race for the White House, other props coming up. We're going to have more on some of the down ballot races, some of those measures, amendments in place and what they mean across this country. We'll have that and much more here on Live Now from Fox after this. All right, welcome back in here to our election night coverage on Live Now from Fox. I'm the host, Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. I do want to give you a couple Live Now looks there in Washington, D.C. at the Kamala Harris watch party taking place on the campus of Howard University, and also in West Palm Beach, Florida. You can see just some of the excitement in the eyes of some of these viewers. Just approaching midnight on the East Coast. All right, we're also monitoring the latest inside some of these different polling locations, some of these tabulation centers, including in Gwinnett County in Georgia, as we're hearing from Brad Raffensperger talking about potentially an insurmountable lead for the former President Donald Trump. But they will continue on late into the night there. All right, let's talk more about the race for the White House, but other amendments, proposals on the table in different states. Let's bring in right now my colleague, Christina Evans. Christina, thank you so much for joining us. Break it all down for me. What are we seeing in some of these votes and some of these props around the country?
Absolutely, Andy Mack. So again, right now in the Live Now Social Center, I want to show you what things are looking like from my vantage point. We're keeping up with some of those storylines that you may not see on the regular news. This is some stuff that we're seeing on social media. And when it comes to social media, you have to talk about some of those conversations that pertain to abortion. Let's go ahead and take a look here on the screen. You can see this race call for the Associated Press. Voters in Maryland did accept a ballot measure to enshrine protection for abortion in the state's constitution. Now, this is a big deal because Marylanders did vote to protect reproductive rights. Abortion is already legal there in the state, but by approving the amendment, voters have made it extremely difficult for lawmakers in the future to pass a law that could limit reproductive care without violating the state constitution. Now, we all know that with some of these younger voters, again, with Gen Z and other places, abortion has been a huge measure that they have been following. I want to show you another one that we have here is a post on X from Fox 5 New York. New York voters also passed Proposition 1 in their state. This meant that the amendment is designed to protect abortion rights and other civil liberties that will now be enshrined as well in the state's constitution. This is all according to the Associated Press. Some of this news coming out. The final state that I want to hit on right now when it pertains to abortion, voters in Colorado have also approved a constitutional amendment to enshrine abortion protection there in their state as well. So it's important here for Colorado. This measure did win the necessary 55% of the vote to pass, and it is already a regional hub as well for abortion access in that part of the country because many folks who do end up traveling there if abortion is banned in their state. So again, on social media, we've been seeing reactions to this storyline as folks are finding out if their state will enshrine abortion protection in the Constitution. Happening now, we know, in 3 states, New York, Maryland, and Colorado. But we are continuing to track stories just like this on our social media pages. Make sure you follow us on Live Now Fox. It's on all platforms, including TikTok, where we have been continuing to keep you updated with some of the other storylines that we're following and seeing there online.
All right, thank you so much, Christina. So important for so many people, and we're glad you shined the light on some of these propositions as well. We appreciate your time, doing a great job back there in the social media center.
Absolutely. Thanks, Andy.
All right. Thanks so much. All right, let's continue on and let's give you a wrap up of some of what we're seeing in terms of some of those propositions. The Amendment 79 in Colorado in favor, yes, the right to abortion. So we're following it very, very closely. A significant portion, over 1.3 million voting in favor of that. Also in New York in Proposal 1, talking about equal protection. 3 million people cast the ballot, some 63 to 37 in favor of that. And also the right to abortion in Maryland. Coming back to that question one more time. Question 1 for it is almost 2 million people casting their ballot, a significant margin in terms of this there in Maryland. All right, so we're following the latest here on Live Now from Fox in terms of all of this, the race for the White House and much, much more. I do want to talk about another West Coast state that was recently called for Vice President Kamala Harris. Right here, you can see Oregon going in favor of her. So a blue West Coast, not unusual, not surprising as well, but Harris being called there for Oregon. All right, let's continue on because we're talking about different tabulation centers, different votes being tallied across the country. We're having Live Now looks inside of different locations. This one, I believe, in Harris County, Texas. Let's bring in right now to the conversation for more on it. We want to bring in Chris Mann, the director at the Center for Election Innovation and Research. Chris, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox on this election night. It feels like we're having a pretty smooth election night. What is your focus? What are you seeing around the country in terms of the tabulation, in terms of these votes being counted?
I think we've had a remarkably smooth election day and all the period up to it, with early voting going remarkably well. We haven't really seen any problems, looking very carefully around the country for any potential issues. The only things we've seen are the kinds of things that we expect. We had a polling place open late in Maricopa County, Arizona, because the person who was supposed to unlock the door forgot the key in the morning. We had a few places around the country where they had technology glitches in the morning, and that led to lines, but all of those were quickly resolved. Of course, we have had some extraordinarily unusual events. The bomb threats that the FBI has identified as coming from foreign actors, very likely from Russia, that disrupted voting in Georgia and led to polling place delays. There were similar threats made via social media in other states that were quickly dismissed and didn't interrupt voting. And as we get into the counting, things have gone remarkably smoothly. Probably the most high-profile event happened in Milwaukee, where they had to start over with counting. It was clearly a mistake, but in my opinion, they handled it exactly right. They discovered the mistake and they were transparent about it. They talked to the Republicans, they talked to the Democrats, and they decided to start over so that everybody knew the process worked from beginning to end.
Let's talk about Pennsylvania. So right now, as we look at the electoral map, we're focusing on 2 states that haven't been called on the East Coast right now. We're looking at specifically Georgia, which has, I should say, Chris, 91% of the votes tabulated right now. Trump with just under a 3% lead in that state. Still 9% of the votes to be tallied. But really what I'm curious to ask you about is Pennsylvania. We still got 23% of the votes to be counted in Pennsylvania, and Donald Trump's lead appears to be increasing. How are votes tabulated in Pennsylvania? What's the rules? What's the procedures? And how quickly could they get their process done this morning?
It is going to take them a while. So the key thing to know about Pennsylvania is they are one of the few states that are not allowed to do anything with mail ballots until this morning, until Election Day. So they get those mail ballots. They can't check the voter signature. They can't check that information to make sure it's a valid ballot. They can't take it out of the envelope. They can't even begin the counting process. All of that checking to make sure that the ballot is valid is the longest part. It's the part we want people to be careful about. And so that's why it's going to take a while. They are going to be much better than 2020. There are fewer ballots, and they have made changes. But election officials, Democrats and Republicans all across the state of Pennsylvania, asked the legislature to allow them to start, like almost every other state does, a day or several days before Election Day, before today. And that didn't happen. The legislature didn't make that change. So they're going to be counting all the way through the night. Through tomorrow, possibly into Thursday. Different folks are estimating when they'll be done at different times. But they started way behind everybody, so they're playing catch up. Election officials all over that state are going as fast as they can, but it's going to take them a while.
All right, that is very good to know, and good protocols in place to make sure that all these votes are counted. I do want to go back to what you mentioned about what was happening in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, those 30,000 votes that needed to be counted once more just due to a snafu, as one of the city commissioners talking about it earlier on today. And I do want to ask you just about the transparency, because we did see Senator Ron Johnson come down to that facility as well. How important is that to make sure that people are aware of what's going on? A human error can happen, but they can remedy it very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, election officials spend a lot of time preparing for this, but we're talking about thousands of people, tens of thousands of people running elections, doing the counting. They don't do this all the time. Mistakes are going to happen. When they found that mistake and being totally transparent about it, look, you can't undo a mistake, but mistakes happen in life. We all know that. So that transparency to stop, go back to the beginning, check all the machines, seal everything up, and then start over again so that there aren't any questions about those ballots. Best thing to do.
So, Chris, I got to ask you, misinformation has become a staple somewhat as we've been tracking this election and how the votes are tabulated. What do you want people to know about misinformation, and what do you want people to know about some of the common misconceptions people have about how these votes are tallied?
So the first thing to remember is that the reason it's taking a while is that elections are close, right? States that are not close for presidency or other races that are not close, you all can call that, decision desk can call that very quickly. We can know who's going to win. When it's going to be close, we got to wait longer. But the ballots are actually being counted faster than ever before, using technology to do it accurately. Every state after Election Day, so we keep talking about these results, but these are unofficial results. Before they become official, they will be audited, they will be checked. In every state, they go through a rigorous process before those official results are certified, so that we can trust that those final results are really the results that are out there. You know, in terms of misinformation, what I would say is if somebody's telling you something and it's really what you want to hear, be a little skeptical of it.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant.
Well, that is a good advice for people moving forward. And my question is a little bit of a piggyback of what Austin just asked you as you're talking about disinformation, misinformation moving forward. What are you looking at over the next several days? Because some of these states like Pennsylvania, which could be the common denominator for the race for the White House, will be counting for tonight into tomorrow, potentially over the next several days. What are you looking at over the next several days? What are you focusing on?
The biggest thing that concerns me is actors out there, particularly foreign actors, that may be just trying to rile up anger on both sides and disrupt, you know, how we operate as Americans and our trust in this electoral process in the political process. And so, if something is out there and it's really getting you fired up, that's the most important place to take a step back and ask yourself, is this person just trying to make me angry? Is this social media post or wherever you're hearing it, is this just where something that's trying to wind me up? And that's the most dangerous piece of misinformation over the next couple of days. This process, we knew what was going to happen. We've known for months that this is going to play out. Pennsylvania was going to take a long time. Wisconsin will take a little bit of time, not quite as long as Pennsylvania, probably, maybe a few other states. But be patient and don't fall for those folks who are just trying to rally you up.
In general, Chris, I got to ask you, does it seem like the process is moving quicker this time around compared to 2020? And is that because of all of those mail-in ballots 4 years ago?
It's moving quicker for a number of reasons. One, we're not in the middle of a pandemic, so election workers don't have to social distance and all those other things that got in the way of moving quickly. Election officials learn lesson from every election, so they have gotten better. They've changed their procedures. They got more people, trained them to do things a little quicker, a little faster, all of those things. But yeah, a big factor is that there are fewer mail ballots. They have those extra steps to process them, especially in those places like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, where they don't get the head start of being able to do that before Election Day.
All right, very good. Chris, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. It's glad, I think many people are, that it is going smooth here on Election Day, very critical election. I appreciate your time. We're continuing to follow the latest, but thanks again for joining us here on a busy day.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you so much. All right, let's continue on covering all the latest here on Live Now from Fox on this election day. As we do want to get to more race calls in terms of the race, the push for the White House. Another one out of New Mexico in favor of Vice President Kamala Harris, 52 to 46. The check mark next to her name, those 5 electoral votes going to her. And I also want to talk about Oregon one more time. Harris getting that state as well, 8 electoral votes for her over the former President Donald Trump. All right, we're also monitoring, like we've talked about time and time again, that balance of power in the Senate. We do have a new live pick right up now in Pennsylvania of this in terms of a watch party for Dave McCormick, the Republican in that state. And I do want to put up just this, a post of what's coming up in terms of this race in Pennsylvania over incumbent Bob Casey. It is a very tight margin, but a 2-point lead right now at this point for Dave McCormick. The AP has not called it yet, but it is getting closer to the finish line. 80% of the votes have been counted at this point, 2.7 million to 2.6 million in terms of that. All right, we're following all the latest here on this on Live Now from Fox. Let's line away for another quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox here on this election night. I'm the host, Andy Mack. We appreciate you joining us as we approach midnight on the East Coast as we are getting closer and closer in terms of that call for the White House. I do want to put up just this, another state going into favor of Vice President Kamala Harris, this being Virginia right now. The AP calling this in favor of her, 51% to 47%. As you can see, the electoral amounts on that left side portion of your screen, the 270 needed to win, 230 right now in favor of the former President Donald Trump, 205. It's going to be a very, very close one in terms of this. So we're following that very, very closely. I do want to give you another race call, a call that we've really already seen the speaker for this, the senator out of Texas, Ted Cruz, the AP finally calling this one. It is a sizable margin right now at this point, 54% to 44%, some 5.25 million votes for Ted Cruz in that state. We've already seen him speak to supporters there on the ground in that state. So I just wanted to give you an update on what we're seeing in terms of that state in Texas. But we're following all the latest here on this on Live Now from Fox. Let's continue. Let's bring in my colleague Austin Westfall, because we did see Ted Cruz being called, but Virginia going for Harris, and we're expecting to hear from Dave McCormick potentially in a little bit. We do have a live picture of that. Give me a breakdown of what we're seeing in terms of the Electoral College. What are we looking at right now, Austin?
So let's start off, before we get to the Electoral College, let's start off with the Senate map, because Texas going to Cruz, that is going to matter in the grand scheme of things. As things sit right now, Republicans have 49 out of the 50 seats that they need in order to get a split in the Senate. If they get 50-50, then that means that the vice president would be the tiebreaker. That means if J.D. Vance becomes the vice president, he would give the edge to the Republicans in the Senate. If Tim Walz becomes the vice president, that means the Democrats would become the party in power in the Senate. But right now, there are so many, Andy, so many of these blue seats that are competitive. They only need one more. They only need one more. The Republicans need one more seat to win in order to get to what they need to get to. So, and what we'll say here is Republicans do have 50. So yes, if they win the presidency, what that's going to mean is that they are going to control the Senate. If they get one more, that's going to confirm the fact that they've gotten the Senate. So,
yeah.
Let me cut
you off real quick, because that was a great breakdown. But we do see Colin Allred now at the microphone after Ted Cruz secured that victory. Let's put this up one more time just to give you a sense of what's going on. Ted Cruz taking it over him. Now the concession speech coming from Colin Allred there in Texas. Let's listen in to him and what he has to say here on Live Now from Fox.
It's becoming rarer and rarer.
okay.
I was inspired to run partly because of what I saw on January 6th. What happened when people lie about a free and fair election because they weren't happy with the results. I said then, and I'll say it now, you can't just be a patriot when your side wins. So tonight, we didn't win, but we will continue to be patriots. Isn't that right? I want to thank every single Texan, every single American who got involved in this race, but especially the folks who knocked on doors, who made phone calls, who gave whatever they could to this campaign. You know, I come from a family where we didn't have a lot of money. And so I know what it means when somebody sends in $5 or $10. It's an act of hope, and I appreciate them. And I really especially want to thank all the incredibly brave Texas women who've come forward and told their stories. Amanda Zarowski, Kate Cox, Lauren Miller, Dr. Austin Denard, Taylor Edwards, I could keep going. There are so many brave Texas women who've told their stories. And Allie and I will never forget them, and we will never stop fighting to overturn this abortion ban here in Texas. I carry 3 little rocks with me that my sons picked out on the playground. They represent my 2 kids and my wife, Allie. My boys are little. They're 3 and 5. I haven't seen them as much as I'd like to, and as for someone who grew up not knowing their father, that's a big deal to me. So I want to say a special thank you to my family, to my mother and father-in-law who have done so much child care.
Yes.
To the folks who mean the most to me.
I don't need to, I never do.
I ran for my boys, and I'm gonna keep fighting for my boys' future, and for every Texas kid's future. And I hope y'all will too. There's a quote from Churchill that's been kicking around in my head that I'll probably mess up. But it said that courage is rightly esteemed as the first of human qualities, because as has been said, it's the quality that guarantees all others. You have to have courage. It took courage, and I'm not tooting my own horn here, but it took courage for me to come from a single parent household without a lot of money to the United States Congress. It took courage for these, thank you. It took courage for these Texas women to come forward and talk about the most difficult moment of their lives in front of thousands of people. It took courage for each and every one of you and everyone who got involved in this campaign to, even though we haven't won here in Texas in some time, to believe in this election and to put everything you had into it. And it's going to take courage for whatever comes tomorrow and the day after. This country is worth fighting for. Understand that. This state is worth fighting for. We are a great country. Nobody needs to make us great again. We are great because we are good. And we are good because that's who we are as a people. And so I don't want to see anybody putting their heads down. I want you to put your shoulders back and your head up and walk out of here tall that you participated in an American election. That's what we do. Because in this country, we don't settle our differences in the streets. We don't settle it with violence. We settle it at the ballot box. And if we don't win, then we dust ourselves off and we come back the next time. Okay? I don't know what's going to happen in any of the other races around the country, but I know this. It's going to require patriots like all of you and people all across our state and our country to stay engaged. This 250-year project of ours is one that is very tenuous. Every generation of Americans is responsible for keeping it going for another generation. We are not going to be the ones who drop the baton. And whatever happens in this election, I want you all to remember who we are. Don't ever lose sight of it. Don't ever let anybody tell you that it's not who we are. And I want to thank you again. God bless you. God bless Texas. And may God continue to bless the greatest country in the history of the world, the United States of America. Thank you so much.
All right, you're just listening in there. Colin Allred, slightly dejected, but he says he will continue to fight for the people of Texas there as this going in favor of Senator Ted Cruz, the incumbent, winning that battle, a very hard-fought battle in Texas. Of course, I just want to put this up again here on Live Now from Fox on election night of what has come to the conclusion. Ted Cruz there by 10 points, 84% counted. The AP calling it in favor of him. I do want to take you out to another Senate race in terms of Minnesota as Amy Klobuchar the incumbent there in Minnesota, taking that race, the check mark next to her name over Royce White, nearing 1 million votes in favor of her there in Minnesota as well. So we're following that very, very closely. We're also monitoring several different shots, including in Pennsylvania right now, an election update coming out from there in just a matter of moments. They've had one nearly every hour. Also a live look in Westlake, Ohio, I believe, at Dave McCormick, Pennsylvania, excuse me, Dave McCormick's rally there. So we'll take you out to these in just a little bit. But let's sign away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll be back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live and Now from Fox. Approaching midnight on the East Coast, the ballots will continue to be tabulated across the country. I do want to put up just some of these Live Now looks. One at Howard University, the site of this Kamala Harris watch party. You can see two very different vibes there in Washington, D.C., but also in West Palm Beach, Florida, the site of former President Donald Trump's watch party. So plenty to get to in terms of all of these races. For the White House, we're hearing race calls minute by minute. We're taking you as soon as the AP, the Associated Press, does call those. We'll bring it to you in real time as soon as they happen. We do want to talk about the balance of power, though, right now in terms of the most critical state in this race, that is Pennsylvania. I want to put up this one. Dave McCormick holding a lead over Bob Casey, the incumbent Democrat at this point right now, just under 2 points in favor of Dave McCormick, the Republican right now. Let's bring in Austin Westfall to give us a breakdown, the latest on this balance of power in terms of the upper Congress, upper state of Congress being the Senate. What do you make? What are we learning?
We're learning a lot. And as you just showed on your screen, Andy, we're talking about McCormick being up by roughly 2 points over Bob Casey. Bob Casey, an incumbent in Pennsylvania, 82% of the vote has been tallied. We're also seeing some results in from Montana as well. Tim Sheehy, so far, outpacing with 14% of the vote in so far, a legacy Democrat in Montana, in John Tester. Still a lot of votes to count, but nonetheless, Sheehy has a wide margin, at least in the initial phases of this. So let's pull up our map. Let's look at the balance of power. Right now, this is the important number. Republicans, they've got 50 right now. That's what they needed in order to get half. That means if Trump wins the presidency, J.D. Vance becomes the vice president. That means he's the tiebreaker. That means Republicans would have control of the Senate in that scenario. But as you can see here, there are still lots of these seats up for grabs, and they are in competitive states, and Andy. So we're looking at states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Montana. These are all states where Democrats are facing tough challenges, and as you can see, they're all leaning red right now. So it's looking like it's very, very difficult to imagine a path where the Democrats maintain control of the Senate. I think we have Rich Rubino standing by. He's somebody that I've been speaking to over the weeks. We've been talking about what the most consequential races are in the Senate. We've been discussing how this thing could play out and that it was likely that the Republicans might gain control of the Senate. But I think Rich, and we'll have him on in a moment here, I think...
Before we get to that, Austin, I just want to cut you off a little bit because I believe we're just seeing Amy Klobuchar at the microphone. Of course, she did take that, the incumbent Democrat there. We did see her just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox. As you can see, she might be stepping away from the podium, so we're going to take you out to that in just a second. But Austin, let's get back to your comments because let's bring in Rich Rubino right now because Amy Klobuchar clearly wrapping up that speech. She did earn the title there in that Senate seat, retaining that seat over Roy Swine. Let's bring in Rich Rubino right now, political analyst. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Austin was breaking it down very great about the balance of power, what we're seeing right now. What do we make of the landscape on this election night, Rich?
Couple things. It's very competitive right now, and Republicans seems to be having an advantage. A state like Pennsylvania, I think that the thought process was that Senator Casey probably would eke out another term. He was elected in 2006. He actually defeated incumbent Rick Santorum, and then he was reelected in 2012, reelected in 2018. Now it looks like there's a possibility he may lose that seat. Ohio. That was a state that Sherrod Brown had to run ahead of the national ticket. He had to run ahead of Vice President Harris, and he had to distance himself from the party. In many respects, he tried to hug President on issues like President Trump, that is, and issues like trade. This is a state that the last two elections went 8 points for Donald Trump. This time around, it looks like he was not able to do that, and he apparently lost that race. Montana is an interesting race because Steve Daines is the chairman of the Republican Senatorial Committee, campaign committee, and he is the other senator from Montana, and he's really made this kind of his flagship race, defeating his colleague from Montana, Jon Tester. It's a state that won about 16 points last time for Donald Trump, so he's really somewhat of a survivor, having been elected and reelected there.
And I'd like to remind the audience, why are we talking about this so much? Why is the balance of power in the Senate critical to how powerful a president we're talking about?
Well, in order for the president to get his legislation passed, it has to pass both the House of Representatives and the United States Senate. There are other things presidents can do unilaterally. There are executive agreements he can negotiate with other countries, and he can certainly negotiate with other countries, and he can certainly sign executive orders. But for the most part, he needs the compliance of the House of Representatives and the United States Senate. And at some point in the United States Senate, there might be a movement by Donald Trump to try to get rid of the filibuster if they have all Republicans agreeing on that. The filibuster essentially makes it harder for legislation to get through because you need 60 votes really instead of 50.
Yeah, and let me ask you about that because you mentioned some of the things that could be in place if it is a Republican White House, but also a red House and Senate. How consequential could that be?
Very consequential. It could be very much that they're going to be butting heads. You'll have Speaker of the House, Hakeem Jeffries from New York, center-left Democrat, taking on the Republican Majority Leader. It could be Rick Scott, who was just handily reelected tonight, the senator from Florida, or it could interestingly be John Thune. John Thune was a senator from South Dakota, and in 2004, he was elected against Tom Daschle. Tom Daschle was the incumbent Democrat, and Tom Daschle was at the time the Senate Majority Leader, and part of the message he had was that he could do more for South Dakota as a leader of the United States Senate than a freshman senator. Now we have a scenario where probably the front runner is John Thune, and John Thune himself could become the majority leader of the United States Senate. So one of those two, those are, of course, the case of John Thune, he's very much kind of an establishment Republican. It'll be interesting to see if Donald Trump is elected, how he will deal with Donald Trump. Donald Trump is obviously demonstrably popular with the conservative base and certainly with Republicans in South Dakota, but he really needs to get to use Congress in order to get any legislation passed. And it'll be interesting schism between the establishment Republican Party, Mitch McConnell and John Thune, and kind of the insurrectionist new right, if you will, of Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
We're still awaiting some pertinent race calls in battleground states on the presidential race side. We'll get to that in a moment, Rich, but I just want to ask you in general, if history is any indicator, how long could it take before we know the balance of power in the lower chamber, the House?
It usually takes a long, assuming it's a close race like this, it can take a long time because there are a lot of races that are going to be very close. The state of Maine, for example, they use instant runoff voting or ranked choice voting. So they have one congressional race in the 2nd District of Maine, which would be very competitive. That could take a while for them to count, but there are usually a couple of congressional districts that it can take 2-3 weeks to go until they finally have a winner of that race. If it's going to be very close. I think that obviously the races that are close, they're close for a reason because they're usually in very competitive congressional districts. A lot of those are in upstate New York or in the suburbs of New York City, as well as many of them out in California as well. So my guess is are probably going to be about 10 seats that are probably going to take a while until we actually find out who the winner is going to be, and there's probably going to be 1 or 2 seats. They might not find out till January.
All right, it's going to be a while for that. Some of the states we've heard being called already. Some other ones are going to be taking quite some time. And one that might take quite some time is the Senate race in Pennsylvania. I want to put up this just as we continue to get votes in here. This one in Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick going against Bob Casey, a 3-term incumbent. We've already seen Sherrod Brown potentially lose his battle in Ohio to Bernie Moreno. What do we make of some of these flips? Because some of these guys have been in Congress for quite some time. Dave McCormick right now a 2-point lead. What do we make of this, Rich, in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, and also Montana with John Tester potentially losing? What do we make of some of these flips?
What we're making of it, I think, is that kind of Democrats who are in, and not the case of Pennsylvania, but certainly the case of Ohio and Montana, there's no longer split ticket voting. It used to be that you could elect a president from one party and then a member of the House of Representatives or a senator from the other party. And this is particularly true with Democrats. There's only 5 Democrats right now who represent congressional districts that were won by Donald Trump. And there's a very strong possibility that 4 of those 5 congressional districts at the end of the night could go toward the Republicans. There are just very few people that were so bifurcated that actually split their vote. I think Sherrod Brown, he's certainly won in the past, going back 2006, 2012, 2018, all which were years that were advantageous for the Democrats. 2024 apparently is not advantageous for the Democrats. And it's something that I think will certainly, and I think it certainly has deleterious effects on Sherrod Brown running for re-election. He was a very much a kind of unique Democrat, very much anti-free trade, someone who's very much of a populist. In the case of Pennsylvania, very interested because I thought Senator Casey was going to be the favorite. I thought he probably was going to pull it out. But obviously there was a upswell and there was certainly probably some coattails, if you will, by President Trump. Every time Trump held a rally, just about, he brought Mr. McCormick up on the stage and would present him and say, this is a Senate nominee. We want you to vote for him as well. And it looks like, all things being equal, that's apparently what had happened in the Keystone State.
All right, we're going to get back to you, Rich, in just a little bit. Thank you so much for your time. But let's quickly shift gears and talk about that in Pennsylvania right here on Live Now from Fox. We're seeing stepping up to the podium more election officials, their city commissioners in that state, a key battleground state in Philadelphia. Let's listen in to what they have to say here on Live Now.
We will not stop until we are finished. Thank you.
About turnout?
We still have in-person results coming in, so it's still hard to predict turnout. But what we do know is of the 202,000 mail ballots that we've received, not all of those will count because some of them are unsigned or undated. But we will have another update of mail ballots later this evening, and we're going to continue updating the in-person results as they're coming in.
Do you know what divisions are still outstanding?
Well, again, we will report them as they come in. Like an election night, you have a lot of logistical challenges. You got everybody just receiving all the results. We will post them up on our website. Thank you.
Could you give those numbers once more? It was a little faint back. I apologize.
Do you want to repeat?
Oh, sure. So our mail results, 202,713. The polling place numbers were 437,427. And our posted mail results that we have on the website is 165,000. And again, our website is vote.phila.gov/results. And we will post them on a rolling basis, and we will continue until we stop. So we're done. Thank you.
All right, an update there from officials in Philadelphia talking about this, how they'll post updates in a rolling basis, as this is one of the most critical states. Live picture right now, courtesy of the AP, of what we're continuing to follow. Dave McCormick there up by, as the margin maybe slimmed a little bit by this latest batch, 49.4 to 48.1 in terms of that. The U.S. Senate race there, the incumbent Bob Casey, an uphill battle against Dave McCormick. All right, we're following this very, very closely. I do want to give you some race calls really quickly before we get to an interesting one in Hawaii. This one going in favor of Vice President Kamala Harris, the check mark next to her name for electoral votes as it just closed. Polls just closed on that side. Also, the U.S. Senate there in Hawaii going for Mazie Hirano. So that is in terms of the Senate in Hawaii. Just wanted to bring you that. And we're also following right now in Nebraska. Deb Fischer taking officially the check mark over Dan Osborne, 51.5%. 48.5%. So Deb Fischer, the Republican there. And Austin, I'm going to bring you into the conversation right now because this was a big one. Not a surprising one, but a big one. Can you talk about the meaning behind this?
This was a surprisingly competitive race. The independent in this race did put up a fight. Nonetheless, we are seeing that this seat is going to stay red. Yeah. What that means is that we now have 51 Republicans confirmed to have control of the Senate. 51 means no matter what, it doesn't matter who wins the presidency, it doesn't matter who's vice president, it doesn't matter who is the tiebreaker in the Senate, the Republicans are going to control the upper chamber. There is still a question as to how much control they'll have, how many more seats can they pick up. There's still some battlegrounds. Montana, that's going to be a steep challenge for Jon Tester in Montana. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. I'll just cycle through these really quick here before we bring in Rich Rubino. So as far as the Senate goes in Wisconsin, 78% of the votes have been counted, and we're looking at just over a 2% advantage for Eric Hovde. Talking about Michigan, that's Mike Rogers versus Alyssa Slotkin. Rogers right now has just over a 4-point lead, not even half of the votes tallied yet in Michigan. The final one I'll tease out here is Pennsylvania. As you were just talking about there, Andy, McCormick right now has just over a point lead, 84% of those votes tallied. So the question is no longer which party will gain control of the Senate. The question is how much control will Republicans have?
All right, very good, Austin. Thank you so much. As you just heard, GOP will control the Senate, but we want to take you out to a Senate seat that did go blue today, and that is in California. As we're following this, as Adam Schiff taking this one over Steve Garvey, the famous Dodgers player, Padres player. He is currently at the podium making this concession speech there in the Golden State of California. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
Because you have truly been the wind beneath our wings. And we love you for that. But there's one thing, I see a little blue in the audience tonight. And I assume you're at the wrong party, but I think that you're still celebrating that Dodger World Championship. You know, winning the World Championship for this 24 team was amazing. So proud of the boys, fighting at all times, playing when they're injured and didn't feel well, and then winning in Game 5 at Yankee Stadium. If you can't win at home, winning at Yankee Stadium is the next best thing. And of course, the '81 World Championship, and you remember the great infield of Say and Russell and Lopes and myself and Dusty Baker. And, oh, you're all going, oh, I remember those guys.
All right, Steve Garvey, even though he did have to concede, he was noting the win by the Dodgers, so maybe a little bit of a silver lining for him in terms of that. So we're following that, and just as we said it, Adam Schiff stepping up to the podium as he did take this Senate seat in California, moving chambers from the House to the Senate. Listen in to his victory speech here on Live Now.
And appreciate our different backgrounds and cultures. I've seen it firsthand. From the first day I launched this campaign to the visits I've made to nearly every corner of the Golden State. From meeting with local leaders in the border community of Calexico to seeing the restoration of redwoods north of Willits, I've met the most amazing people all across California. I've listened to your concerns, I've heard your fears, I've shared your hopes, and imagined the future that you want to see for yourselves and for your children. And because of this, every day I woke up energized and hopeful. In Bakersfield, I met with entrepreneurs who turned their passion into successful small businesses that had lifted up their communities. In Salinas, I heard from farm workers who toiled in the fields from sunrise to sundown, rain or shine, to ensure that families across the country had food on their tables. In Oakland, I felt the joy and energy of an early morning service at the Allen Temple Baptist Church. In Merced, I sat down with college students and heard about the careers they were building for themselves. In Lakewood, I saw firsthand the hard and rewarding labor of childcare providers. I witnessed their patience, their kindness, and the love that they bring to their work. Our state has its struggles, like every state, but none are insurmountable because we are the Golden State and we get big things done. And my promise to you is that I'm going to deliver on day one, week one, year one, and keep on delivering for this amazing state. Because together there is no challenge that we cannot overcome. We leave no community behind. We do not stop, we do not rest until all our citizens have a safe place to live, clean water to drink, clean air to breathe, safe neighborhoods to raise their children, good hospitals, clinics, and health care, and the best public schools in the world. In pursuit of this dream for all our people, I will not rest, California. In the Senate, I will be a champion and voice for all Californians, whether you voted for me or not, whether you live in the big city or a small county, whether you grew up here or came to America searching for a better life. We are going to build more affordable housing so that you aren't forced to choose between your rent and putting food on the table. We are going to ensure that our fellow neighbors do not have to sleep on the street. We are going to help hardworking families by lowering costs. We are going to fight tooth and nail to protect abortion access and defend democracy and our freedoms. We are going to bring resources and jobs back to the Golden State to create opportunity for all Californians. We're going to fight on behalf of our dream workers, our farm workers, our immigrant families, so they no longer have to live in the shadows. We are going to protect our planet, fight climate change, and bring good-paying green jobs here to California. It is a big task, I know, but we can do it because we are going to do it together. I am determined to fight every single day on behalf of this great state and its great people. And I am so thankful for your trust and your support. And I can't wait to do this job with you together. I want to thank my incredible wife, Eve, and yes, we are Adam and Eve. My kids, Lexi and Eli. Lexi's boyfriend, Eric, gets a shout out. My brother, Daniel, and his wife, Amy. My brother, David, and his family. My nieces and my nephews. And of course, the one the world revolves around, baby Maya. I could not have done this without your endless love and support, and it's so wonderful to get to celebrate with you tonight. Eve, I don't know where to begin, but this Adam would be lost without this Eve. I love you, and I'm grateful to you for your strength and love. Lexi and Eli, being your dad is my favorite job in the world. I love you, and I am so proud of you. And I also want to acknowledge my mother and father, Cheryl and Ed Schiff. While they're no longer with us, I wouldn't be standing here but for their love and guidance and support. My father lived to be 96. He passed earlier this year. And I so wish he could be here with us tonight. Dad, give Mom a hug and tell her I hope she's still not upset with me for not being a doctor. I also want to thank every volunteer and supporter who made calls, sent texts, knocked on doors, and chipped in a few bucks, because your hard work not only made this Senate race possible, but you are going to deliver the House of Representative majority to Hakeem Jeffries tonight. And I want to thank Nancy Pelosi, the greatest of all time, the most incredible speaker in our history, for her friendship, her mentorship, her leadership. There was no one who stood more in the breach defending our democracy than Nancy Pelosi, and I thank you. We set out to build the largest grassroots campaign in California history, and I think we hit the mark. To my wonderful staff, I thank you. You are all dedicated public servants who've committed countless hours, nights, weekends to this effort, and this victory is also yours. To my wonderful, wonderful constituents in the 30th Congressional District who have supported me for over 25 years, I cannot thank you enough for your confidence and the honor of representing you. I hope that I have served you well and made you proud. And to my new constituents all over the state, whether you voted for me or not, I am committed to being a champion for every Californian in every corner of this wonderful state. California, I thank you for your trust. I am grateful to serve as your U.S. Senator. Now, let's get to work. Thank you, California. Thank you, everyone. God bless this state and country. Thank you so much.
That was just Adam Schiff there alongside his wife, Eve, after securing the Senate seat left by the late Dianne Feinstein. So you can see a happy Adam Schiff there on there, but also talking about how his hope for Hakeem Jeffries to be the majority leader in terms of the House of Representatives. Of course, we're following that, the latest here on Live Now from Fox in terms of that Senate seat. I do want to talk more about another race call we have in terms of Nebraska and what they do it. Another electoral vote going in the tally for Vice President Kamala Harris as she secured the District 2 vote, 84% coming in. So it's 230 to 210 right now, just 20 minutes past the top of the hour, 12:20 a.m. Eastern time. So we're following the latest here on all of this on Live Now from Fox. We're going to get out to more of this in terms of the race for the White House, a live look there in West Palm Beach, Florida. As you can see, some of the excitement, some of the vibes on this hand. The microphone still set up in the very front of this. I don't know how soon we could see any speakers, but also at Howard University on that campus, the alma mater of Vice President Kamala Harris. We'll continue to follow the latest with this race for the White House. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Just past midnight on the East Coast, and we're learning now from the Harris campaign, of course, potentially some uncertainty or turbulence within that Harris campaign, despite what we're seeing on the campus there at Howard University at this watch party. As we're continuing to follow the race for the White House, let's bring in right now to the conversation to learn more about what we're hearing, what we're reporting, what Fox is reporting. Christina Evans. Christina, thank you so much for joining us. Break it all down. What are we hearing, and maybe are there some nervous feelings inside that Harris camp?
Yeah, Andy, I think you'd be right when you say the nervous feelings maybe are going out throughout the Harris camp. Again, well, I want to show you again inside of our social studio here at Live Now. We've been keeping a close eye on all of those storylines that are popping up online, and this is one of them. This memo going out to several Harris campaign members as well. What you're looking at right now is a tweet from Nandita Bose. She's a reporter with Reuters, but this is a screenshot of an email that was sent out. Harris's campaign chair, Jen O'Malley-Dillon, sent this message out and stressing patience and resolve. This was a message that was sent to all campaign staff, and it was also meant for some who are outside of the campaign, who are hopefuls for the Democratic Party, trying to give a sense of hope. She does say in this email that as we've known all along, this is a razor-thin race. So right now, the Democratic Party and the Harris campaign is planning on waiting out the blue wall of states. We know this is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Those are the states that they're calling to be Harris's path to victory. But right now, none of those states have been called as of yet. The only battleground state that's been called is, of course, North Carolina. But those blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, have not been called. And this is what the Harris campaign is now holding out for. Again, making this memo known on social media, as well as sending it out directly to those campaign people who are working for Vice President Kamala Harris, saying at the end of it, Jen O'Malley-Dillon saying, get some sleep. We're looking forward to tomorrow, because they don't anticipate these results until the early morning hours. So, Andy, that's what we're seeing right now on social media as it pertains to Kamala Harris's campaign.
Yeah, if the results continue to go the way they do, I don't know how much sleep those people within the campaign will be able to get. Christina, thank you, though, for that great reporting, as always.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you so much. And let's continue on discussing the latest in that turbulence within potentially that camp as well. I do want to put up this tweet from Jackie Heinrich talking about this here on Live Now from Fox, talking about 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern over Harris's path to victory. It may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow that she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. Don't believe that will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me, quote, I 100% agree. The path is very difficult to victory. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source close to the campaign said, I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Harris may be coming to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. So that's reporting there from Fox's Jackie Heinrich about what we're learning with this race for the White House. Not a lot of called. North Carolina was called for Trump, but Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin yet to be called at this point as well. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Let's bring in my colleague, Austin Westphal, also political analyst, Rich Rubino, to continue this feeling of what we're hearing from inside of the camps. Rich, I want to ask you, how concerning is it, and how real are these feelings of uncertainty within that camp?
I think it's a lot of uncertainty. It's probably a lot of pessimism within the Harris camp. I think that some of these places specifically, they thought that they were going to do a lot better when some of these counties came in. What's basically happening is that Donald Trump is overperforming. There's still a path, certainly, for Vice President Harris to win, but it's becoming a more and more narrow of a path. And I think that my guess is that there will certainly will not have the election called tonight, but it's becoming extremely, there obviously is a lot of pessimism within the Harris camp right now about the results and what they've seen.
I got to ask you about the blue wall, Rich. So as we look at our map here, the blue wall, that's something that everybody's been discussing ad nauseum. Of course, the blue wall states are Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Ever since 1992, these 3 states, they have voted as a unit. Most of the time, they voted blue. In 2016, though, they voted red. Why do these 3 states tend to vote as a unit? Is there any understanding?
Yes, and they're very similar, although Pennsylvania is not a Midwest state. It's more of a northeastern state. Michigan, Wisconsin, of course, are both Midwestern states. But there are a lot of those, what's a very important constituency, and those are white, blue-collar voters. Many of them are traditionally Democrats. Many of them were Reagan Democrats, but they came back to the Democratic Party, voted for Clinton twice, voted for Barack Obama twice, and then they moved over to Donald Trump. And I think part of that is trade agreements like NAFTA, for example, disproportionately had an effect on some of these counties and some of these parts of these states. As a result, there's been a lot of job losses, and whether it's right or wrong, they blamed it on trade agreements. And those trade agreements essentially had bipartisan support. NAFTA, for example, had Bill Clinton signing it with Bob Dole, Newt Gingrich, Bob Michel in the House and Senate, respectively, getting it through. A lot of Republicans were kind of free trade, laissez-faire Republicans. It didn't really go very well. It didn't bode well in these parts of the country. Now that you have Donald Trump, and that Donald Trump has gotten to the left essentially of the vice president of the Democratic Party on trade, talking about tariffs, a lot of traditional Democrats, independents, conservative Democrats went over and they voted for Donald Trump the first time, and you're seeing that again. It's a problem Democrats have. It's something when Bernie Sanders ran in 2016, he also took very similar positions on issues like trade. And the other thing is that the Republicans do not have the traditional kind of anti-labor rhetoric. For example, J.D. Vance is somebody who is opposed to the idea of right to work laws. They've tried to become more and more populist and more friendly to the workers to that respect. And I think that is certainly helping them and boding well in trying to unlock that what really was a hammerlock the Democrats had from 1992 to 2016.
All right, very, very good. I do want to ask you more about Trump and the movement that is behind him. And I want to put up several of these posts here on social media. This one saying there is still no sign of Harris at a rapidly thinning watch party at Howard University, her alma mater. She could be speaking soon to a nearly deserted campus if she does not appear soon. And that is in contrast to what we're seeing now at the Donald Trump party. And I believe we have a post there of him arriving at this Mar-a-Lago post, as you can see from the New York Post, saying Donald Trump arrived at Mar-a-Lago election night party there with some of his supporters as well. And Rich, I do want to ask you about something else that was said in that post, in the reporting from Jackie Heinrich, talking about the fact that his numbers, Trump's numbers, are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. What do we make of that, where Trump is, his numbers are higher than expected in some of the counties there from the Harris campaign and what they're expected? What does that mean?
You know, back in 1982, Tom Bradley, he was the mayor of Los Angeles, and he was running for governor of California. He was African American, and he took polls, and the polls show he would win anywhere from 10 to 15 points. Then people went to the polls, and Tom Bradley ended up losing. And one of the arguments why he lost the race was the so-called Bradley effect, meaning that voters would tell pollsters that they were going to vote for him. And then when they actually got to the polls, they could not vote for an African-American. There are other factors as well. For example, Jerry Brown was running for Senate, and his campaign tended to flounder toward the end, and that had a disproportionate effect on Bradley. What I'm saying here is essentially that there might be voters in the suburbs of places like Philadelphia who tell pollsters, because they don't know who the pollster is, it's perhaps not politically correct to say you supported Trump. This is all speculation here, but they could be telling pollsters that they'll vote for Donald, that they're not going to vote for Donald Trump. But once they go in there, the Australian ballot or the secret ballot, if you will, they land up actually voting for Donald Trump. So that's one scenario. The other scenario is that Donald Trump's effort, they might just have a better get out the vote effort, and they might have just had a better ground game, and perhaps that ground game was kind of underappreciated, and now they're seeing the fruits of their labor.
Let's talk a little bit about Georgia. This is one state, Rich, that we've been focusing in on. And Georgia, it's interesting. Georgia right now has 93% of the votes counted right now. Trump has about a little bit over a 2-point lead over Harris. You've been following races so closely for so long, and you don't work for the Associated Press. That's who's calling these races for us. But when you look at these figures, what do you say about Harris's chances in the Peach State?
It looks very dim. I mean, we don't know, obviously, until we get 100% of turnout. It's obviously very close, but perhaps She did not maximize the votes that she could get in places like Fulton County. It's interesting because her strategy, she actually spent 2 days on the campaign trail just riding through South Georgia, Southwest Georgia, rural parts of Georgia, some of whom were traditionally Republican areas, to try to minimize the damage that they could have in those areas. It looks like it really was for naught. It didn't really have necessarily the effect that they thought it would. They also employed Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton went to many parts of southern Georgia, to traditionally culturally conservative, the types of people similar to those that Bill Clinton won over in 1992 when he actually won the state. He went out and tried to get those. It looks like despite what Barack Obama did, despite what Bill Clinton did, despite what Harris did, and despite what Tim Walz did, they seem to be treading water right now. And if they lose Georgia, they certainly would need to take just about all 3 of those states. But Georgia's a very interesting state, certainly. It has some very Democratic areas right around Atlanta. You have to maximize your turnout, as well as some of the African-American areas toward the southeastern part of the southwestern part of the state. But it's going to be very interesting to see what the final results are going to be in the Peach State.
Yeah, I do want to ask you about that, because we're hearing different reports about Gwinnett County and maybe the delayed votes that they're going to kind of tally up there in that county. Talk about maybe some of the areas around Atlanta, because Gwinnett County around Atlanta, how strong are they for Kamala Harris? How important are some of those kind of areas around there going for Harris, and how critical will these be even if they are delayed?
It's a very interesting state. Right around Atlanta, you have areas like, for example, if you keep driving, you run into places like Marietta and Sandy Springs, which used to be very Republican. Newt Gingrich was actually represented that area for that area. So it was a very conservative congressional district. But when I say conservative, they're more or less fiscally conservative, but they're kind of socially moderate. And Donald Trump is kind of inhospitable to their ideology. So consequently, a lot of them now have a Democratic congresswoman, for example. So it's become more and more Democrat. I think this is what we're seeing around the country. This is part of the Trump effect, right? Trump does very well in rural areas of the country. He maximizes his vote, but he tends to falter in some of the suburban areas where Republicans like Ronald Reagan or George H.W. Bush were able to rack up big margins. They feel kind of alien to Donald Trump's kind of new populist type of an ideology. And those are the areas right around the areas right around very much educated class, places like Marietta, where there's really not much of a Southern accent. Those are the types of places that I think Vice President Harris really thought she could capitalize on.
I got to ask you about Michigan, specifically about Wayne County. We see behind me here 55% of the votes have been tallied in Wayne County. Right now, Harris has 58% of the vote. If we're going back to the Biden election 4 years ago, Biden won that county with 68% of the vote. Why is this particular county important, Rich? I'm sure you know this. This is one of the largest areas of Arab Americans in the country. Can you tell us about how their vote factors into this election? The Israel-Hamas war has been a major talking point of both campaigns.
Yes, very interesting. We saw Donald Trump the last weekend of the campaign actually going to Dearborn, Michigan. Dearborn, Michigan has the largest share of Muslim and Arab American voters per capita. But I think that there has really been a lot in the community have been inflamed. Last time around, Joe Biden won 86% of the Muslim vote. This time around, there was a poll taken by the Center for Islamic American Relations that showed Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate in that community, remember, we're just talking about Muslim Americans, was actually winning a plurality of the vote. It's not that they necessarily liked Jill Stein per se. It's more that they were trying to send a message to Vice President Harris that they wanted there to be an arms embargo, and many of them blamed Joe Biden and Vice President Harris for continuing to send arms to Israel that are used in Gaza. So this really has been a lot of disaffected voters, Muslim voters. Some of them are going to Donald Trump. Some of them will be going to Jill Stein. And some of them are going to certainly stay with Vice President Harris. But Donald Trump has went in there. He racked up some endorsements. Some mayors in that county certainly have endorsed his campaign. But it's really been a problem for the Democrats. It's similar to what Hubert Humphrey had in 1968 in the Vietnam War. He just could not bring out a lot of those anti-Vietnam War protesters to the Democratic side. This time around, Vice President Harris has had the same, very similar problem, trying to tell them that she's a little bit different from Joe Biden, and that she would favor some sort of a ceasefire. But certainly, you can see in the numbers that she's not doing as well as Joe Biden pre-Israel Gaza war.
All right, very good. Rich Rubino, thank you so much for joining us. Don't go anywhere. We're going to continue on covering all of the latest, but we do want to take a little bit of a break because we're monitoring all of these shots. But thanks you again. All right, let's give you some looks at what we're following here on Live Now from Fox of all of these states, of some of these hotly contested battleground states. In Georgia, I want to put up this post here as Donald Trump there at a lead almost over 2 points at this moment, 16 very critical electoral votes. In Pennsylvania, it is even tighter there, 19 electoral votes. Trump, though, in the lead at this point. So we're following the latest with that, as well as a key Senate seat in Pennsylvania up for grabs right now. Dave McCormick does lead that by just 1 percentage point. And we could be hearing from Dave McCormick here in a matter of moments. You can see the crowd somewhat get riled up at this stage there in Pennsylvania. So we'll take you out to this as soon as it happens here on Live Now from Fox. But we're also seeing movement right now in West Palm Beach, Florida, at the watch party for former President Donald Trump. We see someone on the stage. We don't know if they're setting up the microphone, getting everything. The stage is set. Camera phones are out at this point. But we're following the latest here well past midnight now, 40 minutes past the midnight here on Live Now from Fox for this. All right, let's slide away, continue here. Let me put up this before we go to break, just a new post from Jackie Heinrich, new reporting here saying 2 sources tell Jackie Heinrich close to the campaign say Harris will not address the crowd at Howard tonight. Cedric Richmond will come out and give remarks. Harris is expected to speak tomorrow, and you can imagine the crowd there at Howard University disappointed by this. You can see maybe some of them learning this news, hearing some about this, and potentially leaving for the night to see Harris tomorrow. The enthusiasm going off as is past midnight there. So plenty of people still waiting here on this election night. Let's find a way for a quick 2-minute break. We'll get out to more top headlines after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. We're learning that no Kamala Harris tonight at that podium at Howard University. Instead, it will be Cedric Richmond there, the co-chair of the Harris campaign. Let's listen in to what he has to say here on Live Now from Fox on election night.
But you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow
to address not only the HU family, not only to address our supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
All right, a quick speech there from Cedric Richmond, the Harris campaign co-chair, saying Kamala Harris will not come out tonight, encouraging people to return tomorrow to Howard University, her alma mater, to see her. And you can see the crowds filtering out very, very quickly after this, well past midnight, 12:45 on the East Coast, as the crowds are dispersing. A disappointing night not to see the vice president there addressing the crowd as we're still learning the route to 270 in place. We're also monitoring this live picture right now in West Palm Beach, Florida, at Mar-a-Lago, is West Palm Beach, where former President Donald Trump is in attendance. You can see plenty of camera phones out right now. I don't know if anyone will step to the podium here in just a matter of moments, but the mic check is going to be in place. But let's just continue to give you a roundup of what we're learning as some of the battleground states already called, that one being North Carolina, called a check mark next to his name for the former President Donald Trump. We have not heard other checks being placed in yet, but Trump expected to speak to supporters, to the crowd gathered. You can just see the amount of enthusiasm on the ground there at this watch party. Almost 1 o'clock in the morning. He was in Grand Rapids about 24 hours ago exactly at the final campaign stop of this. Of course, he is at the West Palm Beach Convention Center there. Plenty of people in attendance for this just down the road from Mar-a-Lago. So the excitement there is interesting, the contrast of what's going on right now on election night at West Palm Beach to what is going on at Howard University. Just wanted to give you a contrast of what we're looking at right there, right now. All right, let's bring into the conversation one more time Rich Rubino, as we could be here for Trump in just a second, but we did hear there from Cedric Richmond at Howard University. Rich, this is obviously not what they wanted to hear from Howard University. How unusual is it to not hear from one of the presidential candidates on election night, and what did we make of that recent speech?
It's very rare. What the kind of inside baseball going on is, I don't know. I think there's certainly precedent for that. For example, this is an interesting one. But back in 1976, when Gerald Ford lost, he literally lost his voice from all the campaigning, and Betty Ford had to read the concession speech. But I think it's very interesting. They obviously they're probably strategizing behind the scenes. They don't know exactly what they're going to say, but she certainly will come out tomorrow. And I don't think it's going to be settled I don't think this election will be settled for certainly in the near future.
Rich, we've been watching, and you see how happy they are, all of those red caps at this Trump event in Palm Beach, Florida. We still have not gotten official race calls from the Associated Press for Georgia, for Pennsylvania, for Michigan, and for Wisconsin. If I can here, if you'll take me in full, Andy Mack, I want to just tease out how exactly Trump's path could lead him to victory now. So we've been talking all day about how Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania would be his easiest path. Well, on top of that, he's also going to have to get Alaska, which we do expect, as long as everything falls the way that we expect it to. We expect eventually Alaska will be called in the red. Then there's these two little areas in Nebraska, and there's one in Maine as well. Let's just talk about this map, Rich. Ultimately, it's looking like states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. Is it very possible that some of these battleground states won't end up mattering?
Yeah, theoretically, if one candidate can win 5 or 6 of the swing states and the election is pretty much over, I don't think that's going to be the scenario. I think that every battleground state will matter. Just the fact that we only have 7 battleground states is the first time you go back to 1980 when there were only 10 battleground states. That you have such few battleground states. But I just want to say something interestingly. The reason that you're talking about Maine and Nebraska is because they award their electoral votes, unlike the other 48 states, to whoever wins their state. They award 2 electoral votes to the person who wins their state. And then the rest of the electoral votes are spread up to congressional districts. So the one in Nebraska, it's called the Blue Dot District. That's right around Omaha, and that's the college, kind of a college town. So it's the only part of Nebraska that is potentially blue. So that's very contested. And the reason Maine is contested, Maine, right around Portland, that area is very liberal. But if you go to the second congressional district, which starts right around Lewiston and Auburn at the bottom, and goes all the way up to Caribou, very rural district, that tends to be a little bit more red. So that's why those can matter. And there's theoretically a possibility that if one candidate musters just 269 electoral votes, that one electoral vote could put that person over the top. That's why Tim Walz, for example, actually spent 2 days campaigning in Nebraska trying to get that Blue Dot district in the favor of the Democrats.
All right, Rich, and I do want to ask you, because we are expected to hear from the former President Donald Trump here coming up in just a little bit. Of course, I want to put this up here as well, as Trump expected to speak shortly at the campaign watch party in Palm Beach as his YMCA walkout song comes on and Secret Service clears the lobby area here. So we could, in a matter of moments, hear from the former president as well. And I want to ask you just historical context, because Donald Trump has been in this scenario before, and we've seen him speak before some of these check marks have been placed by his name or by other people's names. What are we expecting to hear from him tonight? Could he come out and say that he won the election, even though the AP has yet to call it from him? What could we hear from Donald Trump at this speech?
That is very possible. Back in 2020, he essentially came out and said that he was at the White House at the time, that he believed he was going to win. But there is a very formidable possibility that he could say something like that. My guess is that he will say that we have to wait till the results. I think that because so far they seem to be in his favor, it's in his best interest to try to be cautious and just say something to the effect of "thank you everybody for coming," and then just kind of walk away and then hope that tomorrow he will receive a concession from Vice President Harris. But right now we really don't know. Once again, only one battleground state poll has come in, and there still is a possibility for Vice President Harris. I think that's why she didn't want to come out. She was trying to strategize what's going to happen tomorrow.
So let's just talk about what's the tradition when the race is not called yet. Let's be completely clear about that. The race has not been called by the Associated Press at this hour. But what is the order of operations when it comes to a concession? Does it start with one candidate making a personal phone call to the other?
Yes, that's how it's supposed to work. One candidate makes a phone call, says that they concede, and then the candidate goes out and gives a speech. And usually when he gives a speech, he said, the candidate usually is very nice and says, "I appreciate my opponent. I appreciate the campaign that he ran," something to that effect. That's usually the protocol. I don't know, because we're in such a divided time right now, if Vice President Harris would actually call up and give a concession speech, if Donald Trump would come on and, kind of applaud her. But that's usually kind of what happens. Sometimes if it's a blowout, like in 1984, Walter Mondale conceded very early. There was actually an issue back in 1980 because Jimmy Carter, losing in a landslide, he lost 44 states that year, called up former California Governor Ronald Reagan and conceded early. And Tip O'Neill, the Speaker of the House, blames Jimmy Carter for doing that for about 10 House seats in the West Coast, because what happened was a lot of people that were traditionally Democrats in Oregon, California, and Washington State did not come out and vote because they were depressed, because they believed that their presidential candidate had lost the race. So sometimes, even if you know you're going to lose the race badly, it's the best thing in order for your party. So the candidates that are trying to run on your coattails and are trying to get as many voters to come out, it's better for that sometimes that the candidate concedes as late as possible. 2000, Al Gore conceded to George W. Bush. Then a few hours later, called back and rescinded his endorsement. And George W. Bush said, "Are you saying that you're rescinding my endorsement?" To which Al Gore famously said, "You don't have to get snappy about it."
All right, very good. That's good historical context, and it's interesting to look back at previous election cycles, and see what happened before. And I do want to get to some news here on Live Now from Fox. Fox News is projecting that Trump will win Georgia, but the AP at this point, as we are relying on that, the Associated Press in a significant way has not called these 16 electoral votes yet for Trump 50.9 to 48.4 at this point. So he holds a significant lead, but Fox News reporting that Donald Trump will take the Peach State, the AP not at this point. Let's talk about that.
Looks
though,
like we have
maybe
McCormick coming out.
Oh, it looks like Dave McCormick has come out. Well, good eyes there, Austin. Rich, stick with us. We're going to continue here on Live Now from Fox, a key Senate seat there in Pennsylvania. Let's take us to it now here and hear from him on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, thank you. What a great group of friends. We are so honored to have you all here today. And how about my wife, Dina Powell? So to say that Dina and I are partners in this whole thing, and I wouldn't have done it without her, is an understatement. She is, this is something we decided to do together, something that we felt honored to try to do. It was a mountain to climb, and none of this would have ever happened without Dina. So thank you, Dina. And now I want to just ask the question, who's ready to save America? We got to do it. We've got to do it. And listen, this election night's not quite over, but about 85% of the vote is in. And we've looked at where all the rest of it coming, and it looks like we're headed in a very good direction. And listen, when we started this, Dina and I looked at the country. We feel like we've been blessed by everything America has to offer, two of the luckiest people in the world. But that opportunity, that American dream is slipping away, and we got to get it back for every single Pennsylvanian and every single American. And we need new leadership. We need new leadership in the Senate to make sure that every single kid in Pennsylvania has the opportunity to be all that they can be, regardless of party, race, creed. We need to create opportunity for every single person. We need to create an economy that works for everybody. We need to secure our border. We need to have energy policy that protects the environment but also makes us secure and creates great jobs. The bottom line is we need leadership. We don't have it, and we're going to get it. And so, listen, in the coming days, the election results will be finalized. And when they are, we will look forward to a new agenda, a new America. And we'll look back on this day today and we'll say that was the day that we turned the corner. That was the day that we had new leadership in Pennsylvania. That was the day that we got our country back on track. And, you know, some of you know, I think most of you probably know, I had the opportunity to go to West Point, and my brother went to West Point, and my mom and dad went with us to West Point for 8 years in a row. And they hadn't gone back for 35 years, and we took them back last fall. And with Dina's parents as well, and we walked past the MacArthur statue, and it has a very famous speech etched in granite. And the speech says, duty, honor, country. Those three hallowed words reverently dictate what you ought to be, what you can be, what you will be. They are your rallying point to build courage when courage seems to fail, to regain faith when there seems little cause for faith, and to create hope when hope becomes forlorn. And that makes sense to me because this is a moment where we don't have enough leaders showing courage. This is a moment where Americans are losing faith. This isn't a moment where America is losing hope, but we can turn that page. We can look forward. We can have an America that works for everybody. It starts now. It starts with this election. It starts right here in Pennsylvania. And so from the bottom of our hearts, we have been so honored to campaign across Pennsylvania, 450 visits in every little town and every city. And the people we've met along the way have given us hope. They've given us faith. They've given us courage to want to represent and serve the great people of our Commonwealth. It'll be the honor of our lifetimes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, you can just listen in there. Dave McCormick making these speech to supporters as he leads this Senate race against the incumbent Bob Casey right there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We saw both the Harris and the of course, we saw both the Harris and Trump campaigns in that state yesterday on the final day of campaigning on the eve of the election. So we're still awaiting to hear from the former President Donald Trump there in West Palm Beach, Florida at that convention center. He's expected to make some remarks coming up in just a little bit of time. I do want to put up this here just to give you a sense of what we're looking at that Senate seat, as Dave McCormick does have a lead almost 2 points over the incumbent Bob Casey right now in that state in Pennsylvania. So a very critical swing vote potentially, as the incumbent could be flipped in terms of blue to red right now. So we're following the latest here on this, and we do want to give you another call, and Fox News was reporting it just a little bit ago. We are relying on the Associated Press right here about Georgia, and we are just hearing this call coming in right now at this point, talking about Donald Trump winning Georgia here just about 1 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. As you can see, the check mark next to the name of the former president right now over Kamala Harris, the vice president. So it is now 2:46, closing in ever closer to that 270 mark right now, some 24 away at this point. Kamala Harris 210 right now for this. So let's just continue on. I do want to give you just a contrast of what we saw just a little bit ago there in West Palm Beach, Florida at this convention center, of what's coming up in just a little bit, but also what we heard from Howard University in Washington, D.C. is Cedric Richmond did make remarks to a crowd, telling the crowd there that Kamala Harris would not be making a speech tonight. Let's take you right now back out to this, if you missed it, because it was very brief, a 90-second remarks from him, the co-chair of this Harris campaign. Let's listen into what he had to say just a little bit ago.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
That was a quick remarks there from Cedric Richmond there, the co-chair of the Harris campaign just a little bit ago. We wanted to bring you to those because it was only 90 seconds, a brief remarks saying that Kamala Harris would not be speaking to her supporters tonight there on this election eve. We also are expecting to hear from the former President Donald Trump in West Palm Beach, Florida. You can see the crowd already on their feet awaiting him to take the stage. And this comes as we are learning that Trump AP is calling it in favor, Georgia going for Trump right now. Let's continue on. Let's bring in Rich one more time here on Live Now from Fox before we hear from the former President Donald Trump, could be the next president as well. How critical was Georgia being called for him, and maybe how closer is he to regaining the White House?
Very important state. It's a state that Bill Clinton won in 1992, lost in 1996. Barack Obama was the only president to Barack Obama rather carried it, and Joe Biden certainly carried it in 2020. So it's a very critical state. It's a state that Vice President Harris spent 2 days just simply going around the state, going from event to event. They spent an inordinate amount of time trying to muster the electoral votes of Georgia. I think they viewed it as absolutely critical. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily decisive, but the fact that they've lost North Carolina was the closest state that Donald Trump won last time, and Georgia, which Joe Biden barely won last time by about 11,000 votes. It's obviously is something that it's a good omen for the Trump campaign.
Rich, yeah, ultimately, Rich. Let's kind of play this out for us here. So, We're talking about Trump with 247 electoral votes at this time. That means he needs 23 more. Pennsylvania has 19 electoral votes. Michigan has 15. Wisconsin 10. I've already gone over some of these little districts in Maine and Nebraska. Oh, and it looks like this is the first time I'm seeing that we're starting to see some results out of Nevada. Let's pull this up. 75% of the votes being tallied. Looks like Trump has 51, just about 51% of the vote. Harris with 47.6% of the vote. So it looks like Trump has a 3-point advantage in Nevada with 3/4 of the vote tabulated. Rich, your reaction?
Yes, well, Nevada is a state. It only has 6 electoral votes. It's really the smallest of the showdown states. It's a state that if you go back to last weekend, last Friday, for example, Vice President Harris was in Reno. Donald Trump was in North Las Vegas. The state that you have Clark County, which is 70% of the state, which includes Las Vegas, which tends to be more Democrat, and then you have Reno and Carson City kind of up on the edge, kind of on the northwestern part of the state. And then you have a lot of very rural counties. Sometimes it's very hard to have a ground game because you're talking about very few voters. But if you can really maximize yourself in some of those kind of rural areas for the Republican, it can very much benefit. It can very much benefit the Republican presidential candidate. But I think this certainly does not bode well for President Harris in that she. Obviously, when you're there the weekend before the election and you're in a place like Reno, it's a state that you expect to win, and it's a state that you believe is critical to your political future.
No, that is a very good point, Rich, as we're continuing to follow the latest with all of this. And I do want to put up just the other one because I think Austin talked about it where it was 23, and we were talking about it just a little bit ago as only 24. But this was the one vote, the one electoral vote that he did get out of Nebraska, District 1 there, Donald Trump winning that one, as it's a little bit of an interesting one with Nebraska and Maine as well. And as you're looking at this, the Electoral College, the race to 270, you talk about Pennsylvania being so very, very important. What other states could be you're focusing on over this next day to get him to that 270 mark?
I think it's those blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. They were all states from 1992 through 2016, went for the Democrat every single year, including John Kerry in 2004 when he lost. Donald Trump was able to upend his opponent Hillary Clinton in 2016 in all 3 of those states. It's very hard to see a scenario if he can win. If he can win 2 of those states, I think he's going to be elected as president of the United States. And the polls right now are showing him a couple of points ahead. So it's not impossible for Vice President Harris to win here, but she really needs she really needs almost an inside straight to be victorious here.
Rich, thank you very much for all the the always informative Rich Rubino, one of my favorite people to talk politics with. We appreciate you on this big night.
Thank you. I greatly enjoyed it.
All right. Thank you so much, Rich. We appreciate your time. As always, we'll let you sign off as well as we continue on. But we're going to hear soon enough from the former President Donald Trump coming up here in just a little bit there in West Palm Beach, Florida, of course. Of course, we're following it very closely here on Live Now from Fox. A live picture there inside of this convention hall as well. So he will be soon to take the stage. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll be back after this.
welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we are taking a live look out there in Palm Beach, Florida at the watch party for former President Donald Trump. Here on your screen, a live look as we can see RFK Jr. And we are expecting the former president to make some remarks already the day after Election Day has passed. Thank you all for sticking with us here throughout this day, and it keeps on going. My name is Karel Lahara. So once again, a couple of vantage points that we have here. We also have this one, a close-up look at the podium there, in which we are awaiting for the former president to speak up, make some remarks. Not really sure when that's going to get started at this point, but it's just one of the stories that we continue to follow here. And so while we wait for this to get underway, let's kind of backtrack a little bit and talk about what we have seen throughout these last several hours. So to do that, I would like to bring into the conversation once again my colleague and friend here, Austin Westfall. Austin has been with us all day long today, and man, a lot of stuff to keep track of. Austin.
Karel, good to be with you as we close out our evening here, at least in our West Coast newsroom. Let's pull up the map that we've been staring at all night, and let's just get a gist of where things stand for now. Harris is at 210. Trump is just 23 electoral votes away. 23 electoral votes away from the big prize. Where can he get those 23 electoral votes? Well, there's 19 in Pennsylvania. That, paired with Michigan, will do it. Pennsylvania, paired with Wisconsin, that'll do it. Michigan, paired with Wisconsin, that'll do it as well. Alaska, pink right now. We're finally starting to get some results in from Alaska. Right now, the preliminary results, 15% of the vote in right now. Trump, as expected, has a pretty healthy lead, about a 15-point lead over Harris. 3 electoral votes at stake in Alaska. Let's just zoom in before we bring in our next guest, because I just want to bring you the latest numbers and the latest vote tallies out of the battlegrounds. Wisconsin right now has tabulated 86% of the votes, and right now Trump has roughly a 4-point lead over Harris. Let's look at Michigan. 61% of the votes have been counted, and that's a sizable lead that Trump has in Michigan. Still 39% of the votes to be tallied, but at this point we're talking about Trump having roughly about a 6% vote. He has quite the advantage over Harris in Michigan right now. Pennsylvania, let's pull this up. 90% of the votes counted so far in what's considered the most pivotal swing state. We have 51.2% of the vote going for Donald Trump so far. 90% of the ballots have been counted. So we're talking about roughly a 3.5% advantage for Trump in the Keystone State. We've now been getting results in from states like Nevada. Nevada, it was taking a bit. We didn't get anything from them for quite some time, but now 3/4 of the vote is in. Trump has around a 3-point lead in Harris in Nevada. Arizona, we're not entirely sure if we'll get any more vote tallies in for the rest of the night. Arizona has been stuck at 51% ever since they released their initial batch. All of this is to say, Karel, when we zoom out on this map, we see a whole lot of red, we see a whole lot of pink. What we don't have yet is an official race call from AP. We'll leave it at that for now.
All right, Austin, and I know you've been a trooper here, out for hours. So we're going to have to wait and see, like you said, still kind of waiting for more of these results to be confirmed. And we do have this tracker here on our screen. Right now, 247 and 210 for Harris. It's a countdown to 270. Austin Westfall. We'll check in soon. All right, let's continue on here. Of course, as I do want to bring you once again out to this live picture of a podium there in Palm Beach, Florida. As I said before, we are waiting to see if we're going to hear from former President Donald Trump. Right now, that is kind of the news that's going around here. And we do know that a little earlier today, we were informed that Vice President Kamala Harris was not going to be speaking to all of her supporters that came out to see her at Howard University. That was her alma mater there in Washington, D.C. Now, while we wait for this to get underway, let's continue to talk more about these campaign strategies and more specifically why some of these candidates choose to speak and why some of them don't. So to do that, I'd like to bring into the conversation now Casey Myers. He is a professor of public relations at Virginia Tech. Casey, good to see you. I know it's late over there on the East Coast, but first, initial reactions when you hear that Vice President Harris wouldn't be addressing all those people that came out to see her.
Well, it's no surprise given what we've seen in the polls and what we've seen in the results. And as the map shows, I mean, the path to victory for Trump is multifaceted. And you look at Harris, I mean, she would have to really pull an upset and so many different states that are leaning Republican and win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And if she loses one of those, I mean, her path to victory is very limited, right? So one of the things that I think that we're seeing is that she knows these numbers. She may have even more numbers than what we have access to that are demonstrating to her that maybe victory is not in sight. And so it is not atypical for someone to just not address the supporters that night, but then wait for the next day. And we saw that in 2016.
All right, so Casey, and also we have been previewing, of course, this shot that I continue to show here. Former President Donald Trump going to speak here. It seems a little bit like deja vu. We saw something similar back in 2016. We didn't hear from Hillary Clinton right after those election results were first coming in, but we did hear from the former president. So what can we expect from that appearance tonight?
Well, I think the big question about that appearance is going to be, what does he say to the supporters? I mean, obviously, it's going to be the things about, thanking them for their support. But is he going to declare victory? Is he going to say that victory's in sight? Or we're still waiting to kind of see what the final vote tally is going to be? In all likelihood, the final every vote counted and accounted for is going to happen not tonight. It's going to happen days from now. And so are we waiting on that? Or is he going to say, looks like that we're headed to a victory now, and it does appear that he is. The question I think now is what is each state? How is it going to come down? What is that margin going to be? There's also going to be this question about the popular vote, and we don't know what that is yet. Could there be a Trump winning the popular vote? That's something that's been a kind of a recent development as of tonight. A few days ago, we were looking at polls and other outcomes that kind of didn't account for that. So what I'm looking for from him is to see what he says about his own victory and see what he says about, the states that he is ahead in.
Just want to remind our viewers that we continue on with this, a live look there in Palm Beach County as we await for former President Trump. And here joining us still is Casey Myers, Virginia Tech public relations professor. So Casey, continuing on with this point, because, it really is a question of when, I feel, at this moment, the former president is going to come out here. What kind of, what's the thinking behind this, especially when we see that so many of these people come out? I know that you discussed a little bit about wondering what they're going to say exactly, but how much does it really mean to a campaign, especially because we don't know exactly who is going to be the next president? I mean, is this more positive, more negative? What's that strategy?
Well, I would say that there's obviously the signal is positive because he's addressing his supporters tonight. There seems to be from that shot a lot of enthusiasm in the audience. And so I would see that as a net positive. And obviously Harris not addressing her supporters and them going home is a negative. But again, one of the questions that we have right now is he waiting to hear some of these final tallies? It is all likelihood Alaska would go Republican, is traditionally Republican. It looks like from the polls that Pennsylvania is Republican. It was just not been called by anybody yet. Michigan and Wisconsin, and Nevada are still states that we don't know yet either, but are leaning Republican. So again, is he waiting for something in terms of an account to come back to the to his headquarters, and then also what is he going to say to the supporters in terms of his victory? Is this kind of the traditional victory speech? If you remember back in 2016 when he addressed the supporters, it was a victory speech, and again, that's typical of elections, but on the winning side to address the supporters that evening, and with the person that loses the election addressing their supporters maybe that evening or maybe the day after, or as information comes in. But again, in these kind of close elections, you have long election nights. And again, the fact that they're sticking around is a sign that I think that they are pretty optimistic about the outcome.
Right. And I think I want to go back to this point that I had made that back in 2016, we did see something similar with Trump addressing his supporters before Hillary Clinton did. Of course, he did win during that election. What does that say about each of these candidates? Is this something that's distinct to perhaps the Republican versus the Democratic Party? Or are we just talking specific on personalities here?
I think it's the personality of the candidates, but I also think it's the reality of momentum, right? So Trump clearly has the momentum going into this evening, particularly now. I think there's a lot of excitement around some of the numbers that have come back, and the statistical possibility of a Harris victory, I mean, is diminished tremendously by how you're seeing Trump outperform in some of these areas in Pennsylvania, and particularly doing better than he did in some areas than he did in 2016 even. And then you also see a Harris underperformance some of the areas that she needs to win. What she had to do was to recreate the Biden coalition in 2020 and get that coalition out, and then also hope that a lot of the kind of disaffected Trump voters didn't show up, didn't support him. Some of the undecideds leaned toward her and not toward him. And that didn't really materialize tonight in states like Georgia and North Carolina, which they saw as potential pickup states. Again, the other thing that's is very telling about this election in terms of some of the results is that we're seeing many of the kind of urban cities that have traditionally been very Democratic. They're still Democratic, but it's about that margin. Trump's margins are a little bit better than they were in 2020, and in the swing state, that makes a lot of difference. And so again, I think that everybody's kind of reading into that data, looking at the statistical probabilities, looking at what is the percent chance of being able to win, and how many votes you need left with all of the votes that have come in states like Pennsylvania. And they're doing the math too, and they know that in all likelihood you're looking at a victory. So again, I think both sides are doing that calculation, and as traditionally, the victor is going to address his or her constituency groups and supporters that evening of the election.
Casey, hindsight is 2020, and I just had to put up this live picture that we have there because you can see the crowd kind of going wild, dancing around. There's a lot of optimism, a lot of momentum there in Florida, even though we're way past midnight at this point. But I want to bring us back to just last night, actually, because we did have some dueling campaign rallies. At the same time, we heard a speech from Vice President Harris in Philadelphia, her final one before Election Day. And then we heard from former President Trump in Grand Rapids, Michigan. To just kind of compare and contrast both of those speeches, I think Harris spoke for about maybe 20 minutes or so. Trump went for almost 2 hours. Do you think that that was really appealing to those supporters, and based on what we've seen today with these elections?
I think Trump's supporters are very loyal, and I think that his base clearly has an affection for him, and that's the kind of speech they want to hear, and they're very receptive to that message. I think Trump really did in the last days of the campaign seize upon a lot of issues. I mean, he took a negative, which was the comedian's joke about garbage, and then used Biden's comment to then reverse that negative momentum for something for himself. And so again, that's really kind of the momentum going into the end of the campaign. Some of the things that he was doing, I mean, we think about, and there will be a lot of kind of after the fact analysis of what went on into this election and what made him win in some of these states that were really kind of toss-up states. But I think a lot of it has to do with just consistency of message, staying on message, having events, having rallies. It's an unconventional way of campaigning. It's not the traditional going door to door and canvassing. It's also not a campaign that outraised its opponent. So that's been a kind of a narrative that we've seen in a lot of elections where, the person that raises the most money wins. Harris had a campaign fundraising advantage on Trump. So again, I think that it kind of the momentum going into the end, and there were some people kind of reading those signs, and it was not polling, it was just sort of gut instinct saying, there's some momentum here. There's something going on that we think that this may end in a Trump victory. And so I think that that's really one of those things that polls may not capture very well. It's just enthusiasm and just sort of the momentum of the campaign. And we saw that with Trump. And Harris had some of that as well with celebrity endorsements and some of her supporters coming out for her rallies as well. But again, it just seemed like Trump had that edge in that area. So I would say that this is something that maybe a lot of his supporters were anticipating. I think they were cautious about it, though, just given the fact that they had lost in 2020 and given the fact
that, some of these polls were just such razor thin margins.
So speaking on the fact that so many analysts are going to be looking at this, again, kind of backtracking a little bit here when we compare Trump and Harris and getting to this pivotal moment, now in the election cycle where we're seeing this, tight margins, but at the same time, like you were mentioning, how Harris, she did have all of that optimism right at the beginning. And now it's kind of materialized to this point where it's looking like, the former president is really ahead in many of these states, kind of garnering all of that. When we think about the messaging that both of them had, what are some of the comparisons that you can draw on that perhaps, Trump or Harris even maybe were stronger at?
All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. My name is Corel Lahara, and we are continuing with our election night coverage, giving you a live vantage point right now out of Palm Beach in Florida. We're still waiting to see when former President Donald Trump will step up to this podium. We do have also this, another vantage point there. And I do want to continue on with some more breaking news that we're getting in at this moment as we continue to track all of these races in the states that are being called. I want to bring this one up next year. Take a look at this. So AP has not called it just yet. Fox News is reporting, though, that former President Donald Trump did win Pennsylvania. Now, that's one of the states that we are really watching out for here. If anything, it's the one that we have been monitoring all day today, because Harris's clear path to victory would have been to win Pennsylvania. And then I want to bring up this as well as we talk about New Hampshire, some more of these states that we continue to track here. The AP has called this one, however, Vice President Kamala Harris winning New Hampshire there, 51% to 48. To continue this conversation, I'd like to bring in to the program now, obviously, someone who has been with us all day today, my colleague here, Austin Westfall. Austin, fill us in. What are we tracking?
Let's take a look at the map. Let's pull it up. So we're looking at 214 for Harris at this point. Trump still at 247. Now, the Associated Press has not called Pennsylvania yet. That's where we're going to be getting our figures from. The Associated Press has not been able to call it yet. We have heard from Fox News that they've called that race. As soon as we hear any major updates from the Associated Press, we'll bring those to you as soon as it comes through. But for now, here's what we're working with. We have Alaska in play. We've got Pennsylvania in play, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Trump at 247. That means that he's going to need 23 electoral votes in order to claim the top prize. Where can he get those 23 from? Well, 19 of them can come from Pennsylvania. He can add 15 with Michigan. He can add 10 with Wisconsin. Any combination of these two will give Trump the presidency. Also, something that can give Trump the presidency is Pennsylvania. This one little district in Maine that's worth one vote, so 19 plus 1 plus 3 in Alaska. That would give us the math in order to give Trump a victory there. So when we play this out, let's go around, because it is fascinating to see how these battleground states have played out over the night. We're now at 88% in Wisconsin. Trump is up by over 4 points in Wisconsin. This was something, if you were following the polls as closely as so many of us were in the lead up to this election, true toss-up was expected in Wisconsin. 4 points is how much Trump is up by right now. And again, that's with 88% of the vote being tabulated. Let's go to Michigan now. Michigan, a little bit fewer of the votes counted, 64% of them counted so far. But what we're seeing here is about a 6.5% advantage in Trump's favor in Michigan. These are pretty big numbers for Trump to overcome. We're watching very closely, Corel, all of these blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We're up to 93% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania at this point. Trump is up by 3 points on the nose. Ever since 1992, the blue wall, they have voted as a unit. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, they usually vote blue. In 2016, all three of them flipped red right here on 2024. Right now, they're all leaning red. It's very possible that they could all vote as a unit again today. That's something that we're going to have to wait for the Associated Press to call. In the meantime, there are two other battlegrounds of note. Arizona, as we've been mentioning, still stuck at 51%. We're not entirely sure if we'll get more votes from them throughout the night. The last one I'll bring you, Nevada. 3/4 of the votes tabulated so far. Trump has a healthy lead in that race. Roughly, it looks like 3.5 points that Trump is up. So, Corel, there is not a battleground on this map that former President Trump is not either winning or leaning winning right now. We've already called Georgia and North Carolina in Trump's favor, according to the AP. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, still not called, but we will, of course, be watching Pennsylvania very closely.
I mean, Austin, I'm looking at this map behind you, and it is all red, my friend. It's quite surprising, but I guess no shortage of surprises during this election cycle. And let's continue this conversation now. I'd like to bring into the program Richard Gordon. He is a political analyst. Now, Richard, when you're looking at this breakdown that we're giving you here, the fact that Fox News has already projected that Trump would take Pennsylvania, even though Harris did take New Hampshire, I mean, what are you thinking at this moment?
Well, first of all, good morning, and it's good to see you. I have to say, I think like most people, I'm in a bit of a state of shock. I think that no one really saw this coming. I think it's a very surprising outcome. Once again, I think we have to say to ourselves, what are the polls really doing? What are they really saying? Because they have historically been incapable of polling Donald Trump. This has happened time and time again. He always overperforms. I mean, the one thing we can say is that if you look at Donald Trump's poll numbers and you add 3, you come to just about what he's going to get. And if you look at where he was in the polls as of this morning, well, as of Election Day morning, and you add +3, it's almost exactly where he is. So it's a pretty surprising event. In that I think, once again, the pollsters and the prognosticators, they all seem to have missed it.
Was there anything that we learned from 2016 about why the polls have such a tough time tracking exactly how Trump voters think?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I think 2016 was very different than this year. I think in 2016, people just out and out lied. I think people did not want to fess up to the fact that they're voting for Donald Trump. I think back at the time, people were either embarrassed or whatever it was. They didn't want to admit that they were voting for Donald Trump, and so they weren't truthful. I think what you're seeing tonight, and this is going to I think this is going to take some time for pollsters and professionals in the business to figure out, is how did they miss this? I don't think you had the same issue that you had in 2016. I think they missed a lot of young people. I think they missed a lot of blacks. I think they missed a lot of Hispanics. I think there were great issues with the polling this time that they didn't count. They severely undercounted Donald Trump, and they severely undercounted him in certain constituencies, which are clearly coming home to him, that were unexpected.
You know, Austin, I can't remember who we spoke to earlier today because we've been doing this for so many hours now, but we had another political analyst come on and say something to the point of, the polling these days is just not effective. So, people track them for months here to try to give us a prediction, but it just, like you said now, it just doesn't come to fruition no matter what they do. So what needs to happen? How does this cycle even compare to the ones in the past?
Well, I think the polling community, the public service survey community is going to have to really figure out what's going on. I mean, in all fairness, things have changed radically as far as the technology goes. I mean, there used to be a time that they only polled people who had landline telephones. They used to poll people based on economics, people who had certain magazine subscriptions, and they were off. And polling changes as history changes, as technology changes. People now are almost all cell phones, almost all using computers. It's a very different way to reach the public. And I think the polling community is going to have to figure out a way to do it, or it's just not going to get used anymore. You're not going to report it anymore because it has no relevance if it's not true. And if you look across the board tonight, not just in the presidential, but in other ways, there have been major changes that they just didn't pick up.
So, Richard, question about the blue wall. We've talked so much about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I've said multiple times tonight that ever since 1992, these 3 states have voted together. In 2016, they voted red. Every other time since 1992, they have voted blue. Why is it that these 3 states tend to vote together?
Well, it's interesting. It makes sense they vote together. We've created states sort of somewhat arbitrarily, somewhat historically, but the people are the same. The issues are the same. The issues of someone in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania are very, very similar. People voted tonight for their pocketbooks. People are really, really fed up with the high cost of things. And that's really what you're seeing out there. And the people in Wisconsin and the people in Pennsylvania are very similar in how they look at these things. So it makes sense they vote together. I mean, if we didn't have these arbitrary state boundaries, there'd be one huge state and, we wouldn't be so surprised. Look, the cities are going to vote a certain way, and we're seeing that tonight. Now, the cities are way under where they were for President Biden 4 years ago. The urban centers are not voting for Harris the same way they voted for Biden. So we're seeing that, but generally the states are very similar. People aren't all that different. You might live in one state or another, but the economies of the three states are very similar. It makes a lot of sense that they would vote the same way.
Rich, it's so funny. When I was listening to the answer that you were giving me about the polling, I think it was you this morning that asked a question about polling and why it hasn't been so effective. That just shows how long we've been doing this and how long you've been on here with us, kind of breaking this all down. And to that point, reflecting back on the last few hours and everything that we have seen thus far, what has been maybe the most surprising turn of events for you?
Well, by far, we're talking about a landslide. I mean, we're not talking about this is not what we thought was going to happen. I mean, if you define landslide by the Earth moving, I mean, the Earth moved tonight. The Earth shook on its axis. Donald Trump is going to be president of the United States. The United States Senate is going to be in Republican hands. Probably the House of Representatives is going to be in Republican hands. The Republicans are going to control the presidency, the Senate, the House, and the courts. This is going to be a very, very unusual time in America as far as Donald Trump is going to get a lot of the things he wants done accomplished. He's going to have the ability to do that by controlling virtually all levers of government. This is a stunning event. No one saw this coming. I mean, most people thought Harris was going to win. Most people thought the Senate would switch, but the House wouldn't. It looks like it's all about to go. I mean, you really have to sit back and go, somewhat in admiration. I mean, Donald Trump was able to do something that no one's been able to do. And it's a little bit stunning. I mean, I think there's no other word for it. I think if people of either party are going to be honest about what happened today, it's stunning. He was able to put together a coalition of people and talk about issues that really mattered to people. And it didn't just win for him. He's carrying the Senate. Look, if things go the way they are at the moment, a lot of senior Democratic senators are going to go. Ohio's been called to the Republican. The Democrats are behind in Wisconsin. They're behind in Montana. And it looks like they're behind in Michigan. So there may be 5 flip seats tonight. This is, you're talking, this is 1980. This is 1994. This doesn't happen all that often. This is a big turn of events tonight. This will change American history.
Okay, so Richard, what I'm going to show behind me here right now is our House map. We haven't been checking in on this too often, but I heard you say that it's looking like it might flip or that it might stay Republican, I should say. 2 questions. Why is it seeming to you, what are you seeing out there that's indicating that it looks like that the Republicans will maintain control in the lower chamber? And then on top of that, if you can expand, what exactly does it mean when both the House and the Senate are controlled by Republicans and then potentially the White House? What does that mean for the power of the presidency?
Sure. Let's start with the House. So the thing about the House is, I'm looking at the same type of numbers you're probably looking at it as well. It would be so, and we're not going to know the official numbers on the House for days, right? That's going to take days to come in, and this could be very close. It would be so unusual for the Republicans or whoever it is to sweep the way they are. Look, Donald Trump is going to win, probably going to win the popular vote. That is unheard of. This is a guy who never gets to over 46% of the vote. It looks like he is going to win the popular vote. So if you're going to win at the top of the ticket, if you're going to be at the top of the ticket running for president and you win like this and you're winning at the Senate level at unprecedented amounts, it is likely, it is very, very, very likely that you're going to win the House as well. Now, talking about power, you know, when you have split government, one house holds up the other. Look what the Senate did this year. Look what the House did on the immigration bill, for example. You know, the President Biden put forward a comprehensive immigration bill. The Senate wanted it. Conservatives in the Senate wanted it. They couldn't get it through the House. Well, you're not going to have that anymore. Now, the president is going to propose something. He's got both the House and the Senate. They're going to go with him, and they're going to vote the way they want him to vote. Donald Trump has the opportunity to be one of the most effective presidents, you know, in many, many, many years, because they're going to approve virtually anything he gives them. And that is going to change an awful lot of things. And let's just make one comment about the courts. You know, he has put 3 people on the United States Supreme Court. We don't know how many more people are going to come up in the next 4 years. This is not about tonight or the next 4 years. This is fundamentally changing American government. And the reason I say that is, you know, when you get a 6-year Senate term, these people could be in office a very long time. The Democrats have dug themselves a massive hole that is going to take quite some time to dig out of.
Richard, I do apologize. I want to interrupt, though, because Fox News is now actually projecting that Donald Trump has won the presidency and he will be the 47th president of the United States. Now, that's after they projected that he won Pennsylvania, and they're projecting that he's going to take Wisconsin as well. The Associated Press has not confirmed that as of yet, but I did want to break in and just let our viewers know, you as well, in Austin, because we have been at this all day today. So this is really stunning news here. I'd like to hear thoughts from both of you. Austin, of course, because you've been here for hours on end, and Richard, you as well.
Well, you know, and I think these images are telling from the Trump campaign party. We're starting to see the celebrations. We're starting to see the typical behavior we see whenever a candidate wins the big one. And as we've said, Fox News has called this thing in favor of former President Trump. The reason why we here at Live Now have not been able to confirm it ourselves is because we're working with numbers from the Associated Press. So far, the AP has Trump at 247. The AP not comfortable enough to call Pennsylvania, 1 district in Maine, and 1 in Alaska. There's also something to be said about Wisconsin and Michigan as well. Trump does have leads in all of these states. It's possible that as the night goes on, we will hear some news from the Associated Press. But for now, that's why one outlet is saying one thing, and that's why we're not quite able to report that same news just yet. The Associated Press not giving us the call in Pennsylvania. That's why, Carell.
But Richard, this really speaks to your point when you're saying this is a landslide and truly a historic moment when we've seen what Donald Trump has been able to accomplish in this election cycle, not being able to beat out Biden in 2020, but yet now in 2024, Fox News projecting him to be the next president.
Well, yes, and look, Austin, I think it's a wise thing for people to take their time and before they make these calls, and you have to be confident in the call. I've never seen the advantage of being first. I think the advantage is being right, and so I think we could all see the writing on the wall. I think we all know where this is going. We know Donald Trump is going to be the next president. But, you know, we will wait to see a little more counting before people are certain on that. Look, he has done something amazing, nothing short of amazing. And it's going to take us a couple days to really look into it. But, you know, the number of Black voters who have voted for him in so many different places, the huge number of Hispanic voters who have voted for him is historic. And he deserves credit for that, obviously. But, you know, when you look at this, you know, the Democratic Party has really ridden 2 issues all this time. The abortion issue, which, if you look at it, has failed as a referendum in a number of states tonight, which was, I think, everyone would say, extremely surprising. So they've written the abortion issue, and they've written the anti-Donald Trump issue. Well, when people are not satisfied with their lives, when people aren't happy with their ability to afford the things they like to afford, to do the things they want to do, to have the future they want to have, those are the most important issues for people. And that is what they try. And by the way, I see my classmate Robert Kennedy on the floor there. Anyway, when people are trying to live their lives and further their lives, that's how they're going to vote. And the Democratic Party is going to have a reckoning of who they are and what they are, because clearly the Democratic Party that I grew up with, that I think most of us have grown up, just doesn't exist anymore. I mean, Labor we'll look at the numbers, but Labor gave Trump a lot of votes. A lot of the people we thought were going to vote for Harris just didn't turn up tonight. And the voting numbers are high. So it's not that she didn't get a lot of the vote, she just got a lot less than she needed. And if you look at this thing county by county, she is running behind Joe Biden. Virtually, I can't even think of a place she's running ahead of Joe Biden. She was running behind him almost everywhere. And, I realized pretty early in the evening when I saw North Carolina, when I started seeing that the governor-elect, Josh Stein, was running way ahead of her, and that, people were splitting their votes. That people were splitting their votes, and people were voting Republican for president and Democratic in some places down ballot. It made me realize if they're doing that in North Carolina, there's a good possibility they're going to do that in the blue wall states also. So I think the writing has been on the wall for many, many, many hours, actually.
All right, Richard, I want you to stick with us here. I do want to bring up another point here, though, as we are getting some more races that are being called. I'm going to put up a graphic on the screen. A Maine District 2, Trump winning that 54% to Harris's 44%. And then piggybacking off of that last breaking news that we did bring just moments ago here, I do want to put up a tweet from Fox News correspondent Chad Pergram. Fox projects that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States. He is the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland. So bringing back now Richard Gordon, political analyst, and also my colleague here, Austin Westfall. Austin, I know you had a point you wanted to make to Richard.
Well, and also just bouncing off of what Chad was saying there, Grover Cleveland was the 22nd and the 24th president of the United States. It's been quite some time since we've seen a dynamic like this happen. Let's go to the map, because we did just get a race call and we did see the numbers get updated just slightly. Trump has 248 now. That means that he's 22 electoral votes away from the White House, at least from the Associated Press's figures. Where are those votes going to come from eventually? Well, if he gets Pennsylvania and if he gets Alaska, that's a done deal right there. Pennsylvania, let's check in. Let's just see where they're at. 94 now, 94% of the votes counted. Trump has a healthy lead, 3 percentage points, with 94% of the vote tallied. When we go to Alaska, 26. This has been crawling very slowly. 26% of the vote has been tallied in Alaska. But as you can see, Trump is absolutely taking this one. We're talking about a margin of just under 20% that Trump is winning by. So if Trump gets Alaska, if the race gets called in Alaska, and if it gets called in Pennsylvania, that is officially going to give the Associated Press the opportunity to call this one in favor of Trump. So that brings me to my question, and it's about a question. What questions do the Democrats now have to face? How do they move forward after a loss like this?
Well, I think you go back to square one. I think you start asking yourself, who do we represent and who are we trying to speak to? And how do our policies and our programs speak to those people? Look, I think the Democratic Party has had a serious problem for a number of years in really talking to coastal elites, talking to people in New York and California, and having a party that doesn't understand the needs of everyday people. And it's shocking for a party that has been built to deal with those issues and historically has been that political party, the party of the working people. And it is they need to start saying to themselves, what are we about? And look, a lot of people are upset about some of the issues that Democrats decide to talk about. And, the Republicans have really done a job of making the Democrats look ridiculous on some of these issues. And, the Democratic Party has, because of the way they view inclusiveness, for example, has picked issues that affect very few people. I mean, a lot of people care about it, but it affects a few people. And, this whole wokeness issue is something that bothers a lot of people out there. And I think the Democratic Party, really, if I were they, I would take a few people, I would go to a retreat someplace and I would take out a piece of paper and say, okay, where are we going? We need a new start. We need to figure out who we are and in a way reintroduce ourselves to the American people, because this is not working. And, President Biden did a lot of great things as president, saved the country when it was flat on its back after the pandemic. But in doing so, he put like $1.9 trillion into the economy to save it, which caused inflation. Well, a lot of people don't see the first part of that story. They see the second part of their story, which is higher prices. The Democratic Party has got to figure out how to appeal to average Americans. It's great that they appeal to these wealthy, highly educated people. I mean, that's wonderful as well. But what about appealing to the working person? And that used to be the Democratic Party. If they're going to win again, they have to be that again, and they have to find a way to get back there. And frankly, I watched this election extremely closely. I think the vice president did a good job on a few issues, talking about money for new people who are going to buy their first home, talking about small business, talking about other things. But I think it's a little too late. And I think the Democratic Party has to really search its soul. Now, everyone is going to comment, well, if they went to the left, this would have worked. If they went to the center, this would have worked. The party has to figure this one out. And I think it's going to take time. And, the one thing historically, if we look at this thing, 2 years from now, in a way, will be the 6th year of Donald Trump's administration, right? And midterms of presidents in their second term are usually really bad. They lose a lot of seats. That is a hope the Democratic Party has. But let's hope the country does well. Let's hope the country doesn't do badly, and that's why the Democrats win. But the Democrats need a message. And I think they're in desperate search of what that message is going to be.
A reminder to our viewers that here we are taking a live look out there in Palm Beach, Florida for the watch party, in which we are still waiting to see if and when former President Donald Trump, who could be the next president, is going to speak to his supporters. Here we have hit the top of a new hour. My name is Corral Lahara. Here joining me is my colleague Austin Westfall and political analyst Richard Gordon. Austin, I know that you had another follow-up question for Richard.
Richard, what are you going to be watching for in Trump's speech tonight?
Well, I'll tell you what I'd like to see. I don't know what he's going to see, but I'll tell you what I'd like to see. I would like to see him put away the anger, put away the hurt, put away the victimization that has characterized him as a candidate and as a person for all these years. I would like to see him give a speech where he reaches out to all the American people and starts building the country back again, uniting the country. And, if you listen to the first 15, 20 minutes of his acceptance speech at the Republican convention, that's where he was. And then it devolved into something else with the name calling it and whatnot. I would love to see him just put that away and try to find a way to bring the country back together again. Look, half the country, roughly half the country voted for him, roughly half the country voted against him. But we are one country, and we need to go forward, and we need to go forward together, and we need to get rid of this anger and bitterness and name calling and belittling each other. I spoke to someone today who was yelled at in a supermarket for wearing a T-shirt, with a campaign slogan on it. Enough of this. Enough of this. And both sides need to start talking together. We are one country. Let's move forward together. I am very hopeful that the president-elect is able to do that. I mean, the guy you just showed on your TV with the garbage, thing, it's not funny. I mean, this stuff just isn't funny. This isn't a game show. This isn't reality TV. We didn't just kick someone off the island. This is America. This is real. And Donald Trump has an opportunity today, starting at this minute, to become the person that the country needs, which is a unifier, a person who isn't bitter, isn't angry, isn't name calling, isn't belittling. That's who he needs to be. That's what I'd like to see him do in the speech. And, if he does that, if he starts that, and if that's what his administration is about, he will be enormously successful. He has a mandate now. He's going to have control of the levers of government. He can do virtually anything he wants to do. And I hope and pray that he does it for the good of the American people, and he really does it for all the American people, not just the people who voted for him, not just people who are part of his movement, but people who didn't vote for him, but who want the same thing. We all want the same thing. We want a better life for ourselves, for our family. We want a better life for our country. Donald Trump can do that. Has to start now, and he can't do the things he's done in the past. I think we saw him do it at the convention. I'd like to see him start that right now.
Richard, I do want to ask you one more question before I let you go here. We've been speaking a lot on the former president, Trump, and the fact that Fox News is projecting that he will win the presidency during this election cycle. But let's touch a little bit on the Harris campaign before I let you go here. Can you pinpoint perhaps a moment during her campaign season here in which maybe she fell off to the point where she just couldn't reach those votes that she needed?
Yeah, I actually think there is a moment, frankly. I think it was the moment she was on The View, believe it or not, and they asked her the question of what would you do differently than President Biden, and she said, I can't think of anything. Historically, that just doesn't work. If you look at, Austin, you were talking about American history before. I mean, there's a lot of parallels between 1892 and Grover Cleveland today. There's also an economic situation back then, and it's similar now. But if you look at this historically, only 4 sitting vice presidents have been elected president of the United States. And it's Adams, Jefferson, Martin Van Buren in 1836, and George H.W. Bush. Those are the 4. Vice presidents don't get elected president. And the reason they don't is because they're too tied to the boss, to the president. You need to break from the president. You need to say dramatically, hey, great guy, I serve him, I have a lot of respect. But when I was in the Oval Office talking to him, he decided to go this way. Now I'm the vice president. I don't get that choice. I gave him my best advice. But when I'm president, we're going this way. And seriously, she should have done that on immigration from day one. She should have picked, I'd pick an issue. Immigration would be the one I would pick. And I would have said, this is how I am going to do immigration going forward. And I think for a lot of people, when she was asked that question and couldn't come up with anything, I think it's a problem. I think it was a major issue. And that's why vice presidents don't win the presidency. It's very hard. 4 in 250 years, and 3 of them, were our first 8 presidents. It just doesn't happen. And so, in order to do it, you have to be completely separate. And let's just be honest. Joe Biden's approval rating in Wisconsin is at 31%. If you want to win Wisconsin, you're going to have to show the people, of the Badger State that you are different, that you are different than him and that you're going to take this country in a different direction. And she failed to do that. And I know it's very hard to be critical of someone who you respect, who you work closely with, who's been very good to you. It's hard to do that. But I'm betting that if the vice president sat down with the president sometime in August and said, look, we know how hard this is. The only way I win, and the only way, by the way, I secure your place in history, right? The only way I secure your legacy is by breaking with you on an issue. And I think Joe Biden, who's been a politician in public life for 50 some odd years, I think he'd turn to her and go, you go do that. You go do that. And I think they would figure out how she would do it. But by failing to do that, she really dug a hole for herself. I'll tell you, I disagreed with the president strongly on this. You know, he had been saying for months that the economy was good. And every time this is while he was running, and every time he was being asked, he said, oh, the economy is doing great. Well, yeah, it's doing great for some people. Some people are doing really well, but some people and a lot of people are doing really badly. He never acknowledged that. Now, Harris did acknowledge it. I think she needed to be much more forceful. If we're going to talk history, 1968, Hubert Humphrey, Vietnam War, he didn't break with President Johnson until like October. It's too late. The American people want change. We are a country where we constantly want change. We want something new. And what she needed to do, and boy, isn't this easy to Monday morning or Wednesday morning quarterback, but I've been saying this for months. She needed to break with him. And she needed to break with him very early. And she had a lot of opportunities. During the Dana Bash interview, it would have been a great time. Possibly at her convention speech would have been a good time. I think it was a real missed opportunity. Look, it was going to be hard for her regardless. Overcoming Joe Biden's negatives was going to be difficult, no matter what she said, no matter what she did. We all get it. But without that, I think the hill was just too steep.
Right, Richard Gordon here, political analyst. Also, my colleague Austin Westfall, thanks so much for joining me here very late at night right now, as we have been reporting that Fox is projecting that President Trump will be once again. We're still waiting for the Associated Press to confirm. But again, Richard, we really appreciate your time. You've been with us really all day. Austin, you as well. I'll check in with you guys soon.
Thanks.
All right.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure being with you.
Of course. Let's keep it moving here, though, at Live Now from Fox, because we still have so many things to get to as we continue our election night coverage, because we are going 48 hours straight, I do believe, here. So there's still a lot more to get to. A Live Now look over in Palm Beach, Florida, where we are still waiting for Donald Trump to take to the stage here. I did see a couple of people possibly set up some more microphones there, adjust some teleprompters, it did seem. So he may be coming up shortly. We'll have it as soon as that gets underway. But in the meantime, it does seem we have some time to kill. So we're going to step away for a commercial break. We continue with more election night coverage next.
But he has created something special here, so I kind of want him to take a victory lap tonight. I don't think this is necessarily the moment for unity, especially when she won't even concede and give him the night to celebrate.
Kellyanne, you were looking at the popular vote.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a live look out there in Palm Beach, where we are still waiting to see if former President Donald Trump is going to take to the stage. And at this point, it's a question of when. We have a few vantage points here. We can see here on the live camera the governor of South Dakota, Doug Burgum, there, and he's also joined by Vivek Ramaswamy, who was once a GOP candidate himself, but of course he has been supporting the former president thus far during the remainder of that election cycle. I do want to bring up a tweet here once again also from Fox News correspondent Chad Pergram. As we did bring you this news, we're still waiting for the Associated Press to confirm, but Chad says this: Fox projects that Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States. He's the second president in U.S. history to win non-consecutive terms. The first was Grover Cleveland. I do want to go back to that live look, though, because we do see people stepping up there to the microphone, presumably to test the audio ahead of the former president. It's just one of the live looks that we have here that we are continuing to monitor for you. So we will bring it to you as soon as that does get underway. But in the meantime, let's continue on with some more of this political analysis at what has turned out to be quite a historic and a surprising election cycle, at least some would say. So I'd like to bring to the program now Frank Luntz. He is a pollster and communications strategist. So Frank, good to see you, and thanks for joining us here very early in the morning, already on the day after Election Day, at least on the East Coast. But give me your initial thoughts here. So much has happened throughout the last several hours, and you being a pollster, I mean, a lot of people are kind of questioning the polls that we have been receiving throughout these last several weeks.
No, they should. Look at that Iowa poll. It's something that I raised over the last few days. If that poll was correct, Harris was headed to a landslide victory. But it wasn't correct. And think how much time was spent on that Des Moines Register survey. How much column inches in newspapers, how much time on cable news programs, and it was dead wrong. It was off by well beyond the margin of error. I think the industry looks really awful this morning, and that once again, they got the Trump vote wrong, and the industry really has a black eye, but it's more than that. When you think of how the attacks on Trump were so significant, day after day, week after week, month after month, and yet he's returned. It shows you that there's an anger in America, that there's a resentment in America, and the public is it's asking for change. But I remind viewers that the popular vote, which Trump may win, the popular vote is still roughly 50-50. The Electoral College, Trump is going to win, but it's still not overwhelming. The Senate, the Republicans are going to win, but probably by 52-48 and maybe even 53-47. I'm watching Wisconsin right now. And the House is still too close to call. What this tells us is that the American people are agitated, the American people are fed up and frustrated, and that it's going to be up to a Republican president and a Republican Senate to bring back that sense of confidence in the future, of a belief that tomorrow is going to be better than today. Trump is going to have another chance at governing. And this time, he's going to want to be focused on results, because in the end, he's going to want to be focused on his legacy and the legacy of the United States of America.
Frank, let's talk a little bit about that legacy of Trump becoming a president, a really historic moment in which he is seeking the second term, not consecutively. So what more can be done now? How does he expand on what he already brought forth during his first term?
The two issues that matter most were the issues that he focused on for the most part. One of them is affordability. And the answers that Vice President Harris gave were not good enough. They were not specific enough. They were not detailed enough for the voters. And immigration simply got worse under the Biden-Harris administration. And so the public wanted to punish the incumbents for not being as successful as the previous administration. Trump's persona was a negative. And I know that some viewers are going to be upset over that, but the public did not like the way he spoke about people and to people and how he handled his approach, both during the debates and during some of the speeches. Now, that said, they preferred his policies. They preferred his administration over those two critical issues. And that's why he won. And if he's to be successful in the next 4 years, it will be to address affordability, not the economy and not inflation, but affordability, and not just immigration, but national security. These are the reasons why he was reelected, and these are the things that the public wants him to focus on most.
Let's talk about this polling, kind of going back to this, because it's really the big question on so many people's minds at this moment, really how they got it wrong again. When it
comes, you need to ask people. I'm the wrong person to ask because we were doing focus groups. You need to ask the pollsters. You need to bring the people from the various networks and the big newspapers because they're the ones that got it wrong. I don't know. I don't know their sampling. I don't know their weighting. And I do want to give them one bit of props, which is most national polls had Trump, and you can look at the Real Clear Politics numbers. They had Trump exactly even with Harris. By the time every vote is counted, because it's now 11:19 on the West Coast, California's closed, Oregon, Washington State, so there are going to be a lot of Democratic numbers coming in. By the time every vote is counted, it is likely that Trump will have narrowly won that popular vote. Most surveys had it dead even, or within 1%. That's accurate. What they did not get was the state-by-state results, and they haven't gotten that right, frankly, in some time, because in the end, the sample sizes are too small. But you're right to ask the question. I don't have an answer for you because we weren't involved in that.
And I'm sure that a lot of people, even if they were involved in it, are almost asking themselves that very same question, kind of looking back throughout this entire trajectory, thinking, where did we get it wrong when it comes to these samples that they try to take from the American public to try to get these reports out there, try to project these winners heading up to Election Day. I just want to remind our viewers that this is a vantage point that we do have out there in Palm Beach. We are waiting for the former president, a possible soon-to-be president there, to speak to his supporters. And also a reminder to our viewers that Fox News does project that Trump will win, that he will become the 47th president. We are still, however, here waiting to confirm with affirmity with the Associated Press. Now, Frank, let's look throughout these last several hours, these last several weeks, and kind of pinpoint these moments that led us to this at this point, kind of the message that Trump had heading into Election Day that brought us here today.
Well, don't forget that it's two candidates. It's not just Trump, but it's also Vice President Harris. And she never described what she was going to do first month, in the first 100 days, in the first year. She never gave voters the things that they were looking for about affordability and particularly about security. These were the two issues that Trump had the advantage overwhelmingly, and that advantage stayed wide throughout the entire campaign. And I've been criticized by the Harris campaign for being so critical of them. But let's face it, all they did was focus on Trump. All they did was attempt to add to the negativity, to add to the assessments of Trump in a negative way. And it did not work because in the end, voters need to know why to vote for you, not just against your opponent. And they gave a great synopsis, a negative synopsis of Trump. But that did not work for voters who needed to know why they should trust Harris with her assessments, her analysis, and they didn't. And I think there's going to be a lot of anger directed at Harris's campaign, because I remind you of this. She went from 5 points down to 3.5 points up when she focused on her effort, on the joy, on the excitement of her announcement of her getting in and replacing Joe Biden. And the moment she turned her sights on the Trump, the moment that she started to attack him, that was the peak. And every week after that, she fell and fell and fell. And I think that no candidate will ever be as negative as she was, even calling Trump a fascist. You know what? That didn't add a single vote to her. And in fact, it made voters angry because calling him a fascist does not make your food more affordable, does not make your healthcare more accessible, does not make your choice of housing more available. And it certainly does nothing to provide a sense of safety and security in the country that people have the right to expect. So great. Her people said, call him a fascist, change the tone of the debate. And that's what cost her, that's part of what cost her the election.
Looking ahead now as we continue to wait for Donald Trump to take to the stage, what do you expect to come next? And not just with Trump, but really with Vice President Harris. We are going to hear from her, if not tonight, tomorrow.
You're not going to hear from her tonight. People have gone home. This reminds me of Hillary Clinton in 2016, and this is just as surprising to some voters as 2016. And my response to them is, you weren't watching. You couldn't see this trend as it was happening. I thought that she was absolutely going to get elected after the presidential debate. And then I realized that voters were taking a second look. And while they had made up their minds about Trump, I think he's about to come out, they did not. They never made up their minds about Harris. And she really lost his campaign. And there you go. And there he is.
Yes. Thank you, Frank, though, for joining us here, of course, at Live Now from Fox as we continue to track all of this. Such stunning results really on this election day. But, Frank, we're going to let you go now. We're going to head over to Florida and get to Trump. So thank you once again. A Live Now look here. As you can see that Donald Trump is stepping up to the stage there with his wife, Melania Trump, his son, Barron, and, of course, all of his other children and his supporters that have been with him every step of the way. I'd like to pump up the audio and let's take a listen.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit.
So while we're waiting here for him to start speaking, of course, there's a lot of people that have to step up there to the stage, and there you can also see his running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. The Associated Press has called Pennsylvania in favor of Donald Trump there, so he is at this moment just about 3 points away from hitting that 270 mark and effectively becoming the 47th president of the United States in what really has been a stunning election cycle of this season, starting off with the fact that it was going to be current President Joe Biden facing off against Donald Trump. All of that changed fairly quickly in July when we learned that Vice President Kamala Harris would be stepping up there to fill in that Democratic nomination. And here, kind of culminating to this moment, live there in Florida, House Speaker Mike Johnson as well there. All of the Republicans that have been backing the former president up until now. He is about to speak, I believe. Coming out to that standard song that we have been hearing at every single campaign rally for the last several weeks. Coming down to this moment, the first time we'll be hearing from him since Fox News had projected that he would be the 47th president. But let's take a listen.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he's a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country, and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come, Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. You want to say something? Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bussin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. but we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, we just listened there to Donald Trump speaking to his supporters in West Palm Beach, Florida, addressing quite a large crowd there that has been waiting for quite some time. He was joined on stage by so many of his family members, his wife, Melania Trump, and also his vice presidential pick, his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance. It has been a long day here at Live Now from Fox as we have continuously tracked all of these election results up to this moment. Now, just a reminder to all of our viewers that Fox News did project that Donald Trump would be the 47th president. However, we are still waiting to confirm that with the Associated Press. We do rely on them for anything that they call. Trump at this moment has 267 of the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House. He is leading in Michigan and Wisconsin, where his two clearest paths to victory rely on Harris not winning enough of the outstanding votes in Wayne and Milwaukee counties. The AP is still waiting on the next update from both locations to determine whether Harris has any path to overtake Trump in either state. We're going to use this opportunity to step away for a quick commercial break. We continue with our election coverage next. Welcome back, and thank you all for sticking with us here at Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Coral Lahara, and we are continuing with our election night coverage. Now, just before the break, I want to take you back out here because we still have a live vantage point over in West Palm Beach, Florida, where we just heard from Donald Trump speaking to a lot of his supporters there, as we did also bring you the news that Fox News is projecting that Trump will be the 47th president. However, still waiting for the Associated Press to confirm that. I do want to bring up this graphic as well because we are still kind of receiving more of these votes even late into the evening here on the West Coast, just about to hit midnight. Over on the East Coast, we are already in the next day on Wednesday, but take a look at this. In Minnesota, 10 electoral votes going to Harris there with 52% of the total there, Trump at 46%. That is confirmed by the Associated Press. But let's break down all of these numbers that we know thus far, everything that's happened throughout the last several hours coming up to this moment. So I'm bringing into the conversation now my colleague, Austin Westfall, who's been with us all day. Austin, what are we still tracking at this time?
Yeah, it's been a big question as to why some media outlets are calling the race for Trump and others haven't quite gotten there yet. That's because we here at Live Now from Fox, we rely on the Associated Press decision desk in order to make these calls. So let's pull up our map and let's look at what we're working with from the AP. Right now, they've got Trump 3 votes shy of the magic number. All of the indicators are pointing to the fact that Trump will eventually pull this one out. We're looking at Michigan. Right now, 77% of the votes counted, roughly 7 points Trump is leading by in Michigan. Wisconsin, another battleground state. How are they looking? 91% of the votes have been counted so far. 91% in Wisconsin. Trump looks like he's got a 4-point advantage in Wisconsin. So it's looking like we very well could be looking at Trump performing better than expected in just about every single battleground that we've been talking about so much these past few weeks. Arizona, we expect more results will come in tomorrow. It's been stuck around 50% for quite some time. That one's a little bit even. It looks like Trump's got like a 1.5 point advantage right now. Finally, let's look at Nevada. Nevada is another one of those crucial battlegrounds that we've been watching so closely. 81% of the vote in right now. Trump has roughly a 5% lead over Harris in Nevada. So Trump has a lead in just about every place that matters. We did not expect Trump to sweep all of the battleground states. He hasn't officially done such so far. We've only heard official calls from the AP in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Of course, Michigan and Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada, they are leaning in Trump's favor right now. Nonetheless, we expect calls from those states as time goes on. Of course, the AP doesn't call these things unless they are absolutely certain that there is no path whatsoever for Harris to catch up. While we're talking about these maps, let's look at the Senate. We haven't checked in on the Senate in a while. The Republicans did gain control in the Senate. It was held by the Democrats, and now come January, the Republicans will take control of it. They've done such. They officially have 51 out of the 50 that they need. And then, as we just heard that speech there, we very well could be talking about a J.D. Vance who would be breaking ties if any scenario were to come up that way. But will we even be talking about ties in the future in the Senate? That's a question, because look at all of the toss-up Senate races, all of these states in pink. That means that they're leaning Republican. We've got Pennsylvania, and let's make sure that we're looking at the correct figures here. Dave McCormick outpacing Bob Casey with 95% of the votes in. McCormick up by Casey by just over a percentage point. Only 5% of the votes left to tabulate. As far as Michigan, the state between the race between Mike Rogers and Alyssa Slotkin. Right now, Rogers has a commanding lead over Slotkin. We're talking about roughly a 5-point lead, 77% of the votes, just over 3/4 of the votes tallied in in Michigan. Now let's move to Wisconsin, where 91% of the votes have been tallied. Eric Hovde outpacing Tammy Baldwin right now by just over 2 points. Carell, all of these races were expected to be tight, but it's looking like the Republicans are getting the advantage in just about every battleground possible, except for Arizona. We'll get to that in a second. Tim Sheehy right now outpacing a 3-term Democratic incumbent in Jon Tester. Jon Tester has built a reliable coalition, a Democratic coalition, in a solid red state. He's done that, and he's been elected 3 times. He's been, you could argue, elected in 3 positive cycles for the Democrats. When he initially was voted into Congress, that was a year where there was a referendum on the Bush administration because of the war. That was a positive year for Democrats. Tester being elected that year in 2006. Go ahead to 2012, another positive year for Democrats. That's when Obama was in office. Go ahead to 2018. That was another blue wave year. That was the midterm after Trump got elected. So Jon Tester in Montana, he has had favorable years that he's been up for re-election every single time. Things are a little more polarized this time, and it looks like Tim Sheehy very well finally could bring him the challenge that could turn this seat and flip it red. Again, though, only 39% of the votes counted so far, but Sheehy right now with a 6-point advantage over Jon Tester. Let's move into some of these other western states. Nevada. Sam Brown with the edge over Jackie Rosen. We've got 4/5 of the vote in right now, and this one's tighter. Sam Brown has has a little bit under a point advantage over Jackie Rosen right now. Jackie Rosen, the Democratic incumbent, 0.8 of a percentage point. Sam Brown right now leading in that race. The final one I want to bring you to, Karel, Arizona. This is one that's been fascinating. Ruben Gallego, he's a member of the House, and he has been in a battle with Kari Lake. Kari Lake unsuccessfully ran for governor in 2022 of Arizona. She was beat out by Democrat Katie Hobbs. She's faced some scrutiny because of election results. There's been lots of litigation from the Lake camp and a lot of conversation about her not accepting her loss in 2022 to the Democrat Hobbs. Ultimately, 52% of the votes have been cast so far. All of the polls have said that Lake was going to be trailing in this race, and it looks like Gallego, at least for now, with half of the votes being tallied, it does appear that Gallego has an advantage. We'll wait to get more votes in from areas like Maricopa County when the sun comes up. Now, the House map is a very complex one. This is every district in the country. There's been competitive races as far west as Alaska, as far east as Maine. We're still seeing that some of these haven't been called. This one's leaning blue up here. Alaska's at-large district leaning red at the moment, but there's also a number of races in California's Central Valley. There's a few in Southern California that are going to be competitive. It's very possible, Karel, that it could take time for those results to come in. Balance of power in the House is something we can't really say quite yet. 218 is the magic number. The Republicans certainly have the advantage right now, 192 versus 172, but nobody sniffing that 218 number for now. All eyes still on the presidential race. Trump at 267. The reason why we have not been able to call this race yet again is because the AP has not called it. We do know that other outlets have called it, but the AP hasn't called Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, Alaska. If Alaska gets called by the AP, that officially wraps this one up from the AP's perspective. That's 3 electoral votes. That gives Trump the 270 that he needs. He could also get Wisconsin, Michigan. That would wrap this up as well. He can get any of these states and would wrap it up. The only state I'm not expecting to get results from tonight, Karel, would be Arizona. So we'll leave it at that for now. Let you know if there's any major changes to the map as the night progresses.
All right, so still a lot that we're waiting for here. Election coverage continues. I want to bring us out a live look at the White House there because, of course, the presidential contest has been really the big talker all throughout this evening and this day, heading into already the next day after elections. To continue on this conversation, I'd like to bring onto the program now Christina Bellantani, the Media Center Director at USC School for Communication and Journalism. Christina, thanks for joining us. A very late night, a lot to get to, a lot to discuss. Now, you just heard a really thorough wrap up there of some of the races that we have been watching all day across the country, not just when it comes to the president. But let's start by just asking you if there's anything that really caught you by surprise during this election cycle.
Oh, during the cycle, gosh, it's the cycle of unprecedented items. For tonight, I was thinking a few different surprises. Once I saw that Sherrod Brown did lose in Ohio, that was really the indicator that the Republicans were going to have a pretty strong night. I figured he's well liked in the state. He was probably going to pull that out, even if Trump managed to win the presidency. So that changed my assumption. That's based on years of covering him, years of covering Ohio, but I haven't actually been to Ohio this cycle. I just got back. I was in Nevada from Friday until late Monday night with my students, and you could feel the energy in both parties. And it was completely split down the middle. Every single event that we went to, every single early voting location that we went to, the students were hearing a different person that the voters supported. It was really, really mixed. But the activity on the ground, I mean, you had dozens of buses coming in from Los Angeles, the people knocking on the doors, making phone calls, all of that. You also had a ton of energy of people just casting those votes early to make sure that they got their ballots in. So in the end, this is exactly what we kind of thought was going to be. This is a razor thin contest, actually less of a razor thin margin in some of these places than I had expected. And, you know, Trump could have won and Kamala Harris could have won. And it looks like Trump is going to win. You know, we also wait for the AP here in the student newsroom. And California, I always like to point out, we count votes for weeks upon weeks. We have I think it's 23 million voters now, and you don't have all of that vote counted, and you're not going to have that for a while. So those popular vote numbers are going to shift a little bit. But in the end, there's a lot of work to do as a journalist and as somebody that's training young journalists to look at what's next, right? What does a Trump administration look like? What does it look like if the Democrats win back control of the House, which I think they're poised well to do. Again, probably not for at least a week, maybe even 2, as they count these votes, particularly in California. And then what does it look like to have a Republican Senate, particularly when it comes to the Supreme Court, when it comes to cabinet nominations, and on and on. I mean, there's a lot to do.
Yeah, and just to give some context here, Christina is a seasoned political journalist turned media center director at the USC Annenberg School. She works with journalism students, and she travels to battleground states to report on stories with students. She's been doing such in the lead up to today's election day. Christina, let's talk about the popular vote. Right now, Harris stands at 63 million votes, Trump at 68 million votes. Let's go to California. California right now, reporting 48% of the votes are in. Harris has just over 5 million. And Trump has 3.3 million. So, you know, if history is any indicator, Christina, how long until we know what the popular vote looks like? How long does it take? You said weeks possibly, but we're anticipating that Democratic vote could get run up as the days and weeks go by in California. Is that how it works?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be enough to have her win the popular vote. It's not impossible. Even today, my students, we went an in-class field trip, and we went to a polling location in the University Park neighborhood, which is like not quite South LA, but it's off campus, so it's not students. And I had them, they interviewed 26 people, and there were 3 Trump voters, 1 RFK Jr. voter, even though he dropped out and has asked people not to vote for him, and the rest were strong Harris supporters. And that, you know, to me, like, that's about right. That's California. You're seeing that, particularly here in LA. He's not getting that many numbers, but Trump's votes have always been the highest here in California because we have so much of a population. And to me, what it really speaks to is this messaging that the Republicans went on and on about when they asked Harris, is there anything you would change from the Biden years? And she said, I can't think of any. That was playing at every single event. It was on every single radio station. It was on every single television ad. And you couple that with the arguments that the Republican Party was making about Democrats have taken you for granted, Latino voters or Black voters or whatever coalition, that just was enough, right? To have her not be able to pull it together. And I will tell you, 2016 was very different. The Clinton campaign left a lot on the table. They made some mistakes. They never once campaigned in Wisconsin, for example. The Harris campaign didn't. They worked until the end. They spent every dollar they had. You know, in Nevada, they spent all this money and had the giant ad on the Sphere, on the Strip. And they, you know, again, had all these phone banks today, you know, the great big calls with all the celebrities. Like they really worked their tails off. And in the end, like, Trump just has more voters. And I'm really curious to see how she frames this tomorrow, what President Biden says, what some of the leaders in Congress say, you know, about working with the Trump administration. Like, all of it is just, you know, my mind is going about like all the different storylines that everybody should be pursuing now, what this looks like going forward.
Christina, you're not the only person to mention that this comment that Harris had made where she couldn't think of anything she would do differently from the Biden administration, and how ultimately some folks do feel that was her undoing during this election cycle. But I want you to elaborate a little bit more about kind of the storyline going forward. What are these questions that are going to be asked on the Harris campaign, on Harris herself, when we talk about how all of this has transpired?
One of the students asked tonight, we did this big event here on campus. So this is the screen, this is the building I work in. We have this great big like forum area. I had like 400 students watching election results with us. And a student asked, would this be a different story if Harris had nominated Governor Josh Shapiro to be her running mate? Maybe she would have just won Pennsylvania. Maybe, right? Pennsylvania, like they campaigned there. She parked there. Her last events were there. They did everything they possibly could in Pennsylvania and like didn't win it. Does the person, affect it maybe half a point margin? That's not what she lost Pennsylvania by ultimately. So maybe that would have done something. In the end, I think that probably would have frustrated the pro-Palestinian movement, which in the end actually kind of went with Harris. Multiple people from the uncommitted movement in some of the top states, including Michigan, ended up backing her. There was this effort called Swap the Vote, where they were saying, if you live in a swing state, if you agree to vote for Harris to stop Trump, we'll pair you with somebody who doesn't live in a swing state that will vote for a third party candidate to be your protest vote. So that's kind of interesting. And, did that make any difference? Like, I don't know that Shapiro on the ticket would have helped anything there. I also did notice it was interesting to me, and particularly on the far right, how lampooned Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has been. That surprised me. Here, the college students, they all like him. He, has seemed, like not that different from politicians. I covered him on Capitol Hill. I've known him for a long time, but you heard the constant references to Tampon Tim. They're calling him the dancing queen. They're mocking him for being subservient to the vice president. A lot of that messaging. So had she picked a different vice president, like maybe that would have been effective. But in the end, most people that we talked to that were pro-Trump were very much, I'm not doing well in my pocketbook. My business is struggling. I don't have a job. I can't find a job, whatever that may be. My kids can't afford rent. That is the driving issue. Even when people say, it's immigration or it's abortion on the left, it really was how people are feeling about their own personal economic situation that I think helped a lot of people decide what to do in this race.
Christina, when you were taking your students, when you and your students were doing your journalism, boots on the ground in Arizona, Nevada, you guys visited the Rust Belt as well. Did you pick up any sense of what we're seeing tonight?
Yeah, a couple things. They still haven't called the Michigan Senate race, I believe.
They have not. And I'll actually let you know where we're standing right there. I mean, Michigan right now with 78% of the votes in, Trump has a 7-point lead.
Yeah. So to me, when we went to Michigan, now granted it was in September, we found no energy for the Democrats. And I think we even talked about it on your show, Austin. Yeah. There was a vehement pro-Palestinian movement. We went to several protests. There were a lot of people that were saying, no way, we will not vote for Harris under any circumstances. And there just didn't seem to be a lot of energy or organizing. Again, it was early, and early vote wasn't happening yet. And it was before Trump had made the remarks kind of mocking Detroit. And so I really left thinking like, oh, yeah, he's definitely going to win here. And for sure, Mike Rogers is going to win. I've, again, known him for years, covered him as a member of Congress. And Slotkin, nobody named her. There were no signs. It just didn't feel like there was any energy. And, her fate seemed kind of inextricably tied to Kamala Harris's fate. So that, to me, was kind of what I felt. In Arizona, it was totally divided. A lot of people questioning the legitimacy of the election, both the 2020 election, but even just the concept of mailing in a ballot today, even as the Republicans had this huge mail-in ballot effort. They really worked to make sure that people got their votes in early so that then they could do extra work on election day or have that crossed off their list. And then Nevada, as I mentioned, there just was so much energy from both parties at the end, just really felt like big stakes, big energy, big electricity. So I will be very interested to see what those end results end up looking like in Nevada. But this is all lining up about what I thought.
Wow. Christina, is there anything that you can pick at or pinpoint when it comes to Harris's messaging that perhaps it just didn't have as strong of an impact, I suppose, to voters as to what Trump has been saying all along, or perhaps it's the fact that Harris did have so much less time to campaign.
I really don't know. And especially the last couple of weeks, late breaking voters were all telling the students, oh, I was undecided. I went for Harris. I had the students today, they called back undecided voters from Michigan. What did you end up deciding? They all went for Harris, every single one of them. There were like 30 people they called. So to me, like, it just seemed like that's what she had. And I think, again, the media probably overcovered some of Trump's just weird things over the last few weeks, which to some people make him totally unelectable, and other people are like, it's just Trump. And I think people overascribe those as voting motivators. In the end, like, the American people know who Donald Trump is, and if they think that he is flawed and they support him, they overlook those flaws because they support him. And that is just the fact of the matter. Like, I think she ran a really good campaign. She had smart people. They worked hard. They spent the money the right way. I've covered campaigns for 2 decades. That doesn't always happen. You know, you think about even 2004, John Kerry didn't spend all of his money. 2016, Hillary Clinton didn't think about that blue wall, took a lot of stuff for granted. And she did everything she possibly could.
You know, I'm going to just ask a question that I've asked a few of our guests tonight, but it's a point of curiosity for me. Why is it that these 3 states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, we haven't gotten official calls yet in Wisconsin and Michigan, but since 1992, they've all voted as a unit. Most of the years, it's been blue. In 2016, they were all red, and it's very possible that today we're going to see that they're all going to be red. Why is it that these 3 states tend to vote together?
Yeah, it's a good question. I've spent a lot of time in those states reporting on both this cycle and in previous cycles. You know, there's sort of that Midwestern grit. It's not like the Kansas, Iowa, Missouri Midwestern. It's like that we're forged in the hard freezing winds of Canada. And it's, you know, like, I don't know, they're tougher, but they're also nice. And there's just kind of a sense that people do feel kind of similar in their thought process. Like they're working people. Like, there's a lot of those things like that. There's not as much of the haves and have-nots that you see in some other states where, you know, you see this like huge divides between an urban city and a rural area. Another thing they have in common is they have native population, but they have urban centers that are also pretty reflective of the national population. There are refugees in some of these states. Like, you've got some just interesting dynamics. Geographically, they're like kind of similar. But I think the economic situation in these states has tended to be pretty similar as well, where you see like one is suffering, like Michigan being at the top because of the auto industry having, you know, so many different peaks and valleys. The other states are kind of tied to that with similar industry. But it's a good question. And we love looking for these trends to be able to extrapolate any meaning out of an election. In the end, we're looking at results counted, and we know that there are many, many, many more votes still to be counted. So I want to really take a look at that and do analysis once we know everything, what the whole picture was, where did she not perform? I mean, we had experts on the panel that I moderated tonight who were talking about how, you know, she managed to not have the same margins of victory in the cities, in the suburban areas, as Biden did in 2020, which surprised me because they worked harder.
So, Christina, another point of fascination for me, we're getting into the nitty-gritty here. What I've got on my map, and Corell, if you could take me in full, I want to show Osceola County. This is a county that's just south of Orlando. Why is it interesting? It's because about a third of the population in this county is Puerto Rican. There's been a lot of news in the past week about the comments that comedian Tony Hinchcliffe made there. I've got the numbers from 2020. Biden won this county by 14 points 4 years ago. This time around, Trump won this county by 2 points. Does it appear to you, at least from what we're seeing in this one county, that the Puerto Rican angle to all this didn't seem as consequential as we might have thought?
That's astonishing. I'm like shocked by that number. it's a huge swing too.
Yeah.
Even if you didn't have the Puerto Rican comments, to see a Florida county swing that far just says a lot about what we know about demographics in this country right now. And again, like the argument has been for a long time from the Republicans, like the Democrats take Latinos and Black people for granted as being with them, and they haven't been speaking to their issues. And like, that's correct. That is something that has been happening. And while the Harris campaign, I think, really tried to correct for that, there was probably maybe too much of a focus on the Puerto Rican thing. People were really mad. It supposedly was going to make a difference in Pennsylvania, where there's a big Puerto Rican population. So that's like a really fascinating county to look at. I'm going to use that in class on Tuesday.
You're welcome.
Christina, I do just have one more question for you here. When we talk about maybe the messaging that we have seen throughout this election cycle within the media, when you teach your journalism students, what did we learn? Because, you can't say that either of these candidates were perfect. They each had storylines that clearly would make them unappealing to voters. And yet, at the end of the day, we are going to have a winner. I mean, what do we learn about the messaging distinctly between these two candidates?
Yeah. It's a hard question to answer, because in the end, it's what they would do. And you heard, I mentioned how the economy was such a driving factor, and you heard person after person say, like, well, Trump's going to help me and my family. And I haven't really heard anything in his policy proposals, but we also know how he governed. And like, that doesn't actually line up. Like, I don't know that he's going to do a whole bunch for like the working class people. Maybe the no tax on tips thing is going to end up being big, if he can even get something passed, which again is like totally open question with a divided Congress, or at least really narrowly divided Congress. If Republicans do retain the control in the House, I'm baffled by some of this, because it doesn't add up when you look at like what people's interests are and what those policies like might actually be. And the Democrats, the other thing is, like I mentioned, they didn't leave anything on the table. They really were all over this. They worked as hard as they could. They also had the advantage of abortion being the driving issue for a lot of people on the far left, and ballots enshrining reproductive rights in state constitutions, which all passed. And people fervently, I mean, we had voters talking to my students. They were in tears. I'm here to protect my daughter and her right to choose in the future. And women's health is just so important, because they were so passionate about it. And in the end, like, that just wasn't enough. It was a big strategy. Even President Biden made that a huge part of his strategy before he ended his campaign. Harris picked that right up. It was almost every single ad in Nevada these last couple of days. And like, it wasn't enough people. And I just really believe, to me, it seems like the economy was the bigger factor. And to a lesser extent, immigration. That's another thing. Like, what is he proposing? What does a wall look like? What does immigration policy look like? Is there any sort of pathway to citizenship for any of the people who are already in this country? Do you actually have mass deportations of people? Like, what does that look like? I'm not sure that he'll actually do that, or that he'll be able to get that done. So again, it's just all very up in the air.
All right, well, Christina Milantoni, the Media Center Director for the USC Annenberg School of Communication and Journalism. It's a very late night right now. We appreciate your time here at Live Now from Fox. Also, my colleague, Austin Westfall. Thanks. We'll check in soon.
Good to see you, Christina.
Thank you. Good night.
Of course, good night. We're going to step away for a quick commercial break here at Live Now from Fox. We're not saying good night just yet, though, because we continue with our election night coverage. A live look at the White House right now in Washington, D.C. We'll see you back here right after this. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Karala Hada, and we are continuing with our election coverage going on here for the next several hours, continuing to bring you some of this live content. Also, the latest when it comes to several of these races that we're following, not just the presidential race, but of course, House and Senate races across the country. Let's continue our conversation and keep it moving here. I'm going to bring in now, once again, my colleague Austin Westfall, and joining us is political analyst Brian Sobel. Brian, Austin, good to see you both. It's been a trek these last few hours with all of these results that we continue to get in, all of these big headlines that we're following. And Brian, I'm going to start with you and really just pose the question, what is your big story of Election Day? What were you most interested by?
I think the Harris campaign, at the end of the day, really underperformed, and that there's just no two ways about it. And also, there's this old adage in politics that the economy leads the way. And I think a lot of Americans today looked at the economy and, as they have in the past, decided that the economy is not where they want it to be. And all these other ancillary issues that Kamala Harris was running on and talking about weren't resonating. And I think that accounts for much of her, for many of her problems. And, the fact that she wouldn't sit down and do an interview with anybody, and her speeches were, incomplete. She didn't make her case to the American people. She clearly said that Donald Trump was not good. She didn't like him, but she didn't say what she was going to bring to the American people. And I think her message at the end of the day just did not resonate.
So, Brian, let's go through the map that we've been staring at this entire night. I'm going to just go through the battlegrounds that are still in question right now. Wisconsin has not officially been called by the Associated Press, but with 92% of the votes tallied, right now we're seeing Trump with about a 4-point advantage. As far as Michigan goes, 4/5 of the vote have been counted. Trump has roughly a 7-point advantage in that state. Let's pull up Pennsylvania as well. Right now, 96% of the vote counted. The AP has called this one officially in favor of Trump. He is up by over 2 points, almost 3 points. When you look at these figures, Brian, we've been talking with you so often in recent weeks, recent months, about how close this race is. Your initial reaction to seeing how well Trump is performing in some of these battlegrounds?
You bring up a great point, Austin. I have said for the longest time, this is a 1 to 2.5 point race. And you're seeing that Trump is outperforming that line, as it were, in many of these states, through all of the battleground states that were just razor thin margins in the polling. He's done better. I think there were a lot of people holding back in these various states. Either they weren't talking to pollsters, or they were just going to go into the polling booth, or they were going to send in their ballot, whatever, and vote for Trump and not say much about it. And that's clear because you have this spread that's appearing in all these states. And don't forget that Donald Trump tonight wins the popular vote going away as well.
I like that point that you just brought up there, the fact that Donald Trump may be winning the popular vote here as well. How surprising is that for you to see, Brian? Because, if we reflect back to 2016, yes, he won the presidency, but it was Hillary Clinton that won the popular vote during that election cycle. So it's quite different what we're seeing here, not quite deja vu.
No, but there have only been 5 presidents in the history of the United States that received more popular votes than their opponent, but lost in the Electoral College. If Trump had lost tonight, he would have been the 6th, but that's not the case. And I think the numbers, when this is all said and done, are going to be rather stunning in favor of Donald Trump, at least as we look at it at this hour. There are a lot of ballots out there still, but you start watching trends, and if you've watched as many elections as guys like I have, you don't change the percentages very easily. It takes huge movements of people to do that. And so I think Donald Trump's on his way to a, as I said on one other television interview, I think he's on his way to a blowout tonight.
Yeah, this would be the first popular vote he's won in the 3 elections that he's participated in. Brian,
right.
This is going to be a real fascinating point. We just brought this up with Christina. I want to get your take on it as well. Osceola County, just south of Orlando. This is a fascinating county. About a third of the population there is Puerto Rican. Of course, comedian Tony Hinchcliffe, some of that joke that was made at Madison Square Garden yesterday, a lot of headlines about that. And there was a lot of questions over whether that would hurt Trump's chances in counties like Osceola. I'll give you some numbers, Brian. Right now, with 99% of the votes tallied, Trump winning Osceola County by 50% to Harris's 48%. So basically, Trump winning it by 1.5 points. Let's go back 4 years. Trump lost this very same county by 14 points just 4 years ago. Talk about not only the significance of hearing that in the context of the joke last week, but also in the context of such a big swing in a county like Osceola.
I think other issues, including the economy, immigration, and numerous other things, overshadowed a joke made by a comedian at Madison Square Garden that Trump may or may not even have heard. I think people set aside that kind of thing for the greater good. And I think Puerto Rican folks, when they are interviewed here over the next few days, are going to say, hey, didn't like the joke, didn't like it at all, but it wasn't Trump who made the joke, number one. And number two is this is a person that has reached out and done, I think we will find, very well with Black folks, young people, young men in particular, women. He's kind of covered the board a little bit, and that is going to account for his victory tonight.
Brian, something else that I found interesting when we talk about the Harris campaign and kind of this platform that she ran on, she did want to focus a lot on these reproductive rights for women, almost kind of going back to this thought of the overturning of Roe v. Wade by Supreme Court justices that Donald Trump had appointed. How did that, or did it backfire in any way? What kind of messaging did Trump have? Did it kind of sway it his way, where people also almost didn't mind this whole kind of idea and narrative that the Harris campaign was trying to paint on the Trump campaign, that, you know, Harris is the one that's going to really care about reproductive rights?
Well, we'll have to see, but I think Donald Trump did a pretty good job of trying to explain that nobody was taking away anyone's rights. The reproductive rights question was going back to the states, for each state to make their own decision. And Kamala Harris was basically trying to pin anything on Trump that she could, including the fact that he, Donald Trump, was the one who stole the rights of women in America. I think women in America took a little harder look at that and said, well, yeah, Roe v. Wade was taken away, but you know, there were a lot of Democrats and Republicans and jurists and judges who all said it should be a states' right issue. So I'm not sure at the end of the day that resonated the way that the Harris campaign thought it would.
All right, Brian. So let's not let it get lost on us that this was a historic presidential cycle. This one had twists. This one had turns. This one was crazy. I mean, there's no other word to use for it. July specifically. I mean, we saw 2 different assassination attempts. We saw President Biden going from being the guy to saying, I'm no longer the guy, his vice president, picking up where he left off, and very, very quickly putting together a presidential campaign. Can you put this into context for us? What have we experienced in these past few months? And I'll use the word again, just how crazy at times did we just go through?
Well, it was Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. It just, like you say, it was just a crazy experience. Everything that happened. One of the things that we will spend more time on is the fact that Kamala Harris was able to run a campaign of 107 days. And $1 billion. And she should have been able to spend that better, I think. But 107 days is 107 days. And one of the questions that will be asked, I think, over and over again is, why didn't Democrats ask President Biden to leave the race, much earlier? And the answer may have been he wasn't going to leave the race. He wasn't going to take that decision. But that was just one of those elements. The assassination attempt in Butler was another. The possible assassination attempt at the golf course in Florida, another. It goes on and on. This was really, really a unique campaign in American history. But as somebody who has studied a lot of campaigns in American history, we've had some doozies. If you think back to the animus between Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr that arose from presidential politics and politics in general, that ended up, I would remind our viewers, in a duel where Alexander Hamilton was shot and killed by Aaron Burr. So, I mean, we've got a lot of interesting things in American history. Thomas Jefferson, third president of the United States, took him 35 ballots in the House of Representatives to become president. So we've got many, many examples. And as I like to say, and quote Mark Twain, history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes.
It's the one thing we didn't see this cycle as an actual duel, Brian. Sorry, Carell, I didn't mean to step on.
Yeah, well.
No, that's totally fine, you guys. I do want to interrupt, though, for a little bit here. I want to bring up this. We do have a graphic. Nevada, very close to calling this race. 93% of those estimated votes counted here. Donald Trump up by 52%, Harris by 47%. And then I also have this, a look at Wisconsin as well. 92% of those estimated votes counted. Trump still leading here, 51%, and Harris at 47%. So similar to what we're seeing in Nevada. Brian, I guess my next question with this is, what's next for the Democratic Party here? How do they move forward? How do they regroup? How do they, take control of even this situation?
They are going to have to do a real look in the mirror. The idea that certain ethnic groups in particular are just going to vote Democrat because they've always voted Democrat, they're going to have to take a hard look at that. Even the Puerto Rican community. Obviously, Donald Trump spoke to a lot of people in the Puerto Rican community, as he did in the Black community, the Latino community, the Hispanic community. He did all that. And again, it all circles back oftentimes to, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? And the answer for a lot of these people is no. And we tend to place these various groups in a kind of a monolithic category. Everybody who's Black thinks something. Everybody who's Latino thinks something. That couldn't be further from the truth. On an issue like immigration, you may have opinions all over the board, even among the Latino and Hispanic community, where a lot of these illegal immigrants are coming from in South America and other places, Mexico. And so knowing that illegal immigrants can come into the United States and take the jobs of hardworking recent immigrants, that doesn't play well. And if they're voters, they say, hey, I'm voting for the person that is going to protect my job. Again, the economy.
Although our partner, the Associated Press, hasn't officially called the presidential race yet, we know which way that race is leaning. We also officially know that the Republicans have taken control of the Senate, Brian. We're looking at our House map right now. The magic number is 218. Neither party has been able to claim 218 right now. 194 for Republicans, 175 for Democrats. You're based in California. I know there's a number of toss-up races in your home state that'll help decide the balance of power. Tell us about those races and tell us about how long of a wait we might be in.
Well, I don't think the wait will be long. I think data will come in by tomorrow or over the next couple of days, unless the race is contested. If it falls within a certain percentage, 0.5% or 1%, there's an automatic recount. You may have some of that, but you've got 5 or 6 races in California that could go either way. Maybe 4 or 5, and that would change those numbers. So we don't know about the balance of power yet in the House of Representatives. We obviously do with the Senate with some great certainty. And yes, Associated Press hasn't called the presidential race yet, but I think that's imminent.
All right, Brian here, Brian Sobel, political analyst. Brian, I know it's been a very long day with so many of these races that we've been tracking, but I do just want to ask if there's anything you feel that you would like to add, maybe even in this election cycle as a whole, before I let you go.
Thank you for that. I would just have viewers think about a couple of things. One is the whole dynamic of our political system has been changed tonight. We will have a president-elect and vice president-elect for the next 90 days or so. But meanwhile, you're going to have countries around the world that will now start pivoting away from Joe Biden towards Donald Trump. And how that plays out is serious business. What is Zelensky thinking tonight? What is Putin thinking? Bibi Netanyahu in Israel. All of these things are going to come into focus very, very soon. And so I would say to viewers before we sign off, or before I do tonight, if you got out and voted, fantastic, good for you. The next 90 days are going to be very interesting to watch.
Truly a true statement there, Brian Sobel, because of course, I mean, we call these elections here, we're kind of watching it, but it's not just one day, isn't it? It's really the trajectory of these next 4 years, especially these next 90 days. Brian Sobel, political analyst, my colleague here, Austin Westfall, always appreciate your guys' time. We'll talk soon.
Great seeing you both, and chat soon.
Of course. You have a good night, Brian. You've been working way too hard. All right, we're going to step away for a quick commercial break. But as you know, here at Live Now from Fox, we continue with more of this election coverage. A Live Now look at the White House in Washington, D.C. We'll have more from Election Day next. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is a live look. Where was this, Ryan? Speaking to my producer here, because ballots are still being counted. What is that? Where are we, Ryan? Milwaukee. All right, because we are continuing with our Election Day coverage here at Live Now from Fox. We had got you covered all throughout Election Day, and of course, heading into the night, we are nonstop here bringing you all of these latest headlines. Let's check in one more time with my colleague here, Austin Westfall. Austin, I've been saying it for quite some time now. It has been long. It has been busy. You have been up there for hours, kind of keeping us up to date. Go. What do you got for us?
That's how these election days go. That's just how it goes. Let's look at the map one final time before we log off for the evening, Correll. So here's what we're working with. Again, I sound like a broken record, but it is worth reiterating. We get our numbers from the Associated Press. Certain news outlets, they've been able to call this race already. Others, they have not. It all depends on which decision desk you're working with. We're working with the Associated Press. They have not yet called this in favor of Donald Trump officially. Trump has 267. 3 more will do it for him. Alaska, 3 electoral votes up for grabs. That'll do it for him. Wisconsin would do it for him. Michigan would do it for him. He's got sizable leads in both of these states and in Alaska as well. Arizona, it's very possible. And you know what? Let's open up Arizona. This is a state that has been very slowly trickling in. It was at 51% for a long time. Then it was at 52% for a long time. Now it's all the way up to 53%. Nonetheless, the results haven't changed too much. Trump has had roughly 50% of the vote as the night has progressed. Harris trailing him by roughly 2 points. Those 11 electoral votes are what is up for grabs there. Finally, our look at Nevada. This is the final swing state that we're going to talk about. 93% of the votes in 6 electoral votes up for grabs in Nevada. Trump with a comfortable lead of roughly 5 points in Nevada. So Trump has the advantage in just about every swing state. We're waiting for an official call from the Associated Press, Correll.
All right, Austin. Well, all that is good stuff that we are going to continue to follow here because, like I've been mentioning, this coverage continues. We are going nonstop, wall to wall. And Austin, I'm going to bring in now our friend and colleague over in Orlando.
Oh, yeah.
Josh Breslow.
There we go.
He's about to take over that coverage. Josh, all right. What do we got? How's it looking? How you doing? How you feeling? It's election
Good morning, by the way.
Yeah, good morning. I'm going to have to keep up with you, Correll, and Austin, Andrew Kraft. You guys have been doing an amazing job there as these results have been coming in. You've been bringing them to the viewers there and, of course, alerting them first. Now, as Austin mentioned at this point, we are still waiting on the Associated Press to call the presidential race. We know that Trump is very close to the 270 electoral votes that are needed to clinch that election there. And we do also know that Fox News is reporting that he is the projected winner. So we're going to keep an eye on all of that, but also check in with our different Fox affiliates as they begin their newscast. They're going to have some very interesting interviews. We will have the same thing with our experts as you've been doing all throughout the morning. But I mean, fantastic coverage from all of you there. So hopefully we can keep it up. No, you know what? We are going to keep it up here.
And we look forward to passing the baton to you, Josh. We know that you're going to keep it up, and we look forward to your coverage all morning.
Of course, we're excited about this. Our viewers, I mean, stay tuned here because Josh, he got up bright and early. He's out here. He is really informed. He's ready to bring you all of that, like he mentioned, with more expert analysis. And we're going to be dipping in, checking in with our partners down there across the country at different Fox stations all over the place. Josh, maybe a closing message before I let you go, and we toss it to you.
Well, I know that Austin's been going for, like 12 hours now, but I have a feeling he wants to stick around for another 12 hours. So, Austin, just stay where you are, and we'll come to you, for the next 12 hours or so.
You got it.
That sound good?
You got me for 48 hours, Josh. Let's do it. I'm on the clock. Let's go.
All right, notice he asked Austin because I'm going to bed. All right, everybody. So stick with us here at Live Now from Fox. Josh, we'll see you very soon. And then, Austin, I got to bring you up one more time here because I got to say thank you. Of course, you have been here with us for hours on end, keeping track of all of these major races that we have been following. Austin Westfall, kudos.
It's been fun, Correll. Thanks.
Of course. And with that, we're going to step away for our final commercial break. A Live Now look out there at the White House. Remember that we are not just tracking the presidential race, but so many of these different ballot initiatives, these props, and Senate and House races. All of that is still to come here at Live Now from Fox. So I'm going to be signing off here. My name is Karel Lahada, and on the other side, you'll see Josh Breslow.
as they are coming in and kind of getting a feel for how things are looking. Now, we know that Fox News has reported that Trump is the projected winner of the 2024 election, which would make him the 47th president of the U.S. However, here at Live Now from Fox, we are going with the Associated Press. And as of right now, I do want to go to the latest electoral numbers, as we do know that Kamala Harris right now is at 224 and Donald Trump at 267. So he's closing in there on the presidential race, but still a lot left to figure out here as we wait for that official call from the Associated Press. Now, if you are just joining us, we did hear from former President Trump a bit earlier as he spoke in a victory speech of sorts. That was a short time ago from Mar-a-Lago over in Palm Beach, Florida, saying, quote, "We have a country that needs help, Now, he was joined on stage by his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio. While Fox News once again is naming Trump as the projected winner, the Associated Press, which we use for the official call for victory, is still reporting that Trump is just shy of the 270 electoral votes that are needed to win. Again, he did say in his speech, we do have a country that needs help. We're going to be checking in all throughout the morning with our different Fox affiliates. And right now, I do want to head over to Fox 29 Philadelphia for a look at their live coverage, as they have a team of reporters following everything there from that swing state that has been called for former President Trump.
Making her the first openly transgender person to serve in Congress. Once again, good to have you with us on this Wednesday morning. It is certainly going to be a very busy morning. I'm Thomas, along with Karen, Sue, and Bob.
Yeah, good day and good morning. We have a lot to get to this morning. Bob Kelly, nice to see you.
Good
Everyone's
morning.
got their purple, and I think the big calls were certainly for unity. So we'll go through all of the races, both national and local as well. We can also all agree on the weather.
Oh, didn't wear a coat today. I don't know about you, but it's a no jacket required kind of morning, with a temperature projected to be more like June than November. So we'll go with it.
All right, it does look like right now they are actually focusing on the weather, probably going to get a look at traffic first. So I do want to take you back to a shot of the Capitol building here as we continue to follow the latest. Obviously, still the overnight hours, so we do appreciate you being with us here on Live Now from Fox all throughout the night as we continue to follow the latest on the results still coming in. Once again, we go with the Associated Press. So we're keeping an eye on the totals, and at this point, we do know that Trump is closing in on that victory there. He does have 267 electoral votes, Kamala Harris at 224, and we are waiting on races to be called over in Wisconsin, Michigan, some other swing states like Arizona and Nevada. Let's pop up this image once again so we can get a look at how the numbers are stacking up right now. Take a look at your screen there. This is a look at the popular vote as of right now. You can see Trump at 51% with 69 million votes, nearing that 70 million mark. We also have Kamala Harris at 64 million. She is, of course, with 47% of the vote. Again, that is a look at the popular vote here, but we also have a breakdown by state. Some of the states that we are watching very, very closely do include Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nevada. So we'll keep an eye on those numbers here as they continue to come into the newsroom. I do want to head back out to our Fox 29 Philadelphia station, as they are going to be checking in with their team of reporters that are essentially all over the place, covering not just the race there for president in Philadelphia, which is considered to be a swing state won by Trump, but also some of the local races, some of the state races that are still left to be determined. As I mentioned, right now they are in traffic, so we'll head to them here in just a second.
Some work on the Schuylkill, 2 spots eastbound right near 30th Street, all part of that repaving operation. And then they're also still working right near Montgomery Drive. Actually, it looks like they pulled away. So they must have ran out of coffee and donuts. So we're back to normal if you're coming into or out of the city. Now, if you're using mass transit this morning, SEPTA's Broad Street subway, they said expect delays until about 5 o'clock. You know, they used the night out bus service instead of the trains until 5. And there's a lack of drivers on the overnight. So a little longer wait time until 5 a.m. Thomas and Karen, back over to you.
All right, Bob, thank you. Once again, it is 4:02. You decide. Fox News has called the race for Donald Trump. You see it right there, 51%, 47%. That's where it stands right now. The Associated Press has not yet called that race.
And it is still too close to call for the race for the Senate in Pennsylvania. Incumbent Democrat Bob Casey and GOP challenger Dave McCormack. So taking a look right there, very, very close race, separated by only 1 point right now. We'll get to a lot more on that race coming up. Plus, also, we heard from Donald Trump overnight. He addressed his supporters at his headquarters in Florida.
Let's get out to Shayna, who's live for us this morning. Shayna, good morning.
Good morning to you both. Yeah, we heard from former President Donald Trump just within the last hour or so, hitting the stage with his family, his wife, his kids, as well as his running mate, J.D. Vance, and his wife. So we got the first real image of the Trump campaign really before the sun rose this morning. But giving an idea of where we are, 270, right? That's the number, the magic number of electoral votes we need. The Trump campaign already at 267. So certainly inching closer to the presidency, especially with winning Pennsylvania. But could kind of give you more context here of where we stand with things, because again, the AP has not officially called the presidency yet. According to the AP, he's still leading in key races left to be called, including Michigan and Wisconsin. But again, it's not over until it's over. Key counties in these swing states within the blue wall are still looking through and making sure, combing over those votes. We're awaiting those updates from Wayne County, which is where Detroit is located in Michigan, as well as Milwaukee County. Outside of those two states, Alaska, Arizona, 2 districts in Maine have yet to report officially. Vice President Kamala Harris was at her alma mater, Howard University, last night, hosting a watch party. We did not hear from her last night, but like I said, you said it off the top of this, we did hear from the Trump campaign. This is what we've had from both the campaigns as of right now.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
So at this point, the road to 270 is looking tight. We have Trump right now inching closer at 267 so far. But again, key states still not reporting. So we could see a more clearer picture later in the morning or even in the afternoon, depending on how this thing goes. But as we know, of course, it's not over until it's over. And we're waiting for the AP to officially declare, despite the fact that Fox News has declared. So, of course, as we have that, we'll bring it to you officially, both on air and online. Guys.
Certainly, every vote needs to be counted. Shayna, thank you. So we mentioned the Senate. Control over the House of Representatives still up for grabs. Could take days to determine a winner for several races across the country, mainly California and New York.
And Republicans now control the Senate with victories in West Virginia and Ohio. It is the first time they have majority control in 4 years.
So locally, all eyes remain on the Senate race in Pennsylvania.
So let's get to the very latest on that one with Marcus in Levittown.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, still too close to call officially here on this race. And if you lived in Pennsylvania and you've been tuning in to us or just turned on a TV in general, you have almost certainly seen an ad from either side on this campaign. Both spent an enormous amount of money on trying to get their message across and try to win this election. So let's bring up the current numbers right now that are being updated pretty much to the minute here as far as how much the vote is being counted and where we're at. So McCormick clinging on to a very narrow lead here, 49.2% to 48.2. This is with 96% of votes counted, according to the Associated Press. So this is a race that has not yet been called. They haven't even called the general election yet officially, as you heard just a minute ago there from Shayna. But you're taking a look at this race. There was a lot of attention on this McCormick, who had previously not even gotten out of the Republican primary, lost it in 2022 to Dr. Oz, who would end up losing to John Fetterman in that election. Here appears to be on a path to victory, depending on how the votes continue to come in and if they continue to trend the way they're trending right now. McCormick spoke about this earlier in the day, earlier in the morning here, and then we heard from the mayor. We did not hear from Casey's camp or from Casey, but we did hear from the mayor of Scranton talking about it, speaking on behalf of Casey as well.
We need new leadership in the Senate to make sure that every single kid in Pennsylvania has the opportunity to be all that they can be, regardless of party, race, creed. We need to create opportunity for every single person. We need to create an economy that works for everybody. We need to secure our border. We need to have energy policy that that protects the environment but also makes us secure and creates great jobs. The bottom line is we need leadership. We don't have it, and we're going to get it.
We are going to re-elect Senator Casey, but we're not going to be able to call that tonight. So let's all go home, get some rest if you can. We'll be back at it tomorrow. They're going to keep counting across the Commonwealth.
I think a lot of things are one big key difference here from the last general election is how quickly we're getting in results here. So we got, again, 96% of votes counted so far. If we can bring that up one more time, I think it's important to keep looking at this because it could change by the minute here as results, as votes are being counted. So we're certainly getting results quicker than I think most people expected there. Interesting to not hear from Casey directly tonight or from anyone from his camp there. Had been in that spot since 06. So for McCormick to be able to wrestle this Senate seat away is a huge deal. Many thought this would be the deciding factor in the GOP taking back control of the Senate, but that's already happened to begin with. So this race still too close to call. There's not an official winner yet. The AP keeping close track of that, as are we, and we'll keep updating that throughout the morning. We expect to hear something at some point today. We'll see if that becomes true, if that comes to fruition, but we're going to keep all eyes on it, guys.
Certainly very tight. Last hour when you spoke, it was about a 72,000 vote difference, now down to 67,000 vote difference. Marcus, thank you.
Yep.
We'll see you again in just a moment. Do want to take you to...
All right, so we are checking in with our different Fox affiliates all across the country here, 409 on the East Coast and 109 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. No question, all throughout the morning, we will be covering the election. Do want to take you out to some of the posts right here. As we've mentioned all throughout the morning, of course, we know that we are going with the Associated Press here, as they do say that Trump is getting very close to the presidency there with 267 electoral votes. We are waiting on some of those big races to still be called. But as we've mentioned here, Fox is projecting here that Trump is the winner. Again, we are going with AP, so we'll let you know when more of those races are called. Do want to take you out to some of the posts coming in from world leaders as they are taking to social media right now. We do have Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying, "Dear Donald and Melania Trump, congratulations on history's greatest comeback. Your historic return to the White House offers a new beginning for America and a powerful recommitment to the great alliance between Israel and America. This is a huge victory." Again, we do have a lot of other posts coming in from world leaders. We have Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, saying congratulations to Donald Trump on his impressive election victory. I recall our great meeting with President Trump back in September when we discussed in detail the Ukraine-U.S. strategic partnership, the victory plan, and ways to put an end to Russian aggression against Ukraine. We'll check in with more of that reaction as it does continue to come in all throughout the morning. In the meantime, do want to get to some analysis here as we bring in a good friend of the show. We have Dr. Mark Shanahan, an associate professor at the University of Surrey and an expert on American politics. Thank you so much, as always, Mark, for taking the time to be here with us.
A surprising morning, surprising most by just the speed that events are moving at. And as you say, being so close to Donald Trump being called as the 47th president.
And I know a lot of political experts did say it could potentially be days before we knew the outcome here. As we said, we are reporting from the Associated Press. So as of right now, Trump is about 3 electoral votes away. So did you think that this is how fast the results were going to come in? Because, again, political experts have said it could be a while.
I think there was a lot of expectation that the pollsters were being too cautious, that they were all grouping towards the middle, and that actually we were much more likely to get a positive result one way or the other. The fact that it's a positive result for Donald Trump so early is perhaps the surprise. I always felt it was going to be a clear direction one way or another. We would have a clear Harris victory or a clear Trump victory. What I expected was it to be at the other end of the day, for Pennsylvania to go all of the way through Wednesday before they called. And Clearly, the gender divide didn't really happen in terms of voting. There will be endless analysis of what went wrong for the Democrats. But those people who said they were going to vote for Trump came out and voted for Trump. I think whatever it is now, 5-6 hours ago, when North Carolina's projection was called, that was pretty much it. Race over. Right the way from the start, looking at all of the early counties that called in on the East Coast, it was pretty clear that Trump was doing better than expected and Harris was doing less well than expected. And this has been, it's felt a lot more like 2016, but with an expectation of Trump, rather than 2020, where there was this little wave for Trump in the beginning, and then things settled down. So quite a different night, quite a surprising night, but not overall a surprising result.
When we talk about polling, you kind of discussed that there, but do you think pollsters who were kind of being careful about what they were saying and kind of their projections, do you think this is going to change anything about the way that polling is done when you talk about the presidential race or maybe state races, local races as well?
Yeah. The polling industry used to be so easy. I mean, in the really old days, you sent out a questionnaire with the newspaper and it came back in and you got the results that pretty much predicted what the actual result was going to be. Then it moved to telephones. When everybody had landlines, again, it was relatively easy to do. We are in a social media age now. It is far more difficult to access the kind of voters you want to reach. So pollsters make lots of assumptions. Last time around in 2020, they really under-indexed on white male voters. They gave Biden projected big leads that didn't quite happen. Trump got closer in that. They done the same thing back in 2016. This time round, they possibly were over-indexing on the white male vote. But it may turn out to have been a right decision in that it looks as though particularly young male votes, be they white votes or minority votes, that is where Trump has won it. I think we'll have to do a lot more analysis on the polls and how close that they get to this. But probably a lot of polling companies really do need to reinvent themselves now to operate for a digital age, because it isn't quite happening at the moment. And you get us all getting very excited about things like the Seltzer poll in Iowa that had put Harris 3 points up there. That did not come to fruition at all, proved to be an interesting red herring, a real outlier. But in the end, the polls don't matter. It's what people really do when they get into those voting booths. And we're seeing that loud and clear today, that America is a very divided country, but just enough have voted for the Republican side of the ticket for Donald Trump.
We heard from Donald Trump maybe a couple hours ago over at Mar-a-Lago there in Palm Beach. It was essentially his victory speech of sorts. Again, we are going with the AP, so we are waiting on them to officially call some of those races in the swing states. But what stood out to you about some of the comments, some of the things he had to say there at Mar-a-Lago?
I was scribbling down a few notes as he was going on, so bear with me a second. Fighting for your family and your future every day. This, again, is trying to be the unity speech, the unifying speech, saying that he is there for all of America, not just for Republican voters. That this is an unprecedented victory. I think possibly Grover Cleveland would disagree with that. But, I mean, this is an amazing comeback to the White House. He sees himself as winning the popular vote. We haven't seen that confirmed, and that will take a while to see whether he has actually picked up the majority of votes across the country. I think even Donald Trump was quite surprised at the speed that this was all happening. He seemed delighted that the Republicans look likely to flip the Senate now and have a majority in the Senate. It's going to make his agenda a lot easier. Whether they will get the trifecta and get that and hold on to the House, that has yet to be seen. But this is someone who was clearly delighted at the end of a bruising campaign and in pure Donald Trump style called it early, before any of the networks had called it, before there's any AP official call. And this is a guy who has made all of his legal problems melt away. A very expensive way to get out of court, but it's going to give him 4 years with a far easier route to get a Trumpist agenda through for domestic policy, for international policy. I have to say, from the other side of the Atlantic and talking to colleagues in Europe this morning, there is a considerable amount of worry about what a new Trump government will mean for international relations. But there was real joy down in West Palm Beach last night for all of those people gathered around the 47th president, or the prospective 47th president.
And you kind of touched on this, but talking about world leaders, we've seen a lot of reaction that's been coming in from, for instance, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. We just brought in a statement from Volodymyr Zelensky. So it's not just Americans that are watching this race and have been over really not just the last few hours, but days, weeks, and months, right? I mean, you're over there in the UK and you're watching this very closely as an American politics expert.
Yeah, absolutely. This was a very, very good night for certain leaders across the Western world, not so much for others. Benjamin Netanyahu will be absolutely delighted by this victory. It basically takes any shackles off him. He knows that he has got the full support of Trump for Israeli action across the Middle East. Possibly it makes the Middle East a more dangerous place now. Don't forget that Netanyahu sacked his defense minister yesterday. So we might find an even more hard line from the Israelis against Hamas, against Hezbollah, potentially against Iran. That could actually become a much more dangerous situation. A very bad night for Zelensky. He had banked on a Harris win for continued American support in the fight against Russia. Donald Trump says that he can stop that war with a phone call. He's not going to stop it in favor of Ukraine and the Ukrainian war effort. So we'll wait to see how that one plays out, but it doesn't look to be a good night for Zelensky. For trading partners, we've got to get used now to an America First agenda, an agenda where, don't forget, Donald Trump sees everything as a business decision. He's a zero-sum player. He has to win, therefore others lose. So you're looking at these 60% tariffs on Chinese goods coming into the country. You're looking at 10 to 20% tariffs on other imports. It may actually have an effect on the American economy in that the cost of living will actually get more expensive, whereas the expectation is that he's going to bring down the cost of living. And he is unpredictable, so he is a difficult partner to engage with in international relations. All of the leaders will congratulate him today. I've seen our own Prime Minister Keir Starmer sending a letter of congratulation to Donald and Melania Trump already. They all have to work with Trump. They all have to deal with his foibles and his unpredictability. I don't think there will be particularly close relations with him. He loves strong leaders. It will be interesting to see how he continues to act and react with the likes of Kim in North Korea, of Xi in China, and of course with Putin in Russia. It's not going to be clear, calm waters internationally over the next 4 years.
All right. Dr. Mark Shanahan, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and break it all down. Anything else you want to add really about any of this before I let you go here?
I think the one thing that really surprised us in the UK was how much the economy dominated this election. For us, it looks as though reproductive rights, the pushback on Roe v. Wade, the Dobbs decision afterwards, would galvanize women to go to the polls and vote for Harris. Maybe they did, but it wasn't enough. And still, what matters to everybody in America going out to vote, which we probably don't react enough to in the rest of the world, is the dollar in your wallet, how you're feeling about the strength of the economy, how you are coping with the cost of living. And I think that has defined this. The American electorate felt that Trump had the answers and that Harris didn't.
All right. Dr. Shanahan, thank you as always for taking the time to join us. And I'm sure I'll be bugging you a lot over the next several days as we get, more of those results coming in. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, and I do want to pop this up for you once again as we continue to take a look at the results here. We do know this is a look at the popular vote as Donald Trump showing about 69 million votes, getting very close to that 70 mark there, 51% of the vote. Kamala Harris at about 65 million votes, or 47%. Again, that is the popular vote. I do want to go over what we're looking at electoral college-wise. And again, we are keeping an eye on the Associated Press. That is what we use to call these races. And they have Trump just shy of that 270 electoral votes needed to clinch the victory there. He is at 267. And Kamala Harris at 224. Again, we are waiting on some of the other states to actually be called by the Associated Press. So as we see those numbers come in, you will be the first to know if you're watching us here on Live Now from Fox. Do have to head to a quick break here at 4:24 on the East Coast and 1:24 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Good morning and welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 4:26 on the East Coast and 1:26 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow and I'm here for the next several hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. And all throughout the morning, we are going to keep an eye on those results as they continue to come into the newsroom. Again, we are bringing you the results that are coming in via the Associated Press. So take a look at some of those states that we are still waiting to be called here. We do have Michigan, as they have 15 electoral votes. Trump right now leading at 51%. Kamala Harris showing up 47%. So that is a state that the Associated Press has yet to call. But of course, you can see it is leaning as of right now in Trump's direction there. With 94% of votes counted over in Wisconsin, they do have 10 electoral votes right now, also leaning toward Trump at 51%. Kamala Harris there does have close to 48%. And again, these are several states that we are watching as they are swing states, and the results are still coming in. 83% of the votes have been counted there over in Nevada. Trump looks to be winning that as well at 52%, and Kamala Harris does have 47%. Of course, we are going with the Associated Press, but I do want to remind you here that as of right now, Fox News is projecting that Trump is the winner of the presidency. But as I mentioned, still waiting on the Associated Press to call that race, so we will make sure to bring that to you, of course, once it does happen. I do want to check in right now with our Fox 35 Orlando team for a look at some of their coverage. As I mentioned, we are going to be bringing you some of the coverage from our different affiliates as they cover their local races, some of the amendments. And of course, we know there that over in Florida, a big one did relate to marijuana. So let's pop up the audio here and listen in to their coverage.
This Wednesday morning, it is certainly going to be a very busy morning. This Wednesday morning, it is certainly going to be a very busy morning.
Good Day Orlando starts now with breaking news.
I believe the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this.
Breaking news this morning at 4. Fox News reports former President Donald J. Trump becomes the 47th president of the United States. Good morning, everybody. It is 4 o'clock on this Wednesday morning. I'm Deborah Cho, and if you are just now waking up with us, Donald Trump has secured a majority of the electoral votes over his competitor, Vice President Kamala Harris. Now, as of right now, according to the Associated Press, former President Trump has gotten 267 electoral votes and is leading in those states. His biggest victory was winning 19 electoral votes from Pennsylvania. The AP shows Vice President Harris has 224 electoral votes. In Florida, former President Trump won big. He earns 56% of the vote, which really outperformed a lot of the polling that was done here. He totaled almost 6 million votes. Now, keep in mind, the polls here in Florida showed a much closer race. Now, both candidates, they have been holding those watch parties all night long. So let's check in with Randy Hildreth, who is in Palm Beach for former President Donald Trump.
Around 1:30 this morning, he got the biggest swing state prize. Trump was declared the projected winner of Pennsylvania, crumbling what's considered the blue wall and gaining that important piece in the race to 270 electoral votes. He also captured the swing state of Georgia just before 1 o'clock this morning. The former president took the stage at his election watch party shortly after 2 a.m. with hundreds cheering and supporting him as he approached the microphone. In his speech, he thanked his supporters for voting in record numbers in early voting and showing up to vote on election day. And you could hear it in his tone when he addressed the crowd, promising that as the next president, he will make good on the promises from his campaign to address immigration, crime, and the biggest concern for many Americans, the economy.
I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future.
Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
Now, meanwhile, Vice President Kamala Harris held her watch party at Howard University. Now, Harris has not spoken yet, but during her watch party last night in Washington, D.C., the co-chair of the campaign addressed the crowd saying they have not given up and the race is not over.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight.
And a lot of people actually started to leave even at that watch party. Kamala Harris is scheduled, though, to address the nation today. As soon as we find out when that will happen, of course, we will bring you her remarks live. Now, it was not just the candidates Floridians were voting for. We also had those 6 constitutional amendments on the ballot. Now, 2 key amendments for recreational marijuana and abortion rights failed to pass. The key number for both of those, as you guys know, is 60%, but both of them failed to hit that benchmark. So let's take a closer look this morning at Amendment 3. Former President Trump threw his support behind the issue, but that wasn't enough to get that super majority. It failed with 56% of the vote. That's over 90% of the vote counted. Now, interesting to note, though, just after 8 last night, Governor Ron DeSantis tweeted about the amendments failing. He's taken a victory lap. In the last few weeks, he and his wife, First Lady Casey DeSantis, campaigned vigorously against both Amendment 3 and Amendment 4. Well, speaking of Amendment 4, that also failed. This would have expanded abortion rights across the state. It also needed 60% approval to pass. With nearly 90% of the vote counted there, it did not make that threshold. We have been inundated with commercials on both sides of these issues, as all of you guys have seen and watched through the last couple of months. Now, school board elections will remain unchanged in the state of Florida. Amendment 1 failed to gain the support it needed to pass. This would have required partisan school board elections. And then Amendment 2, that one, though, did pass with more than enough support. This one makes fishing and hunting a right in Florida and establishes it as a preferred means of managing and controlling fish and wildlife. Now, candidates running for state office in Florida will continue to have access to public campaign financing. State voters rejected Amendment 6. That means candidates who don't have the backing of big donors can still access taxpayer funds to help fuel their campaigns. Well, the time now is 4:05 this morning. We need to switch gears today, right now, because
All right, we'll talk a little bit more about Florida in just a second, but that was our Fox 35 Orlando team. Do want to pull up the Associated Press map right now so you can get a look at the electoral totals at this hour. Again, Donald Trump just 3 electoral votes away, according to the Associated Press, from being named the projected winner of the 2024 election. You can see that random ad for the Associated Press popping up there. But Kamala Harris at 224 electoral votes. We are waiting on races over in Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. Still waiting on Alaska as well. So the second those results come in from the Associated Press, we'll make sure to bring those to you here on Live Now from Fox. Going back to Florida a bit, you heard Deborah there talking about the situation there overall with those amendments that failed. You have Florida Amendment number 4, which involved the right to abortion. Now, we know that Amendment 4 did fail in Florida after not meeting that 60% threshold to pass. That is according to the Associated Press. Now, Florida voters decided to keep the current abortion law, which does restrict abortion to the first 6 weeks of pregnancy. Amendment 4 would have legalized abortion in Florida before the period of viability or when necessary to protect the patient's health as determined by the patient's health care provider. The amendment would not have changed the legislature's constitutional authority to require notification to a parent or guardian before a minor has an abortion. In Florida, the state constitution does require yes votes from 60% of voters. Again, you can see that it was fairly close there, with 57% voting yes and 43% voting no. Another big amendment that folks were watching was Amendment 3. You also heard Deborah talk a little bit about this, but that involves marijuana. Now, Florida voters also rejected that ballot measure that would have legalized recreational marijuana for adults at least 21 years old and allowed them to possess up to 3 ounces of marijuana. It failed to obtain that required 60% threshold at a time when the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration is making moves to reclassify marijuana as a less dangerous drug. Florida's Republican-dominated government has a lengthy history of opposing marijuana legislation. Another measure to enshrine abortion rights in the state constitution, as we said, did not pass. The time now 4:36 on the East Coast and 1:36 on the West Coast. Do want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but so much more coverage to get to in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Good morning, everyone, and welcome in here on Live Now from Fox. The time 4:38 on the East Coast and 1:39 on the West Coast. If you are just waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox, I want to go into a rundown of what we're watching right here as we wait for more races to be called by the Associated Press. That is where our official numbers are coming from here. You can see as far as the electoral count, Donald Trump just 3 electoral votes away from victory there. We are still waiting on some of the swing states to be called, including Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, and some others, Alaska included in those as well. Also want to pop up the popular vote here so you can get a look at the situation, as we know that Donald Trump does have 51% of the popular vote, just kind of going up there over the 70 million mark. Kamala Harris right now showing up at 47%, or about 65 million votes. One race that was called fairly early, if you think about it, based on some of those projections, was over in Pennsylvania. I do want to check in with our Fox Philadelphia team as they have more live coverage.
Thank you, 433. You decided. Fox News has called a race for Donald Trump, taking the electoral vote and the popular vote as well. We should point out the Associated Press has not called that race yet.
One of the other very closely watched races in our area. It is still too close to call. That's for the U.S. Senate. So we'll get to that in just a moment. Here it is. Thank you. So Dave McCormick is ahead in the vote counting right now, ahead of the incumbent, of course, Bob Casey, the Democrat. But you would imagine with Trump doing well that you would see at the top of the ticket that it would also bode well for Dave McCormick. So we'll follow the latest counts for that race.
It was just a couple of hours ago we heard from Donald Trump. He addressed his supporters at his headquarters in Florida.
Let's get out to Shayna.
Well, good morning to you both. Yeah, we're talking about an election that folks have been staying up all night for, watching come in hour by hour. And we heard from former President Donald Trump essentially declaring victory and thanking his supporters in West Palm Beach. Right now, sitting at 267 out of the 270 electoral votes he needs to clinch the presidency. We haven't heard necessarily from Vice President Kamala Harris herself, but her campaign certainly making comment before closing down her watch party at her alma mater, Howard University, historically Black college and university, if you're not familiar, in Washington, D.C. Now, according to the AP, President Trump is leading key races that have yet to be called, including Michigan and Wisconsin. We're awaiting both of those states, as well as Alaska, Arizona. 2 districts in Maine have yet to officially report at this point. When it looks at it, when we look at the map, thus far, we're at 267 for President Trump and just about 224 for Vice President Harris. So this is a race that is going to be inch by inch at this point. This is what each campaign had to say.
Unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow.
So there you have it. We will hear from Vice President Kamala Harris at some point today, not specified whether that's morning or afternoon. We obviously just heard from President Donald Trump just a couple hours ago at this point. So we need to, of course, just stand by for what's to happen next as the world keeps their eyes on this election. As far as where people stand and where people are thinking, where people's heart posture is, we're at 30th Street Station here in University City. The first train out, Amtrak-wise, doesn't leave till about 5 a.m. So certainly hoping to, get the pulse on some folks as the morning progresses, guys.
Sure, you'll get those opinions here shortly. Shana, thank you. 436, we had mentioned, it is a very close race. All eyes on Pennsylvania. It remains on Pennsylvania at this hour when it comes to the U.S. Senate race here.
It could be an upset, it looks like at this point. Marcus obviously has not been called, but very interesting.
Yeah, it could be. It is very interesting, particularly because they spent a lot of money each side here on this particular race, and it is still too close to call. So there's a lot to pay attention to. So while we were surprised, I think, in general, how quickly we're getting results in various elections, I think here we have something to still pay attention to. So I'm going to have our team pull up our graphic here of the latest numbers of the votes being counted, because I've been keeping a close eye on this all morning long. And they're still at 96% of votes counted. When we showed up today around 3 in the morning, it was at 95. So that's about how much it's moved there. 49.2 to 48.3. That was at 48.2 for Casey the last time we were on air. So numbers are changing. There's still a slim lead there, but you can understand, taking a look at that, why the AP has not called this race yet. It is very, very close. They're still counting votes. They still got that 4% left there. Could make a huge difference on the total, or rather the final outcome of this. But for now, McCormick has that slim lead. He spoke about it as well. We did not hear last night or early this morning from Bob Casey or his camp, but the mayor of Scranton, Paige Canetti, also did speak on their behalf, though. So let's hear from the mayor there, and then also from McCormick.
And who's ready to save America? We got to do it. We've got to do it. And listen, this election night's not quite over. We've looked at where all the rest of it coming, and it looks like we're headed in a very good direction.
We are going to re-elect Senator Casey, but we're not going to be able to call that tonight. So let's all go home, get some rest if you can. We'll be back at it tomorrow. They're going to keep counting across the Commonwealth, and then tomorrow we'll hopefully get a result.
Yeah, it'll certainly be a bit of an upset if McCormick is able to hang on to this lead here and then claim that victory, get that Senate seat wrestled away from Bob Casey, who's had it since 06 there. And Thomas, you've been doing a great job with your math there. I thought journalists were horrible at math, but you've been nailing it all morning long. What's our gap there now that we have so far on this race?
We're at about 63, a little over 63,000 votes between the two there, my friend. Okay. So it's close. Once again, still too close to call. We'll see you again coming up in just a little bit. Marcus, thank you. 439, many people take them every morning. We're talking about those fish oil supplements.
All right, a big thank you there to our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. As I mentioned, we are going to be checking in with our different affiliates all throughout the morning. Do want to take another look at the electoral map coming in from the Associated Press if you are just waking up, or if you're tracking this as closely as we are here. You can see Donald Trump is just 3 electoral votes away from that presidential victory. Of course, it is the race to 270. As of right now, Kamala Harris does have 224 electoral votes. As of right now, we're also waiting on some of those swing states to come in: Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Right now, as you can see where the vote totals do stand, the Associated Press saying that they are leaning red at this point. We are also waiting on the Associated Press to make that official call, but it is important to note that as of right now, Fox News is projecting that Trump does have the electoral votes to win the presidency. Again, as I've mentioned a few times here, we do go off the Associated Press, though, for that official call. The second it does happen, though, you will be the first to know if you're watching us here on Live Now from Fox. Do have to head to a quick break here at 4:47 on the East Coast and 1:47 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. Good morning, everyone, and welcome in here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 4:50 on the East Coast and 1:50 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here with you for the next several hours to break down the latest on the presidential election and, of course, state elections. We are taking a look at Congress, including the Senate and the House. Do want to pop up some of those results, some of which, by the way, we are still waiting on. Right here, you have the U.S. Senate race over in Arizona. You have Democrat Ruben Gallego taking on Kari Lake there, Republican. Now, Ruben does have 51%, Kari at 47%, so we are still waiting on those full results to come in from the Associated Press with 53% of the votes counted, so still a lot left there to count. Do want to look at some of the races that have been called over in Florida. We have Republican Rick Scott, who did defeat his Democratic challenger. He received 56% of the vote, with 99% of those precincts reporting. Also have the U.S. Senate race over in Texas. That was very closely watched. Ted Cruz versus Colin Allred. Ted Cruz getting almost 6 million votes, winning that seat there at 53%. Again, a lot of different races that we are going to keep an eye on here. What I do want to pop up for you right now is a live look over the Capitol building there in D.C. because Republicans have won control of the U.S. Senate, retaking the chamber for the first time in 4 years. Now, it gives Republicans major power in Washington and the lead role in confirming the next president's cabinet and any Supreme Court justices if there is any sort of vacancy at any point. Over 100 races still left to call, though, for the House of Representatives, so control is still pretty much up for grabs at this point, and Republicans have had a slim majority there in the House, with Speaker Mike Johnson elected after the ousting of Republican Speaker Kevin McCarthy. If Democrats do take the House and Republicans take the Senate, it would be the first time in history that both chambers of Congress have flipped to opposing political parties. We talked the other day a little bit about campaign fundraising for the races. We know that federal election officials say $2.5 billion was spent on the Senate races, and the House races have cost almost $1 billion. A lot more coverage to get to here on Live Now from Fox as the morning does continue, but we have to sneak in one more quick 2-minute commercial break this hour. On the other side, right back into our live, raw, and unfiltered coverage of the election 2024. You're watching Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and we'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 455 on the East Coast and 155 on the West Coast. Do want to take you out to this live image that we do have showing the White House over in D.C. Now, as I've mentioned a few times here, we are reporting with the Associated Press and using their reports for the number of electoral votes won by each of the candidates. As of right now, Trump is just 3 electoral votes away from that victory, with several states, several swing states still left to call, including Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. So a lot that we are still waiting here for, but we'll make sure to bring those to you as we do get them. Also do want to mention that Fox News is reporting that Trump is projected to win the presidency again, though. We are going with those numbers from the Associated Press. Do want to bring in a friend of the show now to talk a little bit more about the presidency, but also the race for Congress here. We, of course, as I mentioned here, know that the Senate has flipped at this point to Republicans, but we're still waiting to see what does happen with the House. So let's bring in Rich Rubino, a political analyst, as well as a political historian. As always, Rich, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. I know you don't sleep, so we definitely appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me on.
All right, so first off, before we talk about the presidency here and the race to 270, I do want to touch a little bit on the congressional races, because as we mentioned, the Senate has flipped to Republican control, but all eyes are kind of on the House at this point. So what have you seen? What are you looking for, and what are you waiting to see as far as what happens here?
Yeah, that could be the last guardrail for Democrats on President Trump, assuming President Trump is in fact elected president. It's the House of Representatives. The United States Senate, it appears, has gone Republican. This is going to be a very odd situation where in an election you have a scenario where the Senate goes from Republican or Democrat to Republican, and the House, contrary-wise, goes from Republican to Democrat. I think Hakeem Jeffries is poised to essentially become the next Speaker of the House. It'll be an interesting dynamic to see what his relationship is with the new Senate Majority Leader, whether it's John Thune of South Dakota, John Cornyn of Texas, or Rick Scott of Florida, or perhaps even somebody else. It's just going to be a different dynamic. I think that the Democrats certainly have the edge right now. There are many seats still close to call. There might be a couple of Democrats who represent Trump-type districts that are kind of on the edge right now. I think Marie Perez is one of them, and Congresswoman from Washington State. Another one is Jared Golden from Maine. So there's really a litany of outstanding races right now.
What happens if, you have Republican control of the presidency and then you have Republican control of both houses of Congress there? What does that mean overall? What does that say, and what happens next?
Well, first of all, real control of the United States Senate is 60 votes, because that's what you need to be filibuster-proof. Of course, theoretically, they could use the nuclear option and just eliminate the filibuster, and the Republicans would have the votes to do that, assuming they stand in unison in doing that. But what it does mean is that theoretically, if Donald Trump is to get legislation through the United States Congress, he has to work with the House of Representatives. Now, how does he do that? The first thing he has to do is he has to have just about every Republican unified behind him. And for some Republicans, particularly those who represent, say, some of the congressional districts in New York State who just barely held on in congressional districts that are likely to go for Vice President Harris, it's in their best political interest to vote against him, to vote against the president, because then they can go back in 2026 running for re-election, because everything's about a campaign. It's just all perpetual. They can go back in 2026 and say, look, I voted against the president. Now, on the other hand, there are some Democrats, like I say, if someone like Marie Perez gets reelected, Jared Golden gets reelected, Matt Cartwright in Pennsylvania, Marcy Kaptur in Ohio, they can represent congressional districts. Mary Portola, she gets reelected in Alaska as well. They represent congressional districts that voted for Donald Trump last time. That voted for Donald Trump this time as well. They need to be able to go back to their constituents in 2026 and say, look, I voted with Donald Trump on this piece of legislation. So perhaps he'll have to work across the aisle to get some of those Democrats to vote with him. On other issues like trade, for example, he has this is really where the right kind of meets left, where it's kind of like, how do you do? He has some Democrats on the far left of the Democratic Party that he could work with to try to restrict trade, for example, and he can work with them and working against sometimes some center Republicans, for example, trying to get tariffs through.
When you look at the Associated Press and just kind of the information that's come in, especially as you're talking about the presidential race, the electoral votes, what stood out to you overall as to what we've seen happen this time around versus maybe 2020?
I think how Donald Trump has overperformed in certain areas, particularly with the Latino vote. He did extremely well, upwards of 45%, if you can believe it, with the Latino vote. There was some talk about perhaps that the Puerto Rican joke at the Madison Square Garden would galvanize some Puerto Ricans to come out and vote against Donald Trump. It appears that did not happen. But I think also working class voters, the fact that Democrats just have not been able to break the lock in terms that Donald Trump really has in terms of many working class voters, particularly white voters without college degrees. That's Donald Trump's bailiwick, if you will. That's his wheelhouse. And if the Democrats are to be a majority party again, they really have to go back to where they were when they were winning that constituency. Like, for example, under Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, Donald Trump really knows how to appeal to that constituency. And I think that his economic nationalism when it comes to issues like trade, for example, really appeals to folks in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania, in Ohio, in places where they blame trade for the losses of jobs.
What are you waiting to see today? Because obviously we are still waiting on some of those races to be called by the Associated Press. We're looking at 267 electoral votes for Donald Trump, so just 3 away from that 270 mark. Kamala Harris obviously trailing at this point. But what are you waiting to see as far as what information does come in?
The House of Representatives, certainly. I'm also watching the Senate races. One of them is Montana. John Tester represents a state that last time around went 16 points for Donald Trump. John Tester is an endangered Democrat. I want to see what his final results are and how he's obviously was running ahead of the national party. If there's anything that's reverse coattails, perhaps for Vice President Harris on John Tester's campaign. I want to see what the final results are there, and certainly the state of Wisconsin as well. I think it's just a matter of how big of a majority Donald Trump will have in the United States Senate. Of course, again, if you don't eliminate the filibuster, you really need 60 votes to get anything through. And certainly, he's going to have a situation also in the United States Senate where he is going to have to work across the aisle. And some folks certainly are kind of advertise the fact that they voted with Donald Trump, and it looks like they did not do too well. You had Sherrod Brown and Robert Casey, respectively, advertise the fact that they supported Donald Trump on trade. It didn't seem to have worked for them. So it'll be very interesting to see Democrats, specifically Democrats up in 2026. They need to show, in some respect, how they work with Donald Trump so they can go in 2026 in moderate to conservative states and say, look at this, I worked on this legislation with Donald Trump. So that's advantageous for the former president.
A lot of folks who were there last night at Kamala Harris's party did expect to hear from her. That was over at Howard University. We're told, of course, that she did not speak last night, but could potentially speak today. What do you think we are going to hear from her when she does speak? I know she's watching the races just like everyone else is.
I think she was extremely surprised, as was Hillary Clinton in 2016. I think the fact that she got about 75,000 people on the Washington Mall, I think that she probably expected that she was going to win. She was probably already preparing for the transition period. I think she's probably really disconsolate, distraught right now. So she's going to try to write a speech, and she's going to try to, I think, talk about, particularly for women and girls, that they do have a chance of becoming president of the United States and running for office, and say something to the effect of, that we need leaders for the future and don't keep your head down. Colin Elrod, the congressman from Texas who lost the Senate race to Ted Cruz, gave a very similar speech saying, don't put your head down, now it's time to fight, that type of a thing. That's my guess on what our speechwriters are probably working on right now.
All right. Rich Rubino, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and help break it all down. Anything else you want to add here about really any of this before I let you go?
Yes, I would just say that this is an election. This is an election season. It's really, there are 3 branches of government. Obviously, for Donald Trump, he needs the United States Senate, but he also needs the House of Representatives. It's going to be very interesting in terms of how, particularly, he tweets. The Democrats represent congressional districts that are the congressional districts that have many Republicans in them. He's probably going to use going to use his platform on social media to try to persuade them to vote with him. Once again, for some of the congressmen, if you're a congressman in a place like Long Island, it's actually where that did not vote for Donald Trump. It's actually to their political benefit to vote against Donald Trump, and that's really the headwinds he's going to have to face in the next 4 years.
All right, Rich, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Hopefully you can get some sleep, but I imagine probably not.
Thank you so much. Greatly appreciated.
All right, everybody, and I do want to take you to some of the posts that are coming in from world leaders. Again, the Associated Press saying as of right now that Donald Trump does have 267 electoral votes, so just 3 shy of declaring victory there. Of course, as I mentioned, Fox News is projecting him to be the winner, but we are going with the Associated Press. We are going with the Associated Press, so we'll make sure to bring you those results the second that they do come in. But again, world leaders are responding. We have Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, who said, "Congratulations to Donald Trump on his impressive election victory. I recall our great meeting with President Trump back in September when we discussed in detail the Ukraine-U.S. strategic partnership, the victory plan, and ways to put an end to Russian aggression against Ukraine." Popping up some of the other statements here, we heard from Speaker Mike Johnson, who said, "We have saved America. The American people have spoken, and President Trump and Senator J.D. Vance are going to the White House. We are ready to get to work for the American people." Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, saying, "Dear Donald and Melania Trump, congratulations on history's greatest comeback. Your historic return to the White House offers a new beginning for America and a powerful recommitment to the great alliance between Israel and America. This is a huge victory." Now, the time right now is 5:06 on the East Coast and 2:06 on the West Coast. We do have to head to a quick break, but on the other side, we are going to play those comments from former President Trump's victory speech, so to speak, as he was speaking just a couple hours ago over at his watch party in Mar-a-Lago. That's coming up here in 2 short minutes. Good morning and welcome in here on Live Now from Fox, 5:09 on the East Coast and 2:09 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next couple hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. And no question, we are watching very closely here as the Associated Press is going to be calling a little bit more of those swing states. The results are still coming in here in some of those big states, so we'll bring those to you the second they do come in. Now, we've already told you that Donald Trump does have 267 electoral votes, according to the Associated Press, so just 3 shy of the 270 needed to clinch the presidency there. And we are going to keep an eye again as those swing states are called. Do want to pop up the popular vote right now as Trump is winning that as well. You can see he does have more than 70 million votes with 51% of the popular vote. Kamala Harris right now has about 65 million votes there, totaling 47%. As we mentioned a bit earlier on this morning, we did hear from former President Trump as he gave his victory speech of sorts. I do want to play that for you here on Live Now from Fox. He did also speak alongside J.D. Vance, his running mate, as well as House Speaker Mike Johnson.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, there's Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he's a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen, he really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words, Jacob.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
You want me to say something? This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her. She's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And a very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. Slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have Amanda White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him a rings because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and I said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people, these are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from the, can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much there. We did just hear from former President Trump. That was over in Mar-a-Lago. Now, as you can see on your screen, we are following some breaking news as the Associated Press has now called Wisconsin for former President Trump, which puts him over that 270 mark for electoral votes. He is now at 277, so the Associated Press now projecting that he is the winner of the presidential race and has been elected the 47th president of the United States. Kamala Harris, as of right now, does have 224 electoral votes. We are still waiting on states like Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, and Alaska to be called. But as of right now, with that win in Wisconsin projected by the Associated Press, former President Trump has been elected the 47th president of the United States. We told you a bit earlier on this morning that Fox News was already projecting that, but we do go off the Associated Press here, so we can now tell you that he is the projected winner of the presidential race after gaining those extra electoral votes, 10 of them from the state of Wisconsin. Do want to pop this up on your screen right now so you can get a look at the vote count here. This will pop up over on the left-hand side of your screen underneath that viewer count. And again, do want to thank you to all the 300,000 people who are watching us right now at 5:37 on the East Coast and 2:37 on the West Coast. Right there, Donald Trump, 277 electoral votes, and Kamala Harris, 224, as we wait for 4 more states to be called: Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, and Arkansas. But former President Trump going over that 270 mark for electoral votes, so being elected, according to the Associated Press, as the 47th president of the United States. We'll make sure to cover all of this and provide more for you throughout the morning. You just heard from the former president at Mar-a-Lago. We can expect that he will likely speak again later today, along with Kamala Harris likely to speak later as well. So we'll bring you both of those in full and commercial-free right here on Live Now from Fox. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break now at 5:38 on the East Coast and 2:38 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We will be right back. And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox 541 on the East Coast and 241 on the West Coast. You are looking at the electoral map right now as just moments ago, the Associated Press did call Wisconsin for former President Trump, which means he is now at 277 electoral votes, meaning the Associated Press calling the race and saying he has been elected the 47th president of the United States. As you can see, Kamala Harris right there does have 224 electoral votes, with 4 states still left to call. We're talking Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska. We're going to keep an eye on that and bring you more information as we do get it here. In the meantime, do want to talk about some of the amendments that were on ballots all over the country. There were 4 different states that did discuss marijuana, including Florida, where voters actually rejected the measure. Amanda McKenzie at our Fox 35 Orlando team following all of that and joins us live to break it all down. Good morning, Amanda. Kind of fill us in here.
Good. Absolutely. Good morning to you. Well, for the foreseeable future, recreational use of marijuana will remain illegal in the state of Florida. Amendment 3 failed to get the 60% threshold required to make this amendment law. Now, 55.9% of Floridians did vote in favor of legalizing the recreational use and possession of 3 ounces of marijuana for people aged 21 and older. If it had been approved, the marijuana measure wouldn't have immediately made marijuana legal in Florida. It would have allowed the Florida legislature to create regulations or decide how to implement the amendment during the legislative session that begins in March. Governor Ron DeSantis and Republican legislative leaders opposed Amendment 3, with DeSantis saying it would have only benefited large marijuana corporations. While campaigning, Donald Trump signaled support in early September for the measure and a potential federal policy shift to reclassify marijuana. In a statement from Smart and Safe Florida, it says in part, quote, "While the results of Amendment 3 did not clear the 60% threshold, we are eager to work with the governor and legislative leaders who agree with us on decriminalizing recreational marijuana for adults." So for now, nothing has changed. Recreational use of marijuana is still illegal. However, it is legal for marijuana use when it comes to medical purposes approved by a doctor. Reporting live in Orange County, Amanda McKenzie, back to you.
All right, Amanda McKenzie there with our Fox 35 Orlando team. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. And do want to take you back to the count right here. As we do know, we learned moments ago that the Associated Press has now called Wisconsin for former President Trump, meaning he has earned 10 more electoral votes. That puts the total at 277, which of course is now higher than the 270 required to win the election. So the Associated Press now calling the race for former President Trump, saying that he has been elected the 47th president of the United States. Kamala Harris does remain at 224 electoral votes, and there are still 4 states that are left to be called. That includes Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska. Do want to pop this up for you on your screen so you can get a look at the map, and you can see a lot of red there, as all 4 states that are still left to be called are at this point showing red. They are leaning red. So we are waiting on the official call, though, from the Associated Press to bring you all of those details. I want to hover over, and I'm not sure if you'll be able to see it, but Michigan does have 15 electoral votes that will be awarded to the winner. Arizona has 11 electoral votes. Nevada does have 6 electoral votes, and Alaska showing up at 3 electoral votes. Again, we are waiting on those results to come in, so we'll make sure to bring those to you the second we get them. Do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will have a lot more coverage to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 547 on the East Coast, and it is 247 on the West Coast. Do want to take you out to this live look that we do have over the White House in D.C. as the Associated Press now officially calling the race for former President Trump. We do know that they called the race for Wisconsin a short time ago, which brings Trump up to 277 electoral votes. That is, of course, compared to Kamala Harris's 224. And as we know, the threshold there is 270. So Donald Trump has now passed that number, and according to the Associated Press, has been elected the 47th president of the United States. You see it right there on the left-hand side of your screen with the check mark, meaning that it has been called by the Associated Press. Of course, Donald Trump was also the 45th president of the United States, but once again elected back to the White House, according to the Associated Press. Now, earlier on this morning, we told you when Fox News actually called the race for former President Trump, but we go by the Associated Press, so we can now say, according to them, that Trump is the projected winner of the 2024 presidential race. Want to pop this up right here on your screen so you can get a look as the Associated Press just put out this tweet here. They said AP race call, Donald Trump elected the 47th president of the U.S. His win over Vice President Kamala Harris caps a historically tumultuous campaign that did include 2 assassination attempts against him. We are also getting reaction coming in from all over. Speaker Mike Johnson saying, "We have saved America. The American people have spoken, and President Trump and Senator J.D. Vance are going to the White House. We are ready to get to work for the American people." Also have this post coming in from France's president saying, "Congratulations, President Trump. Ready to work together as we did for 4 years with your convictions in mind, with respect and ambition for more peace and prosperity." Eric Trump, of course, the son of former President Trump, posting a photo of his dad right before he went on stage over in Mar-a-Lago a few hours ago to give his victory speech. We brought you that speech earlier on in the hour, but we'll replay it a bit later on this morning in case you did miss it and maybe you're just waking up. Also heard from Mark Cuban, who said, "Congratulations, Trump, you won fair and square. Congratulations to Elon Musk as well." He said, #Godspeed. Also saw Melania Trump post this photo of her son Barron saying, "Voted for the first time for his dad. #18 years old, #presidential election, #proud. Heard from NATO's new Secretary General as well. He said, "I just congratulated Donald Trump on his election as President of the United States. His leadership will again be key to keeping our alliance strong. I look forward to working with him again to advance peace through strength through NATO." And Ron DeSantis did actually say polls have closed in Florida. This was right after that last night. He said Trump has carried the state of Florida and earned 30 electoral votes. And as you see right there on your screen, we now know that he's earned 277 electoral votes per the Associated Press, which puts him over that 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. So the Associated Press officially reporting now that he is elected the 47th president of the United States. Our coverage of all of this does continue all throughout the morning, but for now, do have to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, the final one of the hour. Much more live coverage coming up in a matter of minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox 553 on the East Coast and 253 on the West Coast. You are taking a live look right now over the White House in D.C. as we continue to follow this breaking news right here. We have now officially learned from the Associated Press that former President Trump has been reelected to the White House. He has now passed the 270 electoral votes needed to clinch that victory. He is at 277 after we did have the race over in Wisconsin, again, called by the Associated Press moments ago here. There are still 4 states that do remain uncounted at this point. They have not been declared by the Associated Press. We are waiting for those counts to come in here, but all 4 of them are leaning right. They are leaning toward Trump at this hour. A lot to discuss here, so I do want to bring in a good friend of the show. We do have Dr. Casey Myers just a few hours after he joined us last time to talk a little bit more about this. He is professor and director of graduate studies there at Virginia Tech. Thank you so much, as always, Dr. Myers, for being here with us.
I'm glad to be here.
All right, so first off, the big question here, we did hear from former President Trump just a couple hours ago over at Mar-a-Lago. He gave that quote-unquote victory speech. Now we know that according to the Associated Press, he has been reelected. He is now will be the 47th president of the United States. So tell me what stood out to you about his speech overall.
Well, the one thing is that very late at night, yet all of his supporters were still there, and they were very enthusiastic, obviously, about what they perceived to be at that time his win, which he also thanked a lot of people in his speech. He had a huge amount of people on the stage with him. And then he also outlined a kind of a vision, a rough vision of what he thought his kind of view of America would be underneath his administration. And he talked about making America great again, his campaign slogan and theme, and also talked about going back to the White House to kind of re-energize America and then the achievements that he hoped to obtain. So it was a positive speech. It was a speech. It was a victory speech, but it was not one that was full of any kind of vitriol or anything. If anything, I think the speech was about moving forward and ultimately bringing people together.
Did you think that we would hear from Kamala Harris last night? She had that gathering, of course, and, you know, a lot of different supporters showed up there. They thought she was going to come out and speak, but she didn't. And then folks there did say she's going to speak later on today. So did you expect that we'd hear from her, even if briefly?
I actually did not think that we would hear from her, given the fact that it was a very similar, if you were up late in 2016, it was very similar to that. You know, he gives a speech and then you have Clinton giving a speech the next day. So I was not that surprised, although that was criticized in some sectors that she should have called and made a brief announcement conceding the election, and so he could have his election victory that night. There's a lot of factors that maybe go into that, and we don't know if she called or not, but we do know that she released her crowd at her gathering. One of the things, though, that I kind of saw in that is that they were looking at this, even though that they hadn't had an official call of victory. They were looking at the map, and they were looking at the math of the map, and knowing that there was very little possibility of her being able to pull out a victory. So I think that she and her advisors are regrouping, and we'll see what they say and how they frame that speech today.
When you look at how the electoral votes have kind of stacked up here for Donald Trump, how does it kind of compare to what we saw in 2020? Anything that kind of stood out to you as those results started coming in?
Well, what Trump did is that he outperformed his margins in a lot of these swing states. And so what he was able to accomplish in 2024 was really a much stronger position in some of these areas that he maybe underperformed in. You look at somewhere like Georgia, performing way better in 2024 than 2020, and he barely lost in 2020. Again, in Pennsylvania, the same thing. Now, what remains to be seen is how does this map all kind of materialize. And you have some states like Nevada. If he wins Nevada, that would be just a pure flip, because that went for Democrats in 2016 and 2020. So again, there's kind of more to be seen here, but it's really a map about margins and outperformance. On the Harris side, what you saw was an inability to put together the Biden coalition. So the Biden coalition was this group of people, and that included some Republicans, to vote for him in 2020, and that's how he was able to defeat Trump. Harris needed to be able to do that, and kind of hoped as well that Trump wouldn't be able to go and kind of boost his support in some of these key battleground states. And so that's what kind of the results are, as in terms of the kind of the reflecting of the strategies of the campaign.
There are a lot of political experts who we've spoken to, others have spoken to, who said there is absolutely no way that this race will be called either tonight or tomorrow morning. Where do you kind of stand on that now that we know the Associated Press calling the race maybe 12 hours after the first polls started to close?
Well, one of the interesting things, I would say that my personal opinion is that I did not think it would be called the night of. And I thought that we would still be a few days in before we knew the results. And we may be a few days in before we know the total result of everything, or of every ballot that's counted. But I am surprised in the sense that it was called quickly. We do know a winner the next morning. And I think that's because of just looking at the maps, looking at the votes that were coming in, and it's not as razor thin maybe in some of these swing states as we thought, because we were looking at polling that was showing dead heat margin of error races. And so in those circumstances, you could have a handful of votes really deciding the election. And there was a question of like, is this going to boil down to like one precinct in one county somewhere in Pennsylvania deciding the election? And that was a real discussion point, but ultimately that didn't happen. So again, I think the big kind of surprise is how soon we've heard. And also another surprise is just looking at the popular vote as well. What is that going to end up being? And is that going to be a Trump victory as well?
What does it say to you from a political standpoint when you take a closer look at states like Pennsylvania, who have a Democratic governor, and then you see it go red as they vote? What does that say to you overall about the political climate? Does it say anything to you at all?
I think that what it says is that when you're looking at the 2024 race, and you got to look at the top of the ticket, Harris was not able to resonate with voters in the way she needed to. And I think that there was a lot of reasons for that. And there's going to be a lot of discussion over the next, month, several months, maybe a year, about what went wrong in 2024 for the Democrats. And I think one of the things that went wrong is that she really wasn't able to articulate a message that differentiated her from Biden, who was deeply unpopular, who had deep unfavorable ratings. There's going to be other questions in states like Pennsylvania, like, was her vice presidential pick strategic? Did that actually hurt her or have no net result in states that were swing states like Pennsylvania, like he was supposed to be able to help her with? And there may be some discussion of would she have been better off with picking someone else. But again, it's not really about vice presidents. It's about the top of the ticket. And so what I see in the sort of the poll or in the results of this election is really the country has sent a message about what vision they want. And I think that there's also a lot that Democrats will have to look into about their own messaging and campaign strategy going forward. This has been an election that's not been about kind of traditional campaigning. It's been about campaigning a lot on social, a lot on podcasts, a lot of different ways to communicate with the electorate.
When you talk about polling, it's interesting. Just give me your take overall on the polling, what we saw as the numbers came in versus what we actually saw happen.
So on the polls, what we saw pre-election night was a very razor-thin margin of error in a lot of states. And so I think that what the polls were right about was Harris cannot take this for granted. And so that was a kind of a difference from 2016, where people were really shocked with a Trump upset because the polls were showing Clinton way ahead. So again, it was kind of managed expectations on how Harris would perform. What I think the polls got wrong is is that they didn't really anticipate on the swing states Trump carrying all of them. And I think a lot of people that were looking at the election were saying, well, he's going to be able to perform well in a place like Georgia, and he might could win one of these 3 states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. There was a question of maybe he could win Nevada. And again, what we're seeing now, the way that the ballots kind of shaped up, is winning some of these states, leading in some of these states that have yet to be called. So I think that's one of the kind of surprises that we've seen from this election in terms of just the results versus the polls. But again, looking at those margins and how well he does and how he overperforms in some of these areas, that'll be very interesting to see and kind of match up with those polling numbers. It may suggest a kind of political realignment within this country around who is identifying as a Republican.
Something else that's interesting, so many people pay very close attention, and rightfully so, to the presidential election and how that pans out. But one other thing that a lot of folks are watching are the congressional elections. We did see the Senate flip from Democrat to Republican controlled. So I did want to kind of get your take on that overall. What does that say to you?
Well, that's very interesting, and that shows about the down ballot resonance of the message. So when you have a president that's running, for office, that message resonates down ballot on the same party. So if you like Trump's message, maybe you're going to vote for a Republican for the Senate and a Republican for the House. Now, we knew just the way that the map was configured for the Senate that there was a Republican advantage, and we knew that there were 2 very vulnerable Democrats that were in very red states. That's West Virginia and Montana. So there was a lot of speculation the Senate would flip Republican. There'd be a narrow Republican majority, like 51-49. What we've seen, though, is other Senate races become very competitive where there were Democrats that seemed to be much stronger than they actually were. And so what's happened in that is really kind of looking at, okay, what is the majority, the Republican majority in the Senate going to be, and how strong is it going to be? That's going to have a lot of implications for Trump in his first term, particularly in cabinet confirmation hearings. Now, the House remains to be seen, but it would serve to reason that if you see a presidency that has won a lot of these competitive swing states, you have a popular vote that's very high, that could resonate down ballot to these House congressional races. Now, again, a lot of that has to do with how the district is drawn and who's the incumbent and other factors. But again, it serves to reason that we may be seeing a Republican Congress in both the House and the Senate with a Republican president. And that's going to be a very kind of different first 2 years of the Trump administration.
Is that something overall that is different from, and you kind of touched on this, but different from what we've seen in past times? I mean, we're talking about the possibility of, the House, the Senate, and the presidency all being Republican.
It is not unusual to have the House, Senate, and the president all be one party when there is a non-incumbent president running and they win. What is unusual is that when we were looking at this map, what we saw in some of the polls leading up to it was, is there this possibility of divided government? That would have been kind of an unusual outcome for an election with no incumbent president running. And in this situation, I think a lot of people were saying, look, the House has got this razor thin majority as it is now. We've seen kind of the problems with the governance around that. But given the fact that Trump performed so well, and given that the Senate has put a lot of these races that were really thought to be non-competitive into a competitive category, whether or not the Republican ultimately wins or not remains to be seen in some of them. I think that you are looking at a House that's going to be closely divided, potentially Republican majority. And if it is, I think that that's going to be a very different atmosphere for Trump coming in, and we'll see how he uses that to advance an agenda. He had that in 2016, and it kind of didn't gain this traction that I think that he wanted for his agenda. But in 2024 or 2025, when he goes in, I think that's going to be a very different environment. And again, he has experience as president, so I think that he's going to come in ready to advance whatever platform he's going to present to them.
All right. Dr. Casey Myers, one of my favorite guests. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
It's just an interesting election season, and we're going to hear a lot about what happened with Harris's campaign and what she should have done. But again, momentum was in Trump's favor.
All right. Thank you again for being here with us. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I do want to pop up this live image that we do have once again showing the White House there in D.C. as we bring you the latest here. The Associated Press officially calling the race for Wisconsin, which has earned former President Trump 10 more electoral votes. He is now at 277, which puts him over the 270 required to win the presidency there. So he is, according to the Associated Press, going to be the 47th president of the United States. Right now, Kamala Harris does have 224 electoral votes. There are still 4 states that we are waiting to be called: Nevada, Arizona, Alaska, and Michigan. We'll keep you updated on those results as they do come in. Do want to head to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We are at 6:09 on the East Coast and 3:09 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 6:11 on the East Coast and 3:11 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next couple hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. As you see there on the left-hand side of your screen, we have learned from the Associated Press that Donald Trump has received the 10 electoral votes from Wisconsin, which puts him over the 270 electoral votes required to clinch the presidency. So the Associated Press is reporting that Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. Taking a live look here over at the White House in D.C., you can see once again the number of votes, the electoral votes there on the left side of your screen. But we have been checking in with our different Fox affiliates, including those who are in some of those swing states. Pennsylvania was reported fairly quickly after polls did close. I do want to take you to their coverage right now. It looks like they are in traffic, but should be wrapping up here in a second, and they will have a variety of reporters that are out at various locations, as there are still some races out there that have not been called. Again, you are taking a look at some of their traffic, but looks like they are back in coverage.
Swing states like Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Wisconsin to complete a historic political comeback.
And it's still too close to call in the race for the U.S. Senate in Pennsylvania. we have incumbent Democrat Bob Casey and GOP challenger Dave McCormick. You can see there just how close it is. So we're going to get more on that race in just a moment.
We'll keep an eye on that minute by minute this morning.
But as you heard Mike say, the Associated Press has called it, and Donald Trump is now president-elect.
Yes, Shayna, tell us more. You'd have to go all the way back to Grover Cleveland. I was there for his inauguration. Grover. In 1892.
Yeah, it's 1892, yeah. That's certainly what a lot of folks feel, at least inside 30th Station. I went through in between live shots to speak to people, and the truth of the matter is to get a pulse of where things were. People just don't want to talk about it just yet. But the truth of the matter is this was razor tight for much of the night, and then those key races started coming in, including, you mentioned Pennsylvania, with 19 electoral votes. He was at 267 votes at 5 a.m. and then at 5:30 when Wisconsin came in, it pulled him right over the top to 270. So let me give you a sense of where we have been in the race thus far. We're talking 93 electoral college votes that really make up those 7 swing states that we talk about, from Pennsylvania to Michigan to Wisconsin. Trump was leading in those races, including in Michigan and Wisconsin. But we were saying all morning it's not over till it's over. And right now it is over, as AP finally did declare Donald Trump the 47th president of the United States. Take a listen.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Now that the last voice you heard was the campaign co-chair for Vice President Kamala Harris, and she was at a watch party last night at her alma mater, Howard University in Washington, D.C., with, of course, a number of students kind of waiting and watching this race out. So she's expected to address the nation at some point later today, now that these official races have been called. But certainly a vote unlike any other, really. We've seen the world really focusing in on exactly what happens in this race. Key world leaders already congratulating now President-elect again, Donald Trump. So we're going to be, of course, following this, monitoring this as the morning progresses. Hopefully speak to some people that have clear thoughts enough to really speak to us, but kind of gives you a sense of just how sensitive these kinds of elections are.
Oh, yes, for sure. All right, we'll keep checking back with you, Shayna. Republicans now control the U.S. Senate, too, with victories in West Virginia and Ohio. It's the first time they have the majority control in 4 years. And control over the House of Representatives still up for grabs, with over 100 races yet to be called. Yeah, 100. It could take days to determine a winner for several races across the country.
And all eyes still remain, though, on the Senate race in Pennsylvania. So we want to get to Marcus, who's live in Levittown, because it's more than 90% of the votes are in, but it's just still too close.
Yeah, still too close to call. Good morning to you, too, as I hear from you guys for the first time this morning. They are still watching this race closely. That is residents in Pennsylvania, because this could be an upset with McCormick in the lead right now. And obviously his camp hoping things continue towards this trend. But there's 97% counted, according to the Associated Press. If we can bring up numbers real quick of this race right now, it is very, very tight between McCormick there and Casey. As we take a look at those numbers right there, 49.2% for McCormick, and then Casey at 48.2%. just ticked up to 97% of votes counted. It had been sitting at 96 for quite some time this morning, so they are inching closer to total completion of votes counted as they get every single vote in, and it's going to obviously determine the winner here. So that is why they have not called this race yet, because those numbers, there's just tens of thousands of votes that separate these two. The race was very contentious. The race was very expensive. No doubt if you turned on a TV or opened up your mailbox, you got an ad from either McCormick there or from Casey. They were hitting the airwaves and those flyers very heavily. This was a very, very, very expensive race, and they were trying everything to get this seat. So let's hear from McCormick, and then we did not hear from Casey, but we did hear from the mayor of Scranton here for Casey's behalf.
We need new leadership in the Senate to make sure that every single kid in Pennsylvania has the opportunity to be all that they can be, regardless of party, race, creed. We need to create opportunity for every single person. We need to create an economy that works for everybody. We need to secure our border. We need to have energy policy that protects the environment but also makes us secure and creates great jobs. The bottom line is we need leadership. We don't have it, and we're going to get it.
We are going to re-elect Senator Casey, but we're not going to be able to call that tonight. So let's all go home, get some rest if you can. We'll be back at it tomorrow. They're going to keep counting across the Commonwealth.
So, Mike, this is Mike and Alex. This is an instant replay of all I've been doing this morning. Just refreshing my phone to try to get an update on this race, because every single vote counts. It's tens of thousands of votes that are separated right now. The winner, the eventual winner of this race here. So I will keep up to date on that, and we'll let you guys know as soon as we get a declared winner.
Okay, Marcus, thank you for that. Also, history made in the state of Delaware. Voters elected Sarah McBride to the House, making her the first transgender person to serve in Congress. And we'll be right back.
All right, a big thank you there to our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. We will be checking in with them as well as our other Fox affiliates all throughout the morning to gather the latest details there. In the meantime, we're also checking in with Fox News, and I do want to send it over to Doug Luzader, who has more, as we know now that the Associated Press has called the race for former President Trump.
Well, Donald Trump celebrating here in Palm Beach as he becomes the first president in more than 120 years to lose the White House and then win it back again.
Look what happened. Is this crazy?
In a speech to supporters closing in on 3 a.m., now President-elect Donald Trump declaring victory in the 2024 presidential race.
This will truly be the golden age of America.
A Trump speech coming after winning critical swing states, including Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania.
I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Meantime, at the Democrats' watch party in Washington, D.C., a more somber tone. Harris campaign senior advisor Cedric Richmond saying the vice president was holding off to make remarks until later Wednesday.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet.
Elsewhere, Democrats are already questioning Harris's campaign strategies, including the vice president's pick of Tim Walz as a running mate.
A lot of people are saying tonight that it should have been Josh Shapiro. Frankly, people have been saying that for months.
Now, Republicans also had a pretty good night with Senate races, winning back control of that chamber. The House, though, still up for grabs. In West Palm Beach, Florida, I'm Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you. And we're keeping an eye on all of those races. And the second the results come out, you will be the first to know if you're watching us here on Live Now from Fox. Again, if you are just waking up with us here at 6:22 on the East Coast or 3:22 on the West Coast or anywhere in between, do want to let you know that the Associated Press has now called the presidential race for former President Trump, now elected the 47th president of the United States. Of course, he was the 45th president as well. Now, the AP did call the race for Wisconsin. That added 10 electoral votes to Donald Trump's total, and he now stands at 277, which is 7 higher than the 270 required to win the presidency. Do want to head to a quick break here, but we'll have much more live coverage coming up in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and thank you so much for joining us this morning on this Wednesday, November 6th, the day after Election Day. And if you are just waking up with us, the Associated Press now projecting that Donald Trump is elected the 47th president of the United States. We know the Senate did flip from Democrat to Republican controlled, but we are watching several House races, dozens of them that have yet to be called. At last check, 58 of them. And I do want to take a look at some of those results that we're tracking right here on Live Now from Fox. This is U.S. House in Arizona District 2. Eli Crane does currently have 54%. And his opponent, Democrat there, Jonathan Nez, does have 46%. It looks like they are separated by about 22,000 votes, with only 53% of the votes counted here. We're going to head over to some of the other races that we're tracking very closely here. This one out of California. This is District 13, where it is very, very close. Republican John Duarte has 51% of the vote. Democrat Adam Gray showing up with 49%. And doing some quick math, it looks like there's about a 2,000 vote difference between the two, with 49% of those precincts reporting. We'll take a look at one more right here. This is, of course, the House race in California for District 22. We do have David Valadao, who has 55% of the vote. He is a Republican, and Rudy Salas has 45% of the vote, a Democrat there with 50% of those precincts counted. We are checking in with our different Fox affiliates here to bring you all of the latest details as we do get them. It looks like all of them are in commercial break right now, so this is actually the perfect time for us to get another break in. We'll be right back with more live coverage coming up in just 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 629 on the East Coast and 329 on the West Coast. If you are just joining us here, you are taking a live look over the White House at this hour. As the sun is coming up, many people are waking up after a long night. The Associated Press now officially reporting that former President Trump is the projected winner of the presidential race, which would make him the 47th president of the United States. Now, he has 277 electoral votes. That is according to the Associated Press, and that is over the 270 required to win the presidency. No question, a lot to discuss this morning, so I do want to bring in Grant Reher, a political science professor at Syracuse University's Maxwell School of Citizenship. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us this morning and help break it all down.
Well, thank you for having me on.
All right, so the first question I want to ask you is related to polling, because we all saw the polls that have taken place not just over the past several days, but weeks, months since Kamala Harris did enter into the race. What does this say about the polling?
Well, what it says is that we are continuing to systematically underreport Donald Trump's support. And this is a continuation of something we've seen in 2016 and 2020. I talked to a national pollster last night, and he had in his final poll Kamala Harris up in a popular vote by about 4%. Obviously, that's off by, looks like 7-8% perhaps. And so there is something about the weighting. And he said he just did the standard weighting that has been used sort of post-Trump to try to give the Republicans more of a boost, recognizing that they don't really fully report that support. But there's more work to be done there, and there's more things to be figured out. Something's going on with either the way they're reaching people, what those people are saying that is not what they're actually doing when they vote, or something about the definition of a likely voter. But there's something that needs to be looked at there. At least this may be a Trump only phenomenon. I don't know, but definitely the polls were off again in the same way they were off in the past when it comes to Trump.
Is it almost, I don't know if you want to say learning experience, but just a way to kind of realize maybe this is what we need to be doing, or this is what we need to be doing?
As far as the pollsters go, I couldn't say. And you know, I'm not a pollster. I understand a fair amount about how they go about their work. But again, those three things that I just mentioned, defining likely voters in an accurate sense, weighting the data in order to compensate for some sort of underreporting of Trump, or understanding something about what these voters are saying when a survey asks them for their voting intentions versus what they actually intend to do.
We will hear what is essentially a concession speech later on today from Vice President Kamala Harris. What do you expect we are going to hear from her?
Well, I would expect her to stay true to one of the major themes of her campaign, which is the acceptance of the results and you know, honoring the integrity of the elections. So I think if there was any kind of doubt or any sort of bitterness about that aspect of it, that would go against the fundamental themes of her campaign. So I expect her to acknowledge that, respect that, and then I think to pivot and try to turn on thinking about what does her campaign and what does her supporters, in terms of what they're looking for, what they're trying to accomplish, how they go forward. I think, again, that will fit the second theme of the campaign, which is looking forward rather than looking backward. And so I expect her to hit those themes pretty hard, as well as trying to heal. Because there are a lot of supporters of her and supporters of the Democrats that are really hurting today, as you know, as is always the case with an election. But I think with this election, it was so intense that that pain is probably a little bit deeper. So I expect her to speak to that.
Trump did speak fairly briefly by Trump standards around 2-3 o'clock this morning Eastern time from his watch party over there in Mar-a-Lago. It's likely we'll hear from him either again later on today, maybe a little bit lengthier, or later on in the week. What do you expect to hear from him as he addresses the American people?
Well, that's a tough psychological question. Here's what I would both think and hope, and maybe it's more the latter. But obviously, this win by him in political terms is a validation. I mean, there's no other way to see it. And so he's got this very strong validation politically. I would think maybe that would generate a bit of magnanimousness on his part, magnanimity, and some graciousness. And so I would look to be seeing that. I would also look to be seeing some kind of messages of uniting rather than saying, okay, I won. Now here is my enemies list. And so that's the kind of rhetoric that I'd be looking for from him, because he has made this comeback, and it really is almost unprecedented in American politics. You got to go back to Grover Cleveland for something like this, and so in that sense, he's got a lot to point to in terms of a political accomplishment.
Looking at what we know so far about the electoral votes, obviously a lot of states have almost 100% precincts that have been reported. However, there are still 4 states that have not been called by the Associated Press. But taking a closer look at some of the numbers, some of the information, what has stood out to you so far?
Well, I haven't had a chance to parse through it as much as I'd like, and certainly we'll get more of that detailed information as we go forward. What seems to be obviously the case, though, is that the Harris campaign made some pretty big bets about enthusiasm and turnout among certain groups. Some of those groups historically don't really vote in heavy proportion. Younger people, for example. They made some big bets that the Latino group would, and which is a huge group and growing, would in a sense come home more to her and to the Democratic Party, particularly over the issue of immigration. That does not seem to have happened. And so those groups didn't come through for them. The Trump campaign made some big bets on rural voters, white voters, and particularly white male voters with less formal education. That does seem to have manifested itself. And at the same time, the final bet I think that the Harris campaign made was on white voters, and again, particularly white female voters with high levels of education, high levels of formal education. And it doesn't seem like they got as many of those as they were counting on.
My last question for you here. What are you going to be looking at today? Obviously, as you mentioned, many of us have not slept, so we haven't had enough time to really delve through all of the information there. But what are you looking for, and what do you hope we're going to learn today?
Well, I hope what we'll learn today is that the system works, that both sides respected it, and that we are going to have a peaceful transition of power. Those are all the good things. I think then at a deeper look, I think there are some things about the mood of the nation that this election reveals. And I've been saying this for a couple of months now. I don't think the mood of the nation really is enthusiastic about major new ambitious undertakings by the government, particularly in the domestic sphere. So I think there was a concern because Kamala Harris did not define herself very clearly in policy terms that may be what was in store for us. And I think a lot of voters were wary of that. They just don't have the appetite for big, new, ambitious social programs right now that expand the role of government and cost a lot of money.
All right. Grant Reher, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Anything else you want to add really about any of this before we let you go?
Well, I had always said it was going to be a turnout election. And I think in many respects it was in terms of different groups. I think that bottom line, you have a majority of voters that say the country is on the wrong track. And you have the majority of voters saying they're very concerned about their own economic situation, despite the numbers that we see for the economy. I think you put those two things together, it's never a good sign for the party that is perceived to be in power, the incumbent party. In this case, that was the Democrats.
All right, Grant, thank you so much for taking the time to be here and help break it down. I'm sure we'll bug you quite a bit over the coming days. Thank you again.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
And I do want to take a look here, as we do know that the Associated Press has officially called the race for former President Trump. That happened just about an hour or so ago, as they did call the race for Wisconsin, which added 10 more electoral votes. to former President Trump's count. Of course, 270 are needed to win, and he is now at 277 with 4 states still left to call. One of the swing states that was counted fairly quickly was over in Georgia. So I do want to check in with our team there at Fox 5 Atlanta to break down more. They also saw quite a bit of bomb threats that were called in to different polling precincts. So they have a reporter covering those details.
Well, former President Donald Trump is set to become the first president to serve 2 non-consecutive terms since the late 1800s. Fox News projects he's won the White House over Vice President Kamala Harris. So far, VP Harris hasn't addressed her supporters publicly, but her campaign co-chair announced her plans to do so.
Yeah, late last night, Cedric Richmond thanked the crowd gathered at Harris's official watch party at her alma mater, Howard University in Washington, D.C. He says the fight isn't over.
We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight.
Now, he says Vice President Harris will address Howard University community and the nation later this morning. And the Electoral College count reveals Georgia and several other battlegrounds voted Republican. Still undecided, though, are Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, and Alaska. It could take some time to get those results.
Now, here in Georgia, with 97% of the votes tallied, former President Trump received 50.8% of the vote. That's compared to Harris's 48%. Libertarian candidate Chase Oliver and Green Party candidate Jill Stein got about 38,000 votes combined. Now, overnight, we heard from supporters for both camps. Mr. Trump supporters helped him secure Georgia by more than 100,000 votes.
Good day's Mark Teichner is live in downtown Atlanta, kicking off our team coverage this morning. Mark?
Yeah, good morning, guys. You know, in the end, the polls actually pretty accurate on this one, at least here in the state of Georgia. Most of them heading into the election had Mr. Trump with about a 1 to 2% lead, and he ended up winning, as we mentioned, by just about 2 percentage points, and in the process managed to flip the state back red. You might recall back in 2020, he lost a narrow race to current President Joe Biden, and that really made some waves nationally, as it was one of the first times that Georgia had gone for a Democratic president for years. And so some thought that maybe there would be a change that would be sort of a permanent situation. Well, Republicans fought that off really strong in the rural areas of the state. That's where they were able to drum up these numbers and outmatch the support that Vice President Harris got here in the Atlanta metro area. As you can imagine, the Republicans at the watch party were ecstatic by what happened. The Democrats certainly downtrodden, but they say they will continue to fight on.
We had, frankly, a lot of people out there saying our ground game wasn't that great, making other criticisms of the campaign. But not only did we win tonight, this isn't going to get decided in a courtroom. It's not going to get decided in a recount. It's over. And Donald J. Trump has won Georgia's 16 electoral votes.
The next chance to find out if Georgia is a red state, a blue state, or a purple one will come in 2 years. That's when we'll elect a new governor and when Senator Democrat Jon Ossoff is up for re-election. We're going to have more on this story, and you're going to hear from Republicans and as well Democrat leaders as well coming up at 7 o'clock. Reporting live from downtown, I'm Mark Teichner for Good Day Atlanta.
All right, Mark, thanks so much for that. And as folks turned out to vote, some of them were met with bomb threats at their polling places.
Yeah, the commotion forced some locations to close temporarily, and now officials are looking abroad for the culprits.
Good Day's Brooks Honor is live at the state capitol, where we can expect an update on this in the next few hours. It was the cause for quite a bit of concern yesterday, Brooke.
No doubt about it. It certainly was. And I know in the morning hours when the polls first opened, that's when we started hearing about some of these bomb threats in the morning. And we have since over the last couple of hours heard from the FBI. They say they're aware of this and they believe a lot of these threats originated from Russia. They are currently looking into that, working with local law enforcement as well. But over the course of Election Day, we saw many precincts that were searched, some of them evacuated over these threats. In DeKalb County, 6 polling locations locations received bomb threats, and over in Fulton County, officials there tell us that 32 of its 177 polling locations received threats, and they had to evacuate 5 of those locations. So as a result of this, several polling locations ended up closing late to accommodate extra voters.
And I just want to make sure everyone understands this, that Georgia's not going to be intimidated. Russia has just decided they picked on the wrong Georgia. They need to pick on the other one in the Black Sea, because we're not going to be intimidated.
Now, the FBI released a statement following these threats, saying in part they're aware of bomb threats to polling locations in several states, including Georgia, many of which appear to originate from Russian email domains. None of the threats have been deemed credible thus far. And again, we are expecting that Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger will give us an update on, of course, the election results, and then also will likely address some of these questions about security in terms of these threats later this morning at 10 o'clock. That's the latest here live in front of the state capitol. I'm Brooke Zahner for Good Day Atlanta.
Staying on top of it for us, Brooke. Thank you. 6:38 is your time. Southside.
All right, a big thank you there to our Fox 5 Atlanta team. If you are looking at the left-hand side of your screen, you can see that former President Trump is the projected winner of the presidential election, according to the Associated Press. He now has 277 electoral votes, which is 7 more than the required 270 to clinch that presidency. So according to the Associated Press, he will be the 47th president of the United States. Now, we are also checking in with our different Fox affiliates. You saw Fox 5 Atlanta there, but Fox 35 Orlando does have a bit more about some of the amendments that were voted on by the state of Florida, and that includes abortion and marijuana.
6:32. You decide 2024. Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States.
Trump winning the battleground states of Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Wisconsin.
This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond.
It appears Trump will become the first Republican president to win the popular vote in a number of years. Trump will become the first president to serve 2 non-consecutive terms, going all the way back to Grover Cleveland in the 19th century. At his victory speech in Palm Beach early this morning, Trump said his goal is now to heal the country.
We're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that.
Donald Trump did also thank billionaire Elon Musk for his work during the campaign, saying Elon will be a key part of his agenda moving forward.
And here at home in the state of Florida, voters here also decided a number of possible amendments on the ballot this year. Here are the latest vote totals for Amendment 4, which would have limited government interference with abortion. Florida voters narrowly rejected that proposal.
It reached 57%, but it did not hit that threshold of 60. Amanda McKenzie is live in Orange County. And Amanda, people on both sides have strong reactions this morning. We know there was a big war that was waged on the airwaves to get this through.
That's right. So Amendment 4 failed to pass after falling short of that 60% threshold. 57.1% of Florida voters voted in favor of Amendment 4. But with that failing to pass, that means that the current 6-week abortion ban will remain in effect. Now, more than 6 million Floridians voted yes, while 4.5 million Floridians voted no. It marks the first time abortion rights groups have lost in a statewide ballot question since the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade in 2022. Florida's abortion ban was criticized as being one of the strictest in the country and one that impacts women before many even know they're pregnant. The 6-week abortion ban went into effect on May 1st of this year. Those behind the amendment say the close result should send a clear message to lawmakers.
We are saying that this moment where we will come in at over 57% of Florida voters in what I am naming again is the most conservative electorate in Florida's presidential history just told you to end the ban.
We are now the first state to actually block a constitutional amendment attempt by, regarding abortion. So every other state, it's passed. So it kind of just shows you how deep in red Florida has gotten.
Now, for those wondering why 60% is required for this amendment to pass, it dates back to 2006. It used to be that 50% majority would pass an amendment, but in 2006, a non-presidential election year with low voter turnout, an amendment was presented that would require 60% of any future vote on an amendment to pass it. And ironically, that amendment passed with only 57% of the vote. Now, coming up in the next hour, I'll be breaking down the results of Amendment 3 concerning marijuana. Reporting live in Orange County, Amanda McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
Amanda, thank you. And in an outcome some might find surprising. Monique Worrell is getting her job back in the Ninth Circuit. The ousted state attorney ran a successful campaign against Andrew Bain, who was appointed by Governor Ron DeSantis to replace her.
But to know that after all of the lies that have been told and the $2.5 million that was spent to turn you against me, you said no.
Worrell was first elected as state attorney for the Ninth Circuit in 2020.
And of course, we said former President Trump, the projected winner of the election, the latest vote count, putting Trump on track to become just the second president in the nation's history to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. And Doug Luzader is live in West Palm Beach to break some of this down. Doug, good morning again.
Good morning.
So it came down to these swing states, Doug, and we looked early on that Trump was leading in some of these. It turns out he got the swing states early this morning. That was enough to push him over the top.
That's right. And, you know, I got to tell you, I think the real surprise was that we got an answer from Pennsylvania in particular relatively early. You know, that went in Trump's favor. And then finally it was Wisconsin that put him over the edge. We're still waiting for numbers from some other critical, well, used to be critical swing states, Nevada, Arizona, and Michigan. But Trump has the numbers he needs now to win the presidency.
Doug, when you look at some of these numbers, I mean, based on what people said they voted on, where they voted, was anything that jumped out to you, maybe even different than what we saw in 2020?
Well, our voter analysis, you know, which is essentially kind of exit polling, indicated that the issues that we thought were going to be big were big. The economy, immigration, those certainly loom large. For Democrats, it was, you know, protection of democracy. The interesting thing about the gender gap, we talked so much about that leading up to this. It was real. It's about an 18-point gap. Trump did better with men as expected. Kamala Harris did better with women as expected. But Trump's advantage with men was a couple points larger than Harris's advantage with women. And that may, as much as anything else, have played a big part in him winning the White House.
And he may have a mandate given the numbers as well. We'll continue to see. Doug, appreciate the coverage this morning. Good to see you.
Thank you.
That is Doug Luzader live in Palm Beach County, where, of course, it was a busy place last.
All right. Thank you so much to our Fox 35 Orlando team. We have been checking in with all of our different Fox affiliates across the country, including in those swing states of Pennsylvania and Georgia. But if you are just waking up with us, you can see over on the left-hand side of your screen the electoral vote count that is coming in from the Associated Press. And you're going to notice that check mark next to Donald Trump's name. That is because he does have 277 electoral votes, which is 7 more than the required 270 to clinch the presidential election. Do have to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. My name is Josh Breslow. I'll be right back with more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. Good morning and welcome in here on Live Now from Fox. The time 6:55 over on the East Coast and 3:55 on the West Coast. As I do want to look at some of the reaction coming in from different world leaders and other folks back here in the U.S. as the Associated Press now officially reporting that Donald Trump has clinched the presidency and will be the 47th president of the U.S. Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, does say congratulations to Donald Trump on his impressive election victory. I recall our great meeting with President Trump back in September when we discussed in detail the Ukraine-U.S. strategic partnership, the victory plan, and ways to put an end to Russian aggression against Ukraine. Also getting reaction here from Speaker Mike Johnson. He said, "We have saved America. The American people have spoken, and President Trump and Senator J.D. Vance are going to the White House. We are ready to get to work for the American people." Popping up the post here from France's president saying, "Congratulations, President Trump. Ready to work together as we did for 4 years with your convictions in mind, with respect and ambition for more peace and prosperity." Eric Trump, the son, of course, of former President Trump and future President Trump, did post this photo here of his father right before he gave that quote-unquote victory speech. Again, that was before the race was officially called, but he did declare victory there over in Mar-a-Lago at his watch party. So Eric Trump taking that photo right there on your screen. Also heard from Mark Cuban, who said, "Congratulations, Donald Trump. You won fair and square. Congratulations to Elon Musk as well. Hashtag Godspeed." And Melania Trump posting this photo of their son. And you can see he did say voted for the first time for his dad. Speaking, of course, about Barron Trump. Hashtag 18 years old. Presidential election. Proud. And then again, that photo right there on your screen. Also heard from NATO's Secretary General, who said, "I just congratulated Donald Trump on his election as President of the United States. His leadership will again be key to keeping our alliance strong. I look forward to working with him again to advance peace through strength through NATO." We are going to check in now with our Fox 5 Philly team for their coverage as they are taking a look at some of the races, congressionally speaking, that have not been decided just yet. Let's pop up the audio here and listen in.
Swing state of Pennsylvania.
You won't hear from the vice president tonight.
As the crowd broke up, Harris surrogates began pointing fingers.
I hate to say this, but I'm not sure how much Tim Walz contributed to the ticket. A lot of people are saying tonight that it should have been Josh Shapiro. Frankly, people have been saying that for months. He's able to galvanize folks.
Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to issue her response to the election results some point today, but still no word, Mike and Alex, if she has called the former president and now President-elect Trump to congratulate him and concede. Back to you.
Yeah, probably waiting for the AP to announce.
Which they have.
Which they now have. So maybe she has called in the last hour. I think that was called, what, about 5:30 this morning? So, okay. Well, here we go. We still have a race to look at.
Yes, the Senate race right here in Pennsylvania. So we want to get to Marcus because it is still a close call.
Hey.
Yeah, too close to call. We still got some drama for you guys, okay? So even though we got that presidential election decided and that is all squared away, we still got local races, down the ballot stuff to take a look at here, and really none more important than this Senate race. If you ask a lot of folks, this will be quite the upset if McCormick is able to pull this off and maintain a very slim margin that he has right now in trying to hold on to the end here against incumbent Bob Casey, who has been there since '06, and this would be quite the comeback for McCormick, because you might remember he ran in the Republican primary in 2022, lost to Dr. Oz, so didn't even make it out of that training stage, I suppose you could say, and then made it here against Casey, and right now holds a lead. If we can pull up the election numbers right now, that would be great, because I want to point out how close this is between folks. or between McCormick and Casey rather, and it's going to come down to the wire. 49.2 to 48.2. That's getting really, really close. 97% of votes counted. We are updating this by the second. I keep refreshing my phone. You'll get a point of a percentage tick every about half an hour, 40 minutes or so, depending, but it's one way or the other. It hasn't been just Casey or just McCormick, but McCormick hanging on to that lead, 3.295 million there, and then 3.228 there for Casey. It is close. Let's hear from McCormick, and then we did not hear from Casey, but we did hear from the mayor of Scranton who spoke on Casey's behalf.
And who's ready to save America? We got to do it. We've got to do it. And listen, this election night's not quite over. We've looked at where all the rest of it coming, and it looks like we're headed in a very good direction.
We are going to re-elect Senator Casey, but we're not going to be able to call that tonight. So let's all go home, get some rest if you can. We'll be back at it tomorrow. They're going to keep counting across the Commonwealth, and then tomorrow we'll hopefully get a result.
So nothing is official yet. Mike and Alex, they have not called this race, but Mike, you do a great job of this, and you two, Alex, of kind of seeing the story behind the story and reading the tea leaves here. It's generally not a great sign if your candidate does not come out that night and address the crowd. But again, it's not necessarily a death nail in your campaign. There's still a very close race here. The AP has not called it, but I'm sure Casey supporters would have loved to have heard from Casey either last night or early this morning.
Yeah, I would imagine. All right, Marcus, we'll keep waiting with you.
All right, a big thank you there to our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. Obviously, that is one of the battleground states, so we've been checking in with them to gather the latest here. We also know that the control of the Senate has gone from the Democrats to the Republicans, and right now there are still about 50 or so races for the House that have yet to be called, so there is that battle for control over the House. We'll keep you posted as we do get all of those details into our newsroom. We are taking a live look over the White House right now as it is just past the 7 o'clock hour on the East Coast and 4 o'clock hour on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here for the next hour to bring you all of your top stories and essentially updates here on the presidential election. As you can see, that vote count will rise up on the left-hand side of your screen in just a second. That is the electoral count. As you can see, that check mark by the name of Donald Trump. 277 electoral votes. That is according to the Associated Press, which is above the 270 electoral votes required to clinch the presidency. At last check, there are still 4 states that have yet to be called, so we'll make sure to keep an eye on that. One of them is Michigan, so we're going to check in with our Fox 2 Detroit team for a look at some of their coverage. In the meantime, do want to talk more about the election, what we've learned, what is still left to figure out. So let's bring in Matthew Lebo, professor in the Department of Political Science at the University of Western Ontario. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us once again as we now have some results.
Hello.
All right, so I do want to talk to you a little bit about polling. There's been a lot of discussion all about that over the past several days, weeks, months, and we now have these results that have come in. Really, the race was called for presidency about 12 hours after the first polls closed. So I want to get your take on some of the polling overall, how accurate it was, how there could potentially be changes down the line.
Well, the polls were showing that the 7 battleground states were going to be close. And, you know, within the margin of error of each of those polls, it was possible that Donald Trump could win all 7 of those states. It was also possible that Kamala Harris could have won all 7. But I think we're sort of, you know, towards the outside of that margin of error with where Donald Trump wound up in not just those 7 states, but also perhaps nationwide. There are some states that, you know, Democrats take for granted that they did win, but were much closer than you might imagine. You know, New Jersey by just 4 or 5 points, and Illinois by not that much. Donald Trump did better everywhere, and that is you know, unexpected given the polls, and that's also what we saw in 2016 and 2020. Polls are just not doing a good job of capturing who is going to be voting or who is going to be voting for Donald Trump.
So many political experts that I've talked to over the past several days and weeks said it was very unlikely we were going to get a winner declared by the Associated Press on the first night afterward in the hours that followed the polls closing. Obviously, we now know that Donald Trump has been declared the projected winner by the AP. What are your thoughts overall on really all of that?
Yeah, it does come down to the poll. You know, people thinking that it's going to go on for days and days was based on thinking, well, there's 7 states, and if they split up, then we might be really looking very closely at just one state. That there was a point last night where it looked like, okay, Donald Trump was going to win North Carolina, he was going to win Georgia. Harris was ahead for, you know, a short while in Pennsylvania and in Michigan, and so, you know, maybe you're thinking, well, okay, if she wins those 2 and Donald Trump on the other 2, and maybe Arizona and Nevada take a while, you know, that we could be spending days and days looking at Wisconsin, but those other states shifted towards Trump. He's at 277, as you say, with 4 states left to go, and he's leading in those states. So yeah, it is a much faster result, which does have, you know, some advantages in just that you know, the country can move on from the election. That it won't be it's surprising to a lot of people. A lot of people will be very unhappy, but you know, it won't be perhaps as contentious as 2020.
What does it say to you when you look at certain states like, let's say, Pennsylvania, who do have a Democratic governor, and then you see it go red in the presidential election? What does that say to you overall?
You know, Americans are really have lost a lot of trust in institutions. It's been a hard few years through COVID, through cost of living, inflation. You know, there's a lot of anti-incumbency going on really around other democracies around the world. And, you know, Biden, Harris, they're the incumbents. And if people of Pennsylvania, other Americans, looks pretty universally wanted to change. That means moving away from Biden. And although Donald Trump was the president before, he's not the president right now. And so, you know, there's 2 names on the ballot that have a chance. So people want to move away from the status quo, and then they turn to Donald Trump. But there's also, you know, groups of voters that Donald Trump seems to have done really well with last night that are surprising. And that's going to take a long time to digest and you know, to look at the exit polls and try and understand what happened. You know, I saw an exit poll this morning that said that Latinos in Michigan voted for Donald Trump 60-35. And that's just astounding given, you know, voting patterns of the past. So that you know, we have to digest that the Republican Party or Donald Trump has appeals to voters that really haven't been appreciated and that have expanded 8 years after he ran for the first time.
The 4 remaining states that we were talking about that have not been called by the Associated Press all appear to be leaning Republican. So does it appear that they really are going to go for Trump to add to his electoral total as of right now?
Yeah, it seems most likely, you know, just not just you know, that he's ahead, but, you know, try and extrapolate from the votes that have already been counted and where they've been counted and what's left over. It would take the incoming votes to be unusual or different than the ones that have already been counted for Harris to catch up. And of course, it'd be extremely unusual for her to do that in not just those 4 states, but then that one of the other states somehow flips back towards her for you know, so it's pretty safe that Donald Trump has won the election.
As you look a little bit closer at some of the data, obviously a lot of people are going to be paying very close attention to that today, kind of breaking it down. What has stood out to you most of all so far?
That Donald Trump did better everywhere amongst all sorts of different groups. You know, for months, the polls have showed him doing well with Latino men, with African-American men, and lots of pushback, you know, people not believing those polls. Kamala Harris and Barack Obama, you know, put some effort into trying to talk about that to African Americans, about, you know, the vote looks like it's shakier than they might have expected. But that's, you know, everywhere that he did better amongst all these different groups. He could wind up winning the popular vote, which is something that really wasn't expected. And polls were showing, okay, 49-48, 49-49. But, in 2016, 2020, he wound up at 46-47%. He managed to go up.
Obviously, you don't have a crystal ball, so this is totally opinion-based, but I want to get your take on it. Do you think, and again, this is all opinion-based, if Joe Biden had remained in the race, do you think he would have performed about the same as Kamala Harris has?
Yeah, we'll be asking these questions forever. Would she have won Pennsylvania if she had chosen the governor of Pennsylvania instead of the governor of Minnesota? Joe Biden would have picked up some votes that Kamala Harris didn't, and he would not have gotten some of the votes that she did. I think that really the election was sort of headed this way, regardless of which one of them was on the ticket. They might have gotten a few different votes from each other, but the anti-incumbency, the sort of exhaustion with cost of living, that immigration and the economy were just the top issues that people talked about as being the most important issues, and that Donald Trump had advantages on those two issues, probably meant that he was in good shape against either one of those candidates or someone else. He just had a lot of, that he was the leader on the issues that mattered most to Americans, probably is what matters as much as the candidate that he faced.
What about control of, we already know that, the Senate is flipping here from Democrat to Republican led. The House still has that possibility of remaining Republican or flipping over to Democrat. If it were to remain Republican, what would it say to you that you have, the presidency, you have both Congresses here pretty much Republican? What does that say to you overall?
Yeah, it's a huge shift in American politics. It'll look like 2017 did, but you probably have a more activist House than you did in 2017. It would mean that the Republicans would be able to pass legislation. If it's a Democratic House and a Republican Senate, then very, very little would get passed, not immigration reform probably or tax policy. If Republicans manage to get the House, then those things could go forward. A Democratic House could potentially impeach Donald Trump over some issue going forward. A Republican House wouldn't do that. Even with a Republican Senate, Democratic House might do that as they did in his first term. So there's all sorts of things that are on or off the table depending on which way the House goes. And it's possible too that the House could be Republican, but also more safely Republican than it is now. The last 2 years have been so tight, such a tight majority for the Republicans that infighting within that party has put a very small number of Republican members of Congress sort of in control, refusing to support the speaker or withholding their support, and then denying Republicans the ability to win key votes in the House. And so that could get more comfortable for Republicans too.
My last question for you here. We've been showing some of the comments that are coming in from Ukraine's president, the prime minister of Israel, France's president, congratulating Donald Trump. It's not just Americans that have been watching this race so closely, but people worldwide. Why is that?
Well, the United States is, the world's biggest power, and there are important implications for this election. Think about Donald Trump has views about NATO. European countries, Canada cares a lot about NATO and continued support and protection from the United States, partnership with the United States over security. This is a big deal if Republicans are want to pull back from supporting Ukraine or want to give more support to Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel. That's all important. Countries care about climate change policy, and Joe Biden passed a very large climate change policy in the Inflation Reduction Act, and perhaps Donald Trump will negate that or not spend the money that's left to be spent. And that's a worldwide problem as well. So there's all sorts of things. This is the biggest election that happens on the planet, and it's going to have repercussions worldwide.
All right, Matthew Lebo, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and help break down a lot of the information as it is coming in this morning. Anything else you want to add about any of this before I let you go?
It's just a really startling result. And I guess what I'm thinking about this morning is all the comparisons about, well, Kamala Harris has to do better or as well as Joe Biden did in 2020. And maybe part of that story that we missed was just that 2020 didn't really reflect, the balance between Democrats and Republicans in the United States. 2020 was a really good year for Joe Biden to be running. He was a solid candidate, but also in the wake of COVID and economic difficulties, he did extremely well in 2020, and perhaps better than a Democrat could expect to do in a normal year. And so when we use that as a benchmark, we were sort of setting expectations for Harris that were just not reachable.
All right. Thank you again, Matthew, for taking the time to be with us. We appreciate it as always.
You're welcome.
All right, everybody, and I do want to remind you that you can see on the left-hand side of your screen there the electoral vote count. That is according to the Associated Press, which is what we use for that official tally. And you can see the check mark that is right there by Donald Trump's name. That is because he has, according to the Associated Press, won the presidential election. He will be the 47th president of the United States, passing that 270 electoral votes that are needed. Right now, he is at 277, and we know there are still 4 states that have not been called by the Associated Press. Once those results do come out, we'll make sure to bring those to you. You will be the first to know if you're watching us here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to pop up this live image that we have over the White House there in D.C. as the sun is now up. A lot of people waking up, trying to figure out, hey, what happened? Well, as you can see, we know that Donald Trump, according to the Associated Press, has been elected the 47th president of the United States. Let's head to a quick break, the first one of the hour, but a lot more coverage to get to in just a matter of minutes. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 7:18 on the East Coast and 4:18 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I am here to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and election results today. What you're looking at is a very, very close race. This is in the U.S. Senate over in Nevada, and we do have Sam Brown, a Republican who does have a slight lead there by about 1,000 votes. Specifically, looks like it's closer to 900. He has 47.3%, and Jackie Rosen, the incumbent, does have 47.2%. So that is a race that could get called in the coming hours here, but it is so close as a few races are right now. 84% of precincts are reporting there. Again, these results are going to come in all throughout the day, so we'll make sure to bring them to you right here as they do on Live Now from Fox. Do want to talk about a race that was already called. We did see Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, reelected in Louisiana to the House District 4 there. He was reelected with 85% of the vote. He spoke right after that, so I do want to play it for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Okay, we had a little audio-video trouble. No problem at all. We're so happy to see, oh, look, I can see silhouettes of all of our closest friends. Thank you so much for being here, being a part of it. I'm going to ask my kids to come up. Hannah and Cody and where's Abby and Will? Will, come up here, buddy. Okay, come on. Thank you all so much for bearing with us tonight. I've been in the war room here. I'm having to manage about 250 races around the country tonight. I want to tell you we feel really good about that. But yeah. One of the reasons that we feel so good is because we're so happy to see all of you. And it's been too long. I've been away a bit this year. We had a few things going on. But we're so grateful that you're here tonight. I don't know if you know this, but they called our race, so I've just been reelected again. Some of y'all come over here and even this out. Look, this is a roughshod production tonight because we've had a few things going on, and I just want to tell you, we're so honored to be serving Louisiana's 4th Congressional District again. It's been the honor of a lifetime to serve my hometown here and the surrounding district. After redistricting, our 4th district now encompasses almost 800,000 people. We've got 20 parishes, 5 media markets, and it goes from the Arkansas state line almost to the Gulf of Mexico. So it's the best part of America. I keep telling everybody, exactly right. We could not do this without the prayers and the encouragement, the friendship, the support of all of you and people all over the state. And that's what has sustained us in what has been the craziest, most unexpected year of our lives. I don't know if you realize this, but being Speaker of the House was not on our bucket list. We didn't know this was going to happen, and it did. 10 years ago, I was just practicing law here. I had no idea that we were going to get into politics. I had no idea. It wasn't even in our imagination that we'd be elected to Congress, much less for a 5th term to Congress. And I certainly didn't have Speaker of the House on the bingo card, okay? A lot of reasons for that, but it happened, and we've been called to this service, and we've taken it very seriously because how many of you know our nation's in very serious times right now? And we got to have steady hands at the wheel, and that's what we've tried to do in these unprecedented, uncharted waters in which we find ourselves. There's never before been a speaker change in the middle of a Congress, ever, in the whole history of the country. And there's never before been a Speaker of the House elected from the state of Louisiana. So that's kind of cool. It's been a wild ride for us. I have had to travel the state, of course, and get reelected and take care of all the issues and things here. But then we also had to travel the country because the Speaker of the House's job is to ensure that we keep and grow our House majority, and that we get really qualified candidates in these races to flip some of the blue seats to red. Can I give you a good report tonight? I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Okay. They gave me the stats today. This morning, I was in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is one of the most important swing states. I did 2 of our key districts there the day before. I did 2 districts in Virginia with our candidates. We've been all over the place. In fact, they told me the stats. As of this morning, I led 342 campaign events in 260 cities across 40 states, and I traveled enough miles to circle the globe 5.5 times. That's what I did in the last 11 months. Yeah. President Trump told me, he said, Mike, we got to leave it all on the field. And we did. We left it all on the field. Some of you know I was 4 inches taller when I got this job. They beat me down mercilessly. We're going to keep going. We could not have done it without your help. And I just want to specifically thank the love of my life, Kelly Johnson. We made 25 years marriage this year. I said, boy, if we survive this one, this will be the big one. She made an awesome bio video that broke tonight. I don't know. It was so good. We didn't get to see it, but maybe one day you will. And it was so kind, and she's been the perfect helpmate to me along the way. She is super talented. She is the talent in the family, and yeah, thank you. Thank you. And because we didn't have enough going on this year, we had a marriage in the family. That seemed like a great idea. Hannah and Cody got married in June. What a brilliant timing that was, guys. We're so glad to have Cody in the family. We've known him since 6th grade. He's a good guy, and they've started their lives. Hannah's about to finish law school, and Abby over here is working in Washington, D.C. now, graduated and going to go to law school. And then Will is our family mascot. Thank you, Will, for taking care of it. Yes. Jack's not here tonight because he's a freshman at the Naval Academy, and so keep him in your prayers. He made the boxing team. I said, son, can we do the rowing team? We don't break our nose 10 times. Anyway, we'll see where that goes. Look, I have to give a lot of thanks, too, to the team. I have the best team in the country. They serve this district so well. I can't even begin to name them all tonight because I think I've got 120 employees now, because that's what it takes to manage all the job of the speaker. But here in the district, they're hard at work, and they take care of our veterans and our farmers and our small business owners and the churches and the families and all the needs that everybody has with the federal government. And they provide the best constituent services. I hear it all the time. People call and text me and stop me when I'm on the road, say, your team is so awesome. And I am so, so grateful to every single one of them for getting the job done. Top-notch constituent service is what the people need and deserve, and we're providing it. We are trying to transport Louisiana's values to the swamp, the real swamp in D.C. And you know what those values are. We believe in the founding principles of the country. We believe in the ideas of faith and family and freedom, and we're trying to live that out every day. And it's not always welcomed in the nation's capital, but it's very important for us to do that. I think that what we're trying to preserve ultimately is the American dream. It's only in America that something like this would be possible. And I'm so grateful for all of you for helping us along the way. We got a lot of work to do. And I want to tell you what I believe. We're watching everything very closely tonight. It may be a long night. I think in a little bit we're going to go to Mar-a-Lago, I think, and be down there with President Trump. But I think at the end of the day, at the end of the night, when they tabulate all this, I am very hopeful that we're going to have not only a larger majority in the House to make my job easier, but we retake the Senate and the White House as well. I think that's what's going to happen. Listen, when we win this thing, and I think we will, and not to put the cart before the horse, but we're going to be prepared to lead, because we are facing the greatest collection of challenges that our country has faced probably since World War II, if not the Civil War. We're on the verge of World War III. You have our adversaries that have seen weakness projected on the world stage. Russia, China, Iran, North Korea are actually coordinating together right now. These are very serious times, and we have to take it seriously. And you need serious leaders, and you need a new direction. Now, everywhere I've been around the country, and I told you how many cities and places and events I've done, everybody's fed up and fired up. They're fed up about the cost of living and the rising crime rates and the wide open border and the weakness on the world stage. But we have the solutions to all that. And when Republicans regain control, which we pray tonight that that's what's going to happen, we're going to have the most aggressive first 100 days agenda that anybody's seen in a modern era. And we got to fix everything. I want to tell you, I was with President Trump backstage. I said this on Fox and Friends this morning. I hope y'all weren't up that early, but we did a little thing in a cafe in Pennsylvania, and I told him a story very quickly. I was backstage at the Washington Hilton about 7 or 8 weeks ago with President Trump, and he was crisscrossing the country, and I was doing the same. We're going to different swing states, covering all the bases. We touched gloves in the green room at the hotel, because he had just spoken at a ballroom full of people, and I'd done another event. We were talking about everything. I think by my count, he had done 5 events that day in I think 3 different states. It's about 10:45 at night. We're sitting in the green room talking, and his staff comes in, taps him on the shoulder, says, Mr. President, we got to go. Your pilots are going to time out on Trump Force One, which means he'd have to stay grounded. Can't stay grounded. So he stands up and he buttons his coat, and he's about to walk out of the room. And I said, Mr. President, I just want to say, your stamina is so inspiring to me and to all of us. Mr. President, you didn't have to do this. You had a great life, right? Why would you even subject yourself to this again? You know, I mean, they've been attacking you since you came down the golden escalator. They have engaged in lawfare. They've just tried to destroy your reputation and your family. They've brought you to court, and they've even taken actual shots at you, sir. And I just want to say it inspires me. And he unbuttoned his coat, got real serious, sat back down on the edge of the chair, and leaned in on his knees, and he said, Mike, I'm not going to do it in his voice. He said, Mike, we got to leave it all on the field. He said, because what if we lost? We'd never be able to forgive ourselves. What if we could have done one more event, one more rally, shaken one more hand? He said, I told my staff to book out every hour of every day between now and the election because we got to leave it all on the field. I said, Mr. President, you're right. He buttoned his coat up and left. The next morning, I had all the House Republicans together. We do a weekly breakfast together. And I told them that story. And I said, if our nominee for president can give that level of commitment, if he can leave it all on the field, then every single one of us has to do the same. And that's what our colleagues have been doing around the country. That's exactly right. All of us have to do that because we're fighting for freedom. I want to introduce somebody else, another special guest, and this is a great honor to us. But in the House of Representatives, there's Speaker of the House, and you have Majority Leader. That's Steve Scalise. By the way, first time in history any state has had the top two officers at the same time. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. And then we have the whip, that's Tom Emmer, Minnesota. And then we have the conference chair. So the leader of the House Republican Conference is Elise Stefanik of New York. You probably heard of Elise. Yeah, she's pretty famous. Well, guess what? She's in Shreveport with us tonight. Elise, come up here, will you? Elise Stefanik, everybody. She is here celebrating with us, and she's a very important person. You might have seen her little video where she took down the Ivy League presidents on their anti-Semitism. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's only been seen by 2.2 billion people. It's the most watched congressional hearing of all time. So you might want to get her autograph before she leaves tonight. But we're grateful to have you. And y'all show her a little Louisiana hospitality tonight. I know you will. So look, it's too early to call everything, but we're very optimistic. I mean, it looks good. I've been in the war room. I'm calling the candidates as they're calling the races. All of our friends were congratulating them. We got some awesome people joining the conference. We got new members coming in, and I think we're going to have many more. So it's going to be a good night, and I think ultimately, I pray, I believe that God's not done with America yet. I think he's going to give us another chance. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. Listen, at the end of the day, Ronald Reagan used to remind us of a number of things, and he said freedom is not inherited in the bloodstream. It's got to be fought for and protected. It's got to be taught and passed along to the next generation so that our children and our grandchildren can have the same liberty and opportunity and security that we have known. I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, we are so, so grateful to all of you. We couldn't imagine to do anything like this without your help. That's a drone. That's not a threat, I don't think. We're a little watchful tonight. They said, sir, you can't do it in open air. Oh, it'll be fine. It's Shreveport. I don't know. I don't know. Listen, we're bullish about the future. I believe America's best days are ahead of us. And we're going to keep our steady hands at the wheel. We're going to dig in and do the work. And we have a great team to get that done. Will you keep the whole of Congress in your prayers? Will you keep the president, whoever wins, keep them in your prayers? Because I believe we can turn this thing around and we can keep this great nation that God has blessed us with. Thank y'all so much for being a part of this tonight. We appreciate you so much. God bless you. Yeah.
And that was House Speaker Mike Johnson speaking prior to the race being called for former President Trump. You can see right there on the left-hand side of your screen if you are just waking up. The former president, according to the Associated Press, has now earned 277 electoral votes. That is compared to 224 by Kamala Harris. Now, we know that the requirement is 270. Once you get above that, you are the projected winner for the presidency. So the Associated Press saying Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the U.S. You're taking a look at one of the Senate races here on your screen. We did have Montana as we saw this race that was called for Tim Shea. 53% of the vote there. The Associated Press just calling that. His opponent, John Tester, a Democrat, did get 45% of the vote. That is with 87% of precincts reporting. We also have another race that could be called pretty soon. This is over in Wisconsin, and it's also for U.S. Senate. We do have Tammy Baldwin, 49.3%. She is, of course, a Democrat there, and her Republican opponent right now is just a little bit under that at 48.6%. We'll keep an eye on that race, as once again, it is likely to be called at some point today. Do have to head to a quick break now. It's 7:34 on the East Coast and 4:34 on the West Coast. We'll be right back with more live, raw, and unfiltered coverage. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 7:36 on the East Coast and 4:36 on the West Coast. Taking a live look right now over the White House in D.C. as we do get to the latest on the race for the presidency. Once again, the Associated Press saying that Donald Trump is the projected winner of the presidency and will be the 47th president of the U.S. Want to talk more about all of this? Let's bring in Kevin Wagner, professor of political science at Florida Atlantic University. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today and help break it all down.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Well, first off, do want to talk to you overall about the results, because we know that political scientists, political analysts that I've talked to over the past several days and weeks said we should really buckle up and wait, because it could be days, weeks maybe before we knew these results. So to see 12 hours after the first polls closed, to see the results kind of coming in there and Donald Trump declared the winner of the presidency by the Associated Press, what does that say to you?
It tells us that the strength of Trump's victory was much larger than people were expecting. They thought it would be much closer in some of these battleground states, and increasingly, especially as the early states started coming in, it was pretty clear that that this wasn't going to be as close as some of the polling and some of the analysis suggested.
When you take a closer look at some of the data here, obviously a lot of us were up all night, so we haven't had a chance to really delve into it just yet. But when you do, what are you going to look for specifically? What kind of questions do you have?
Yeah, I like to look at the exit polls a little bit just to see what was motivating voters to go out. And this is, my initial look. And of course, it's going to take a little bit of time to go through this data to get really more definitive answers. But the initial look, it looks a lot like the economy was one of the biggest drivers of this election this time, and people's concerns about the economy, the fact that people believe the economy to be really bad. Many of the voters were voting on economic issues, and they saw the former president as the person that was going to lead the change and support larger growth in the economy.
From the data that you've seen so far, anything that maybe jumped out at you that caught your attention?
Yeah, I think there's a tendency to want to identify that this particular group or that particular group was the difference in this campaign. Was it an appeal to a particular group that the former president doesn't? But my initial look is that across the board, the former president Trump increased his vote share basically across the board. It was a pretty wide victory across almost all demographics, and in fact. It's hard to say that there was one particular appeal or that. It was just a pretty widespread victory.
When you look at some of the other races that haven't been called, there are 4 of them in states that we're still waiting for as far as the presidency goes. We're talking about some of the swing states here. Also, Alaska hasn't been called just yet. It appears they are all leaning toward Trump, right?
One of the things that sort of I've observed over the years is that even though each state has its own separate election, they do tend to correlate with each other, which is when somebody tends to start winning 1 or 2 of them, that tends to carry over into other states. And one of the things that I said before this election is that even though they're close in the polls, it wouldn't surprise me if one or the other candidate actually won all of these swing states, and it may well be that turns out to be true with Donald Trump being super competitive, even in the ones that haven't been called.
Some of the information, obviously, we're going to delve into, as I mentioned. You talked about the exit polls, but something else is the polling itself. I mean, we've looked at a lot of polls over the past days, weeks, and, they kind of geared toward one way. So how do they kind of differ from what the actual result was?
Well, the final numbers aren't in yet, so it might be a little premature to do an assessment of how the polling did. We poll at Florida Atlantic University, and generally speaking, some of the battleground states were hard to tell because the polling was within the margin of error, and it looks like that the former president overperformed. Some of that could be just that late deciders and the people that were deciding the last week decided to go with the former president as they made their mind up, or it might be a question of whether or not the polling captured all of the strength of the Trump campaign, and that's something we'll have to look at. We certainly, we poll a lot in Florida, and we have the former president winning by about 9 or 10 points in Florida. Looks like he's going to do even better than that. So we'll take a look at those numbers and see how we can always improve.
It's pretty rare to see a president who is elected and then loses an election, but then is reelected, right? I believe the last one is Grover Cleveland.
Yeah, very, very rare. Usually losing a presidential election tends to be the end of your political career. And then they go on to give speeches and things like that. So for the former president to come back and this quickly and then win really is this is a piece of American history that we'll probably be talking about for a very, very long time. This is a very unusual circumstance.
Not to jump the gun or anything of that nature, but what do you think about the transition team and who could be serving on Trump's cabinet? Do you think folks have really considered that just yet, or are they now going to consider that once, he has clinched the victory?
Well, that's usually what this time is about. It's the transition time. So you form a transition team. Usually you have somebody in charge of that transition team. And they start looking through possible candidates. Because remember, the president does a lot of appointments. We focus on the cabinet, which of course is very, very important. But there are so many appointments that the president will make, and so there are going to be a lot of people with their resumes going down to Mar-a-Lago and saying, "Hey, I'm going to be a good candidate for that." So having an organized and effective transition team is going to be the first thing that the former president's going to need to do to get ready. And the advantage he has is he's been through this before, so he has some idea of what this process is like.
All right. Kevin Wagner, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here this morning. Anything else you want to add before I let you go?
No, it's Election Day is sort of a national holiday in the United States, and it's one of those things. I know I'm sure you stayed up as late as I did watching to see how this turned out. So it's one of the uniquely American moments to have this sort of 50-state election that we do every 4 years. So pretty amazing time in American history.
Yeah, I'll sleep over the weekend. I'm sure that's how most people feel. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate it.
Pleasure. Thank you so much.
And you are taking a live look here over the Capitol there in D.C. As we've talked a lot about the presidential race, but it is important to note that there are quite a few congressional races as well. We know that control of the Senate has gone from the Democrats over to Republicans here. So one House flip there, and we are waiting on the results of the actual House races. There are still about 50 or so of them that we're waiting for results for. So once we get those, we will let you know right here on Live Now from Fox. Do have to head to a quick break at 7:44 on the East Coast and 4:44 on the West Coast. Our Fox 35 Orlando team does have a panel underway right now as they're analyzing everything about the presidential race. I'm going to play that for you coming up on the other side of this break. Good morning and welcome in here on Live Now from Fox, 7:46 on the East Coast and 4:46 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I've been here for the past several hours to bring you all of your top stories, live events, and breaking news. And of course, we have been following those election results around the clock. As we do know, as you can see there on the left-hand side of your screen, Donald Trump, 277 electoral votes. That is according to the Associated Press, and does pass that 270 mark that is required to win the presidency. Want to pop up this graphic so you can get a better look right here. I believe we do have it there as the electoral vote 270 needed, and Donald Trump is at 277. We've been checking in with our different Fox affiliates across the country, and I do want to check in with Fox 35 Orlando as they do have a panel underway with some pretty well-known guests talking about the race to the White House.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet.
So that was about 1 and 2 this morning. Fox News projecting Donald Trump would become the first president in more than 120 years to lose the White House and then win it back again. Today, we're expected to hear from Vice President Kamala Harris later this morning. We do want to bring in a former U.S. Congressman Rick Keller and Democrat Carol Cox to get, she's the founder of Speaking Your Brand, to get their reaction. Good morning to both of you. Thanks for being with us.
Good morning.
Rick, let's start with you. Just the reaction to the popular vote, the full control of Congress, what some are calling the comeback of the century. What do you see this morning?
Three things. First, in terms of what happened, Trump dramatically overperformed all expectations, winning not just one or two swing states, but all of them. And of course, the Senate flipped as well. It's a coin toss right now. So what's going to happen in the House? My second thought is why. And I think we're going to learn today that the economy was the driving issue in this case, and that there was a huge turnout. Not necessarily that Kamala was doing something bad. It was that she was trying to run a race with ankle weights with the economy. And then third, in terms of the future, where do we go? I think we need to disagree better, not less. And this is a perfect time for President Trump to try to bring some humility and civility and respectful discourse to this country. We've never been more divided, more polarized, and I think it's time to heal.
I think a lot of people would agree with that. Carol, just your reaction from what you saw early this morning.
Clearly disappointing for Democrats, for Kamala Harris to lose. As Rick said, I think incumbents, especially at the presidential level, had a hard time this election cycle. Kamala Harris was not able to disentangle herself from the Biden administration. Here's what's curious. There was a gender gap, according to the exit polls, about a 10-point gender gap, but not as much as the Harris campaign had counted on. They counted on a lot more suburban women in some of these key counties in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin to come out for her, and they did not. So we're going to see where that leads us. Interestingly, though, abortion amendments in states like Missouri and Arizona did pass because they didn't have the 60% threshold that we have here in Florida, which shows that people do want rights for women, just that Kamala Harris did not have the time to make the case for herself.
Interesting to hear the both of you weigh in about media messaging. I mean, Rick, you talk about a divisive time, and we had the border economy coming back from voters sounding off, yet a lot of times headlines didn't match that. We would hear about a joke or something else. Talk about the media messaging. Did that set up some of the surprise last night?
Well, they had different messages. Kamala Harris, toward the end, was trying to be unifying and positive and reaching out to the folks in the middle. President Trump was all about the turnout and emphasizing those red meat issues about the economy and border security and getting his folks out. And he was successful. A lot of people who normally don't vote showed up. I think you're going to see we had record turnout. I'm not on the bandwagon that here's the 8 things she did wrong. She had a long way to go and a short time to get there, and did a very good job in the debate. So she had a tough road to hoe, but the country has spoken. We at least have an answer. And now with the House either going to be Republican slightly or Democrat, it's time for a divided government to work properly and to start disagreeing better.
Carol, your thoughts, because she did go into this race late, and certainly a lot of things we saw in the exit polls that were up against her.
The Harris campaign had to do a lot of things all at one time. They had to introduce herself to the voting population. Obviously, everyone knew who Trump was. Also, people have short memories, as we saw, that they didn't quite remember how chaotic things were under the first Trump presidency. I hope, as Rick said, that we can disagree civilly and that we can find a way for Republicans and Democrats to come together. We have major issues facing us, whether it's climate change, artificial intelligence, the way that the economy is going to continue to shift, and we need to work together to make sure that the American people are strong, not only here, but also around the world.
Rick, we hear a lot about a mandate. I mean, when you pull in more than 71 million votes, when you win those swing states, when you take the popular vote, you potentially could have both houses, but certainly a strong lead in the Senate. What does that do for Republicans when they take over?
As a practical matter, when a president wins the White House, you have a little honeymoon period of about 3 to 6 months. And it would be my advice is to use that honeymoon period to pick the most important things to you that also have bipartisan support. So, for example, if there is a bipartisan border security plan, now would be the time to do it. If there is some agreement on energy issues, now would be the time to do it. Take the 2 things that are most important to you, least controversial, and take advantage of this mandate and this honeymoon period.
Carol, what would you say to Democrats now? I mean, every time a party loses an election, you look, do we need to move left? Do we need to move right? What would you say to Democrats?
I would say that to pause and not be too reactive about the results of this election. It was still a very, very close race. Wisconsin, I was pulling the numbers here as of right now, about 30,000 vote difference. So we're talking still very slim margins. This is not a mandate for Trump. Clearly, it was a comeback. It is not a mandate. The nation still is pretty much 50-50, and that's why we really need to come together and find a way to find these policy solutions. And for Democrats, we have to continue to listen to the American population, hear what they want, but also recognize that there are certain things that we can't control, like inflation, and the Biden administration did the best that they could to have a strong economy compared to other countries in the world.
Let's finish with this. Rick, just your thoughts. 18 months ago, could you have imagined being here when you talk about that comeback where we are this morning?
Well, I'll put it this way. You know, Beyonce went out and endorsed Kamala Harris. Now, I'll just quote her husband, Jay-Z, who once said, "Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years." So Trump has been out there for years telling everybody he was going to get the White House back. I think he proved them right, and it surprised a lot of people.
He did that for sure. I did not see a Jay-Z quote coming to wrap that up, but great to talk with both of you this morning. Appreciate your time. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
All right, a big thank you there to our Fox 35 Orlando team. Once again, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, do want to call your attention over to the bottom left-hand side of your screen. As you can see there, within the last few hours, the Associated Press has called the race for presidency for former President Donald Trump, which would make him the 47th president of the U.S. As of right now, there are still 4 states left to call. Kamala Harris has 224 of the electoral votes, so even if she won those 4 states, she would not be able to reach that 270 electoral limit that does basically secure the presidency. The time now 7:54 on the East Coast and 4:54 on the West Coast. Do want to head to our final break of the hour, but a lot more news to get to on the other side. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 7:57 on the East Coast and 4:57 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I've been here for the past several hours to bring you all of your top stories, breaking news, and live events. And of course, we are following all throughout the morning the latest on the election results as they do come out. We know, of course, the presidency has gone to Donald Trump. That is according to the Associated Press, as they do now give him 277 votes. So he is declared as the president there, the projected winner of the presidency for 2024. You can also see that Kamala Harris, as of right now, does have 224 electoral votes. We will keep that count on your screen. And when the remaining 4 states do have results that are called by the Associated Press, we'll bring those to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to play for you a speech from former President Trump a bit earlier on this morning. It was his victory speech. Now, it was after Fox News did call the results, but before the Associated Press called. So we will likely hear a bit later on today or in the coming days from former President Trump again. But do want to play his comments here from Mar-a-Lago. And on the other side of those, Jeanne Francine will be in the hot seat with everything you need to know on this Wednesday, November 6th.
Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he's a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires went down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people, these are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So you were listening in as former President Donald Trump delivered that victory speech there at Mar-a-Lago. On the left side of your screen, some quick updates to you as we are closely approaching 8:30 here on the East Coast. I'm Gina Francine. The Associated Press saying Trump projected to win the 2024 presidential race. AP also reporting Republicans projected to flip the Senate, and then control of the House of Representatives at this time too early to call. The time now 8:24 here on the East Coast. I'm Gina Francine here with you on this Wednesday morning. It is November 6th, and we continue to share with you those election results in real time. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Gina Francine. Right now, I do want to give you a live look out in D.C. It seems like the shot was changed, but we continue to discuss the very latest in the race to the White House, the race to 270. At this time, the Associated Press giving Trump there 277 with Harris 226. So AP declaring Trump projected to win the 2024 presidential race. And when we think of those key battleground states, when we think of those states that played a key role in this race to the White House, many of you all think of the peach state of Georgia. Let's check in with our content partners now at Fox 5 Atlanta for the very latest.
Former President Trump is the projected winner of the 2024 presidential election. The latest vote count putting him on track to become just the second president in the nation's history to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. The former president won critical swing states, including Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. He was joined by his family and campaign staff in Palm Beach, Florida, where he took the stage last night to celebrate.
I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
Now, while the House results are still uncertain, Fox News projects that Republicans will take control of the Senate. Now, on the other side of the aisle, the Democrat Party watch party was in D.C., and they took on a subdued tone as the night went on. Vice President Kamala Harris never made an appearance at the Howard University event. Instead, her campaign senior advisor announced that she would speak publicly later this morning. Meanwhile, some Democrats are already questioning Harris's campaign strategies, including the vice president's pick of Tim Walz as a running mate. Now, back here at home, Republicans are celebrating the, quote, big flip after losing the state 4 years ago. Georgia is once again a red state. And Good Day's Mark Tugner has reaction. He joins us live from downtown Atlanta with more on that. Mark, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Buck. You know, the polls actually on this one were pretty close to the money. They were saying that the former and now elect President Trump had about a 1 or 2 point lead in those polls leading up to the election, and he ended up winning the state by about 2 points.
Donald J. Trump has won Georgia's 16 electoral votes.
Georgia's back in Republican hands. President-elect Trump won the battleground state, flipping it after a narrow loss in 2020.
A lot of people thought it wouldn't happen. We had, frankly, a lot of people out there saying our ground game wasn't that great, making other criticisms of the campaign.
Unlike 4 years ago, this time the results likely aren't close enough to be contested.
But not only did we win tonight, this isn't going to get decided in a courtroom. It's not going to get decided in a recount. It's over.
Democrats, who hope to build on President Biden's and 2 U.S. Senate victories, this time came up short. They still maintain the state is purple.
I want you to keep on pushing, Georgia. Keep on pushing. We got to keep on looking out for what's coming up next and keep up the fight, everybody, all right?
Back at the Georgia Republican Watch Party, voters couldn't be happier about the results.
We have done our part. We've spoken. Georgia has been red and is still red and is going to continue to be red.
The next chance to see if it stays red or goes back to blue or maybe goes to purple will come 2 years from now. That's when we'll elect a new governor and when the Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff is up for re-election. Reporting live from downtown, I'm Mark Teichner for Good Day Atlanta.
Okay, Mark, thanks. In 2020, about 4 in 10 voters said COVID-19 was the top issue facing the country. By contrast, this year, according to Associated Press VoteCast data, the economy was a top concern for many of us here in Georgia, followed by frustration over immigration and abortion. The Georgians approved 3 ballot measures. Amendment 1 was approved. This means property tax assessments will be capped at the prior year's inflation rate, but could send less money to schools and local governments. Amendment 2 just narrowly passed. It'll do away with the state's tribunal tax and instead create a brand new tax court in the judicial branch to deal with complaints involving the Department of Revenue. Now, third, a referendum will increase the tax exemption for personal property used in business. Georgians want that exemption to go up from $7,500 to $20,000. Now, for the most up-to-date election results, just scan this QR code that's right here on your screen. It takes you straight to our website where we've got results for both local and national races.
Well, Election Day was a busy day for law enforcement across Metro Atlanta as they investigated bomb threats at polling places. The commotion temporarily interrupted voting at some locations. And Good Day's Brooke Zahner joins us live from the state capitol. Brooke, good morning to you. And the task is now finding out who was behind those threats.
Yeah, that's right. Good morning to both of you. The FBI, we're told, is aware of the situation, threats that are happening not just here in Georgia, but states across the country. And they believe that many of them originate from Russia.
And I just want to make sure everyone understands this, that Georgia's not going to be intimidated.
Dozens of bomb threats disrupt Election Day across metro Atlanta. Fulton County officials say an officer was stationed at each one of its 177 polling locations in the event of threats and for voter safety.
We planned heavily for the incident of a bomb threat being called in, and it's a good thing we did, because that's the only thing that happened today was 32 bomb threats at different polling locations. 32. We were able to clear 27 of them very quickly without the need for an evacuation. 5 of them, the polls were temporarily closed down.
In DeKalb County, 6 polling locations received bomb threats, including the Reed Cofer Library off La Vista Road in Tucker.
I went around the Kroger to the main entrance, and I tried to turn left, and there were a bunch of cops and people in the house on the corner saying, "Don't turn in, you have to come back later."
The FBI says in part, quote, that it's aware of bomb threats to polling locations in several states, including Georgia, many of which appear to originate from Russian email domains. None of the threats have been deemed credible thus far.
And we expect Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger to give us an update on the election results and likely talk more about these threats. That's happening later today at 10 o'clock this morning. That's the latest here live in front of the state capitol. I'm Brooks Honor for Good Day Atlanta.
All right, Brooke, thank you. 8:08 now your time, and Alex is here, and for just another typical August day.
Exactly.
That's what it feels like, especially with the rain chances too. I mean, gosh, we're going back in time, it feels like.
Oh, we are. But so here's the thing. We have been so dry across North Georgia.
All right, so that was our Fox 5 Atlanta team there. We appreciate that team coverage. And of course, we will share team coverage from many of our stations throughout this Wednesday morning. The time now 8:34, and giving you a live look at this electoral college map, the race to 270. As we were checking in with Georgia, I want to remind you that the state of Georgia did provide 16 electoral votes in this race to 270. All right, the time now 8:35. We continue with your live coverage on this Wednesday morning, November 6th. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your live election coverage on this Wednesday morning, November 6th, right now we want to head out to the Sunshine State of Florida. As we are looking at the road to 270, we know that the Sunshine State of Florida did provide 30 electoral votes. Let's check in with our content partners over at Fox 35 Orlando as we continue with team coverage across America.
We appreciate you, Deb. Brooks as well. Thank you. 8:04. Donald Trump will serve another term as president of the United States.
So he is just the second president in our nation's history to serve 2 non-consecutive terms. Fox 35's Randy Hildreth is joining us live. She's at Mar-a-Lago this morning with the latest from the Trump campaign. And those winds are intense down there, Randy.
Yeah, I guess still a little bit of excitement in the air about the win for people who have really rallied around the former president as he hit the road for this next wave of campaign as he was vying for the White House again. Now, as you mentioned, the big headline this morning, captured enough electoral votes for the presidency. Now, when we talk about the road to the White House, the states that were called, former President Trump got the expected states, you know, Texas, for example, Florida. He captured our state. But this morning, the conversation has to be about the impact of those swing states. Just before 6 o'clock this morning, Trump was named the projected winner in Wisconsin. It was a state he won in 2016, but lost to President Joe Biden in 2020. Trump was also called the projected winner in Pennsylvania, the biggest swing state prize. Now, this morning, votes are still being counted in Michigan. He's leading there. If he captures that state, he will have cracked the blue wall again. He did it in 2016 when he won Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, states that typically lean Democrat. He didn't win those states in 2020, which cost him the election. So this is a bit of a redemption moment for him. Now, at his election watch party last night, there was a lot of excitement and confidence that the work of over 900 campaign rallies was starting to pay off.
This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond.
Now, Trump also captured other swing states, including Georgia and North Carolina. We're still waiting on the final results, or the projected results from Arizona and Nevada as well. For now, I'll send it back to you. Reporting live this morning, Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
All right, Randy, thank you. At Trump's election watch party last night, a lot of excitement and confidence of the work of over 900 campaign rallies that were starting to pay off. Also in Florida, Donald Trump winning big. He earned 56% of the vote. That adds up to almost 6 million votes. And Vice President Kamala Harris has not yet conceded the presidential race. Her campaign announced that she will be speaking sometime today. She did not speak to reporters after the polls closed last night. Now, keep in mind, the polls here in Florida did show a much closer race between Harris and Trump.
Yeah, they certainly did. Fox 35's Ron Elijah joined us live in studio now with more on this part of the story, right?
Certainly some did. Wisconsin was the final state to bring Donald Trump, actually over the edge as well. If we can move that forward a little bit, we'll talk part about Wisconsin this morning. He needed that for victory. That swing state was called earlier in the morning as well. Let's bring in political analyst Mark Mills. Mark, always great to see you. Love hearing your inside. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's start with Florida. Any big surprises here, Mark? I think we're always suspicious when we see some of those polls, but in the end, it was a pretty clear victory last night.
Yeah, I don't think there were any surprises. The one maybe surprise is that neither Amendment 3 or 4 got to 60. I didn't think Amendment 4 was going to make it. I thought 3 had a chance, but neither one of them came close to 60. But before Republicans shout about victory over 3 and 4 not making it, please note that they did receive the majority of votes. They just didn't get to 60. But I don't see any other surprises in Florida other than that.
Yeah, we'll see, Mark, and maybe if the legislature takes up either one of those issues based on that. Let's talk about the swing states, Mark. We had talked about this is what it comes down to, and it seems like in each state we saw the same voters talking about they're not happy about where the country is going. They're concerned about the border. They're concerned about inflation. Were those the biggest issues that turned this?
You know, Ryan, Political messaging is not complicated. People have one question when they go into the polls. How are you going to make my life better, my family better? And the economy was the #1 issue. Trump addressed it. Harris did not. She embraced, in fact, the idea of being the incumbent, which was really a dumb move. During her convention, she talked about turning the page. Her poll numbers surged. And then she became the same old candidate, more of the same. She was asked, what would you have done differently than Biden has done? She said, can't think of a thing. What's your vision for America? I'm going to convene smart people and then I'll let you know. She had no answer. And the idea that that she was just simply going to go after Trump and call him a threat to democracy, but people are willing to put up with a lot of crap from politicians so long as they believe their lives will be better. And they're willing to do that with Trump if they believe he's going to get them a better job, lower their grocery bills, make energy cheaper. And that's exactly what we have tonight, or this morning, rather. We have a mandate, and it's a mandate over the economy. And the Trump line, they broke it, I'll fix it, worked incredibly well.
Mark, just a quick follow-up. Do you think some of the court cases, some of that, the assassination attempt, do you think that played into it, or at the end of the day, was it those issues we talked about that affect everyday lives?
You know, I think it played into it to energize and to get his base going. But the reality is, look, I've been involved in campaigns in places like Chicago and Cleveland and Miami, and places where less than reputable politicians won. And the reason is because they delivered. Trump delivered. What was amazing in some of the polling before the election was that the American people gave Trump's first term a higher favorability rating now than when he was president. They saw good things in the economy. They wanted immigration fixed. It wasn't complicated, and it's simply not a complicated message. Harris made it seem complicated, and she completely missed out on providing a vision for the American people.
Mark, we appreciate the insight. You've been through a lot of these campaigns. Thanks for digging into the numbers. Always great to have you on.
Thanks, Ryan.
That is political analyst Mark Mills. And of course, ladies, we will have so much more. We'll hear from candidates as well throughout the morning.
Ryan, thanks so much. And you know, one of the more surprising results from last night, Monique Worrell is getting her job back in the 9th Circuit. The ousted state attorney ran a successful campaign against incumbent Andrew Bain. Worrell was suspended by the governor last year, you might recall.
And last night, she defeated Andrew Bain, who had been appointed to replace her. Fox 35's Morgan Parrish live this morning with more on this. And Worrell says, Morgan, that she felt vindicated.
Amy, good morning. Yes, and a lot of people are shocked by this. On social media, we're seeing a lot of mixed reactions, but Worrell won with 57% of the vote, Andrew Bain 43%, and of course this will now end her suspension in office. So like you guys said, last year, back in 2023, Governor Ron DeSantis signed an executive order for her removal, accusing her of negligence and dereliction of duty. Governor DeSantis also claimed she was too lenient on some criminals, including juvenile offenders, and avoided minimum mandatory sentencing guidelines.
Tonight, this win is for my dad. I lost my dad on June the 26th. It was unexpected and it was fast. And before he took his last breath, he told me, go get your seat back. Whether I'm here or not, go get your seat back.
Bain, her opponent, who had been appointed to replace her, released a statement shortly after, reading in part, "To all my supporters, I want to express my deepest gratitude. Your dedication, trust, and belief in our mission have made all the difference. Together, we have built something strong, and your voices have been a critical part of our continued fight for justice and safety in our community." Now, AP called this just before 10 o'clock last night. And, of course, you can head on over to our website at fox35orlando.com to see more results from last night's race. Reporting in Orange County, I'm Morgan Parrish, Fox 35 News.
All right, Morgan, thank you. It is now 8:13. Coming up next on Good Day Orlando this morning, we'll take a look at the results from other local races across Central Florida.
Our special coverage of election 20.
All right, we appreciate Fox 35 Orlando for that extensive coverage. And don't forget, the Sunshine State of Florida, 30 electoral votes in that race to 270 electoral votes needed to win. And Trump there on your screen garnering 277. The time now 8:47. Let's go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, we are going to stay in the Sunshine State of Florida as we are looking at those amendment measures on the ballot, and marijuana was on that ballot. I'm being told we'll be checking in with a local sheriff to get updates on that measure. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time now 8:49 here on the East Coast. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. As we continue with your election coverage, many of you all keeping a close eye on those amendments that were on state ballots. Take a look at your screen. One of those amendments did relate to the legalization of marijuana. We know North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, and the Sunshine State of Florida were highlighted for marijuana on state ballots. Let's check back in with our content partners at Fox 35 Orlando to learn more about marijuana in the Sunshine State.
Welcome back. Floridians rejected Amendment 3 last night, which would have legalized adult use of recreational marijuana. Florida will still allow medicinal marijuana through the use of a medical marijuana card from a qualified doctor. And joining us this morning to talk more about this is Sheriff Wayne Ivey. Good to see you, Sheriff. How are you?
I'm doing great, Amy. Always great to talk to you.
Well, good to see you, Sheriff, and congrats on winning your re-election campaign last night as well. You backed the campaign to stop Amendment 3. Why do you think Floridians decided to go that way as well?
Well, I think Amendment 3 was a bridge way too far. Floridians passed medical marijuana. They saw the need for the medical marijuana. The recreational marijuana, they had a chance to look at other states that had made the mistake. They got to see the data. They got to see how damaging it was to that state. And they decided to not do that to the state of Florida, and they spoke pretty overwhelmingly.
And, Sheriff, it was interesting because watching the ad campaigns, there were some sheriffs that came out in favor of it. Then sheriffs like you were against it. Why do you think there is such disagreement on this issue and how it's handled in the legal system?
Well, overwhelmingly, the Florida sheriffs supported or were against it. There were only two that I'm aware of, two sheriffs that I'm aware of that supported it. And I think we're going to try and have both of them evaluated to make sure they're all right, because anybody can look at the data. They can see the damage that this does to the state, the increase in traffic fatalities from driving under the influence, the increase in insurance rates, the problems that exist from it. So, all of us sheriffs, we're all great friends, and we all have our own opinions and what's best for our community. community. But at the end of the day, as far as I know, there were only 2 sheriffs that supported it.
Do you think that this will come back again, maybe written in a different way?
So, that's always hard to say. Those that wanted to pass this amendment, obviously, like I said the other day when I was with our First Lady, this was a cartel movement, a cartel trying to take over the state of Florida to sell their own marijuana. They spent well over $100 million on it. Hard to say if it'll come back up, but if it does, I see Florida continuing to move in the same direction. We want to keep Florida, beautiful. We want people to come here. People are running from these other states that have made the same mistake, and once that bullet's out the gun, you can't put it back. So I'm a big proponent of don't mess with our Constitution, leave it alone. So hopefully this ends it.
All right, Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey, thanks so much for taking the time to be with us.
Always, thank you.
Take care.
And this morning, a lot of people are talking about the election as they eat their breakfast or sip their coffee.
And David Martin is live this morning at a diner talking politics and pancakes. Tell us where you are, David.
We are in the Osteen Diner here in beautiful Volusia County. Amy and Danielle, it's great to hear from you as well. And you're right, we're talking politics while eating some breakfast. I've got my friends from C&G Electric here out of Deltona, Don and Mary, the owners of that business, and their employee, Amanda. How you doing, Amanda?
Good, thank you for asking.
You bet. So, a big night last night. You were up late watching the results. How are you feeling this morning?
Relieved, happy, excited.
Yeah, I can tell by your hat you might have been happy with the results.
Oh, yes, definitely.
So, Don, any surprises last night?
No, not really. I was expecting Trump to win, just from the rallies and the number of people at his rallies, and just in general, people are tired of the Biden administration that just, things have gone to hell since he's been in office. So I'm glad that he won.
So I would assume you're liking the way the country is going to go in terms of its overall direction.
Yes, definitely. Since Biden's been in office, I own C&G Electric, and my material has doubled for jobs that we do. So Trump being in office, I know it'll go back to at least half of what I pay for it now, and it's the profit margin is way down from when Trump was in office. So I'm super glad that he won.
They say politics is all local, but you are directly impacted by the federal level.
Correct. Yes, the taxes are tremendous. It's just terrible.
Yeah. Small business, of course. Mary, what would you say to the newly elected leader, if you could?
Congratulations. It's awesome. I'm so happy.
Yeah. We talked a bit about the amendments that were on the ballot, and we're a split group here on 3 and 4. You voted which way on 3 and 4?
I voted yes on 3 and 4.
Yeah. And your reason for voting yes on 3, can I ask?
Well, I just think that everybody has a right to... I don't think it's a drug. I don't think that it's bad. I think it's like alcohol, safer than alcohol. I don't smoke myself, but for those out there that do, I don't think they should be crucified for it.
And on 4, the abortion topic?
I voted yes on 4 because I think that a woman has a right to decide what she wants to do with her body. For example, a worst case scenario, if there was a teenager that was raped by whoever, a father, a family member, anybody, if she didn't feel comfortable going to her parents, she should have the right to decide if she wants to keep the baby or have an abortion. And I'm totally against having abortion at 8 months, 9 months, or even just like six months. I think it's too much. There needs to be regulations on it. There needs to be rules. I agree.
Speaking of bodies, everybody say you are strong. You lay ditches. What do you do with the electrical company there?
Oh, I do it all.
Yeah.
I do it all.
She showed her muscles earlier. She's very proud of it, and I'll use it. Well, you should be.
I'm so proud of it.
Well, enjoy your breakfast. Thanks for talking with us. And any final words, Don, as you enjoy your, what is that, grits?
Grits and eggs. Most people, when you mix the grits and eggs together, well, that's what you do in the South. But I can't wait till January 20th, I think it is, when Trump actually, starts governing, and it's going to be exciting 4 years.
All right. Thanks for talking with us. A new beginning indeed.
All right, we appreciate Fox 35 Orlando for that detailed interview. And then David Martin always adding some light to the show, right? Asking that gentleman what he was eating, grits, because we saw he was stirring pretty heavily before that interview started. We were wondering what was in that bowl. I'm Jeanne Francine. We're going to go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour.